At a certain estate, on a night of torrential rain, a single light still shone from within. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky. High above, several suspicious masked figures were heading towards the estate. One who appeared to be the leader gestured to the men behind him, signaling them to advance. They immediately leaped up and dove down. Another flash of lightning lit up the sky, heralding a restless night. A man sat before a plate of food, remembering that the first day he arrived here, it was raining, just like today. He was sitting at a table laden with steaming, delicious food. The fragrant aroma of food wafted through the air. Jiang Xian sat before the plate and muttered, "The last bowl of black bean noodles I'll eat in the Marim. I will remember this moment." He chuckled lightly. Then Jiang Xian continued to ponder as he stirred the noodles before him. After eating all the mixed dishes in the Marim, only the black bean noodles were left. After being mixed, the bowl of black bean noodles looked even more appetizing. But just then, several masked figures crashed down from the roof, heading straight for Jiang Xian as he was about to eat. A masked man in black held a sword to his neck and threatened, "We've come to take your life." Jiang Xian wasn't scared at all and calmly looked up at him. He thought of the countless enemies who hated him. Jiang Xian cursed inwardly, "Even when you fight, you should let a man eat his meal." With that thought, he put his chopsticks down. The moment he did, a surge of power enveloped Jiang Xian's arm. Seeing this, the masked men stared at him in shock, unable to look away. Jiang Xian then broke into an excited grin. He picked up his chopsticks again, grabbing some noodles while saying with a smile, "Because today is a special day. So you lot should eat something and get out of here, you beggars." Hearing this, they glared at him furiously. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian happily slurped up a large mouthful of noodles. As expected, the men in black could no longer stand still and rushed forward to attack him all at once. But Jiang Xian swiftly flung the plate in front of him towards them. An instant later, one of the charging men was hit and sent flying backward. He was pinned to the wall, looking pathetic. A masked man turned to look at his comrade in utter astonishment. His eyes widened as he glanced back to the front, a look of disbelief on his face. Then his eyes flashed with killing intent. He yelled, "Your technique is impressive, but no matter what, I will kill you to avenge my brother." With that, they charged at Jiang Xian again. Immediately, he stood up and slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. A glint appeared in Jiang Xian's eyes, which were now filled with images of chicken legs. Then Jiang Xian stretched out his hand, using his power to send the chicken legs flying towards the men. The blade of one masked man managed to slice a chicken leg in two. But moments later, as the pieces of chicken fell on them, they cried out in pain, each one yelling, "It's so spicy!" But he wasn't done yet. Jiang Xian then directed the rest of the food on the table to attack the masked men. He skillfully used his chopsticks to conduct the food, making it move to his will. A chicken leg flew out of nowhere, spinning in the air, before landing perfectly in Jiang Xian's hand. He took a bite of the chicken and slowly commented, "Crispy on the outside, juicy on the inside." However, after chewing for a moment, Jiang Xian's face darkened. He growled, "Spicy." Hearing this, the masked men flinched in unison. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xian dropped the chicken, wiped his mouth, and said, "I told them not to put star anise in it." Seeing this, the masked men grew angry, thinking he was looking down on them, and charged forward again. At this, Jiang Xian's expression turned grim, and he said darkly, "Am I being a poor host?" As he spoke, he held out his hand, his entire body radiating killing intent. A purple aura surrounded Jiang Xian. It turns out he was about to use the demonic lord's chi technique. After forming an orb in his hand, Jiang Xian smiled at the men. The demonic lord's orb in his hand grew larger and more powerful. And yet, Jiang Xian was able to lift it and spin it on his fingertips, saying with a laugh, "Be careful, it's hot." Immediately after, Jiang Xian tossed the orb high into the air, much to the astonishment of the masked men. One of them was so blinded by the light that he couldn't help but curse. The light from the orb illuminated the entire grand hall of the mansion. Just a second later, a group of men rushed into the room shouting, "Sect leader, are you all right?" Jiang Xian's eyes were now glowing with a brilliant golden light as he gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The group that had just barged in was terrified by his killing intent, trembling in fear. As they started to go inside to clean up, Jiang Xian slowly walked out and instructed, "Don't make a fuss. How are things with Valley Master Hao Feng?" His subordinate reported back to him, "It seems the preparations are almost complete." As he walked, Jiang Xian pondered, recalling the past. "It's been 20 years since I inexplicably fell into this martial world. Taking over the demonic sect, forcing the Murim Alliance to surrender. What an amazing achievement. I can proudly say that I am the greatest leader the demonic sect has ever had." While walking down the hallway, Jiang Xian suddenly stopped when he heard someone calling from behind him. Jiang Xian quickly turned his head to look, asking aloud, "Sister Chu Lan Du Lan Yun Ying." But in reality, there was no one standing there calling him. The hallway remained silent and empty. Jiang Xian fell silent, but kept his eyes fixed on the end of the hallway. Seeing this, the subordinate asked if something was wrong, but he just replied that it was nothing. After that, Jiang Xian and his subordinate continued walking. He was still lost in thought. Nothing can compare to the feeling of homesickness. It's time to go back now to the place where I belong. The scene changes to another area where two people are standing and waiting. A man holding a brush saw Jiang Xian approaching and greeted him. "Sect leader, you've arrived." He didn't answer the man and just asked, "Are the preparations complete?" The man quickly replied, "Yes, it's the place called the Republic of Korea in the 21st century. Correct." Hearing this, Jiang Xian let out a sigh, thinking, "I've heard this line a dozen times already." Before Jiang Xian could answer, the man clapped his hands together forcefully and said clearly, "Then I shall activate the formation right now." Jiang Xian didn't reply to him, just gave a slight nod. Immediately after, the man slowly began to chant an incantation in a very strange language. A moment later, streams of purple energy began to swirl around Jiang Xian's feet. He looked quite surprised. The other subordinates standing nearby saw this and whispered to each other in amazement. Did it actually work this time? Jiang Xian heard their comment and smirked, thinking, "I heard that, you guys. This time it's for real." The man who was chanting saw Jiang Xian's condition and was startled the master's body. He ordered everyone to stop the technique at once, but inside, Jiang Xian chuckled to himself, thinking, "I've hit the jackpot this time." The man quickly rushed forward, shouting, "Sect leader, come down! It's dangerous!" But Jiang Xian's body was now almost completely engulfed in the purple light. He smiled and told them, "Stay well." Seeing this, all of his subordinates had tears welling up in their eyes, choking back sobs. Their formation had successfully activated, taking Jiang Xian with it. The subordinates' calls of master still echoed through the space. A moment later, the scene shifts again to another place where Jiang Xian is standing. He was looking up at something high above. In front of Jiang Xian now was a large establishment called the Ni Lai Inn. Seeing this, Jiang Xian gave a forced smile, thinking I was supposed to return home, but instead I've regressed 17 years into the past. While Jiang Xian was standing there with a slight smile, a figure loomed up behind him. The person walked up and smacked Jiang Xian hard on the head, scolding, "Who said you could take a break?" Jiang Xian's head was spinning from the blow. He felt dizzy, unsure of what his future would hold, but he was already cursing inwardly. In the small room, sunlight gently streamed in through the window. Inside the room, someone was resting on the bed. There, Jiang Xian lay on the bed, his arms spread wide and his eyes shut tight. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, staring straight ahead. Seeing the electric light bulb in front of him, Jiang Xian was still a bit dazed. He muttered to himself, "Am I back?" But when he took a closer look, he realized he was in a different room, not in the modern era. Seeing this, Jiang Xian cursed helplessly. What the hell? He sat up, holding his forehead, and muttered with a frown, "Who dares to mess with me? If I get my hands on you, you're dead." A moment later, Jiang Xian sat cross-legged on the bed. He relaxed his body, just sitting there silently, with his eyes gently closed. However, just a moment later, Jiang Xian's eyes shot open, flashing with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "There's no internal energy. What is this pitifully weak body?" As he was sitting there, Jiang Xian suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrance. Immediately, he pushed the door open and rushed outside, yelling, "This delicious smell is just unbearable." The moment he saw the scene before him, Jiang Xian's eyes widened in shock. Right in front of him was the familiar courtyard of the inn. Seeing this, his eyes immediately lit up with nostalgia. The warm and peaceful life alongside the members of the inn. Thinking about it, this might not be such a bad thing after all. As the leader of the demonic cult, I must have made plenty of enemies. What's done is done. There's no point complaining about it now. After walking for a bit, Jiang Xian frowned and pinched his nose, grimacing as he spoke. "This smell is really something. Natural spices, pepper, and herbs. Are you really trying to make chicken broth with this?" Jiang Xian looked at the murky pot of water in front of him in horror. Just then, a cheerful voice called out, "Why are you out here instead of resting?" Startled, Jiang Xian turned to see Chu Lan approaching. Overjoyed, he quickly ran over and took her hands. Then Jiang Xian remembered something and raised his hand to Chu Lan's cheek to check for a pass scar, but her cheek was unblemished. Chu Lan, startled, pulled her hand away and asked shyly, "Why are you doing that?" Jiang Xian smiled and thought to himself, "Don't worry in this life, I'll prevent any misfortune from happening to the Yinglai Inn. But before that, there's one thing I have to do." Then he pointed at the poisonous-looking pot of broth and asked, "Chu Lan, I have to ask you something. Doesn't this chicken broth seem a little strange?" Unexpectedly, Chu Lan's attention was drawn to something else. She clasped her hands and said with a smile, "You're interested in cooking too? I never knew. Our Jiang Xian is acting a little strange today, isn't he?" Jiang Xian was screaming internally, "You're the strange one, not me." But on the outside, he just smiled and replied, "I'm just curious, hasn't the number of customers been decreasing lately?" Hearing that Chu Lan fell into deep thought, "I think you might be right." Seeing her reaction, Jiang Xian could only press his forehead and let out a long sigh. He then took the pot of broth and poured it straight out, saying, "We can't sell chicken broth like this to our guests." But Chu Lan quickly protested, but Uncle Guo said, "This is how you get rid of the gamey smell of the chicken." Jiang Xian was stunned when he heard that Uncle Guo, so it was all his doing. Chu Lan now looked quite flustered, not knowing what to do. Feeling helpless and annoyed, he turned to leave. "I'm going to get some more rest," she called after him. "Don't overwork yourself." In his room, Jiang Xian slowly sorted out his thoughts. First, he needed to find Valley Master Xiang Feng and return. Second, he had to prevent any misfortune from befalling the inn and bring it back to normal. But above all, if he wanted to achieve anything, restoring his martial arts was the most urgent priority. To do that, I'll need to spend time meditating, but while pondering, Jiang Xian suddenly had an idea. There's the Chongsheng Pavilion and the Ma Wang Temple. Few people go there, and there are even rumors of ghosts appearing. What a perfect spot. If someone were to disturb me while I'm cultivating my energy, it would lead to a great disaster. As he was muttering to himself, something suddenly slammed down on Jiang Xian's head. A voice accompanied by someone's fat body rang in his ear. "You think you can get out of work just by fainting? You're 17 now. You should at least pay for your meals. Do you want another beating?" Jiang Xian looked up at Bi Gui and thought angrily, "Isn't this the guy who hit me on the back of my neck earlier? What was this pufferfish's name again? It sounded like an English word or something." Suddenly, a thought popped into his head. Should I kill him? As he thought this, Jiang Xian's expression darkened. A moment later, a sharp axe was raised high into the air. Immediately after, the axe came chopping straight down on the log below. Bi Gui stood in the courtyard watching Jiang Xian chop wood. Suddenly, he yelled, "Are you trying to slack off?" On the surface, he smiled obediently, but in his heart, he was cursing. "It's been a long time since I've seen this son of a bitch. I can't kill him right after meeting him. I have to consider the peace of the inn." After that thought, Jiang Xian swung the axe again and continued to chop wood. But this time, a piece of firewood flew right into Bi Guy's face. Jiang Xian chuckled to himself, "But I can't just let him get away with it." As expected, Bei Guy immediately went berserk, charging aggressively towards him. He grabbed Jiang Xian by the collar, lifted him up, and cursed, "Are you trying to die? What kind of way is that to hold an axe?" But he wasn't scared at all. Instead, he smirked and said, "I did it on purpose." Bei Gui seemed a bit surprised to hear that, but he was still angry. "This damn orphan is at it again, huh? You want to get knocked unconscious one more time." This time, Jiang Xian's smile vanished, and his face darkened as he told him, "Stop fooling around, you idiot." He was still holding the axe in his hand, and he lifted it slightly. Immediately after, Jiang Xian swung the axe in a clean arc, smashing it right into Bei Gui's head. At the same time, he was released and landed lightly on the ground. As Jiang Xian squatted down, Bei Gui collapsed to the ground. One side of his face was now swollen. Bei Gui glared and yelled, "You're making a mistake." But he just calmly raised his middle finger, telling him contemptuously, "Cut the crap." Just then, Jiang Xian finally remembered his name. "I remember his name now. It's Bei Gui." Bei Gui was just now struggling to get up. Then he suddenly raised his hand to attack. Seeing this fatso rushing towards him, Jiang Xian just easily dodged. He gripped the axe in his hand once more. Right after, he swung it straight at Bei Guy's flailing arm. Immediately after, he fell to the ground, writhing and crying out in pain. Jiang Xian glared at Bei Gui and growled, "You need to be taught a lesson." He then thought to himself, "You're the one who caused the incident that led to the Yinglai Inn's tragic fate." Bei Gui, knowing his situation, quickly started crying and begging for mercy. But Jiang Xian's only reply was to coldly bring the axe down. His hand holding the axe was now trembling, the handle stained red with blood. He wiped the blood spatter from his chin and thought, I need to recover my martial arts quickly. This is exhausting. With that thought, he turned and left. Before leaving, Jiang Xian threw the axe down right next to Bi Gui's face. Before leaving for good, he turned back, glared, and warned, I'll be watching you next time. Bi Gui nodded his head frantically, not daring to make a sound. But in his heart, he thought, I'll pay you back double for this later. Jiang Xian calmly got dressed. His hand was now bandaged. As soon as he looked up, Jiang Xian saw Yun Ying run in from outside, cheerfully greeting him. The boy saw Jiang Xian's hand and asked curiously, Why do you have a cloth wrapped around your hand? He didn't answer Yun Ying right away, thinking to himself, It's been a while since I've seen the kid. Then Jiang Xian changed the subject. Did you just get back from the academy, Yun Ying? It seems the boy knew Jiang Xian was avoiding the question, so he asked about something else. Where is brother Bi Gui? Jiang Xian licked his lips slightly evasively, replying, I don't know either. Hearing that Yun Ying's expression fell for some reason, and he mumbled, Just as I thought, brother Bi Gui isn't honest at all. Master Zhu once said that honesty is the core of being a good person. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xian raised a hand motioning for silence and told the boy mysteriously, sometimes not knowing is a good thing. Then he leaned down and patted Yun Ying's shoulder, instructing him, I have to go out for a bit so you have dinner with your sister. I might be back a little late, so don't stay up too late reading and fall asleep. The boy still seemed very worried, advising Jiang Xian that it would be better to avoid going out at night. He just gave the boy a quick goodbye and left immediately. A while later at Changshenge, the place was desolate with only a few crows. Jiang Xian sat there meditating. He closed his eyes, his whole body emanating a dark purple aura. Jiang Xian frowned to himself and thought, this is the characteristic of the demonic qi. At first his breathing was somewhat ragged, but as he went through the stages, it gradually became purified. Dawn was slowly breaking over the mountains, and the first rays of sunlight appeared. At this moment, Jiang Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked down. By now, the aura had covered his entire body. Jiang Xian moved his hand slightly, feeling that it wasn't too bad. He stretched and said, Time to head back, I guess. After walking for a while, he returned to the Yinglai Inn. Jiang Xian then climbed the wall and jumped straight inside. He let out a sigh of relief, saying, This should be enough. Stepping inside the building, Jiang Xian pushed the door open and said, Maybe I should get a little shut-eye. With that, he opened the door and entered his room. But as soon as he saw the person in his room, Jiang Xian froze. Bi Gui. He looked at the man sprawled out in his room and wondered, why did this guy die in someone else's room? But upon closer inspection, it seemed Bi Gui wasn't dead. Seeing this, Jiang Xian immediately gritted his teeth in anger. So he's not dead, he's just sleeping. It's unclear what Jiang Xian did, but Bi Gui was now gagged, lying dazedly on the floor. Just then, the tip of someone's shoe nudged him in the head. Bi Gui was kicked awake, and he flinched the moment he saw the person in front of him. Jiang Xian held a wooden plank in his hand and asked with a grin, Some habits really do die hard. What are you doing in my room, looking for another beating? Sure enough, Bi Gui's face turned pale, drained of all color. Realizing what was going on, Jiang Xian approached him with a sinister smile. How about we start with a few punches, it'll be fun. With that, he lunged at this Bi Gui guy. A moment later, Bi Gui was on his knees with a swollen face, his head bowed, not daring to speak. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Xian looked down at him and said in a deep voice, Just live quietly and don't try to poke your nose into what's happening. Seeing Bi Gui nodding profusely, Jiang Xian didn't bother keeping him any longer. If you get it, then scram. As if he'd received a pardon, he immediately ran for his life out of the room. As soon as Bi Gui left, Jiang Xian fell back on the bed and sighed, What a tiring day. I need to train this body, protect the peace of Yinglai Inn, get the cooking back to normal, and I also need to find a room. The Valley Lord has so much to do. Just as he said this, Jiang Xian's eyes shot open as he remembered something. But then he paused, thinking there's no need to rush. After all, I'm the one here. I am the Tianmo Lord Jiang Xian. The sky outside looked like it was already quite late. Jiang Xian sat up in bed and stretched. I slept so well. But as he stretched, Jiang Xian suddenly cried out in pain. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt. Then Jiang Xian closed his eyes slightly and muttered, At times like this. He then circulated his qi, and a purple light once again enveloped Jiang Xian's hand. He entered a state of deep concentration, willing the pain in his body to subside. The bandaged part of Jiang Xian's arm was also gradually feeling better. He glanced at it and let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Xian then sat up straight, wiped the sweat from his face, and muttered, "Now I feel a bit more refreshed. Maybe I should create a new martial art for this body." Just then, Jiang Xian realized something else. He lowered his head with a wry smile and said to himself, "I've been starving since last night. I need to eat something. I can't take it anymore." With that, Jiang Xian got out of bed and went to the kitchen, softly calling for Chu Lan. When he saw her standing in the kitchen with a gloomy expression, Jiang Xian hurried inside. He asked her why she looked so grim. Was it because they were out of seasonings? Chu Lan turned, saw Jiang Xian, and replied, "We still have plenty of seasonings, but..." Hearing this, Jiang Xian asked again, "Then what's the problem?" He thought to himself, "I have to throw all those seasonings away." Chu Lan then turned around sadly and told Jiang Xian, "The stir-fried bamboo shoots taste strange." Seeing this, he walked over and picked up a piece of bamboo shoot from her pan. Jiang Xian picked up the bamboo shoot and popped it into his mouth, chewing. But just a second later, his face turned pale and his eyes widened. How can it be this awful? Seeing this, Chu Lan became very worried and confused. Jiang Xian quickly corrected himself, forcing a smile and telling her, "It's quite chewy." Seeing this, Chu Lan innocently asked, "So how does it taste?" Without hesitation, he told her straight that it's terrible. After hearing that, she looked sad and quite disappointed. Jiang Xian then asked, "How much salt did you put in this?" Chu Lan recalled and answered, "A handful." The moment he heard that, he froze and shouted, "Who adds salt by the handful? You're supposed to use a pinch." Then, looking very serious, Jiang Xian took a long spoon and tapped it against the side of the pot. He closed his eyes and said to her with conviction, "I'm going to show you what the problem is with your cooking. Watch closely." Seeing this, Chu Lan curiously came closer and asked, "What are you planning to do?" A gentle, graceful stream of water flowed downwards. The flames flared up fiercely, looking somewhat intimidating. Fire and water blended with the other spices, creating a spectacular sight. Jiang Xian then approached the cooking area. When Chu Lan asked him curiously, he asked her back, "You were planning on making chicken broth anyway, weren't you?" Hearing this, Chu Lan obediently nodded in agreement. Jiang Xian picked up a cleaver and spun it skillfully in his hand. Then, without a hint of hesitation, he coldly brought it chopping straight down. Instantly, the unfortunate chicken's head was severed from its body and flew off the cutting board. Seeing this, Chu Lan timidly covered her mouth. Jiang Xian then continued making a clean slice across the chicken's belly with the knife. Chu Lan was so frightened by the sight that she quickly shut her eyes. While she was scared, she suddenly heard Jiang Xian ask, "Sister, could you pass me a ladle of water?" As Chu Lan brought the water over, she asked hesitantly, "Isn't what you're doing a little cruel?" So Jiang Xian explained to her that if you boil the head innards and feet, the broth will definitely have a foul smell. After taking the ladle of water, Jiang Xian once again brought the knife down on the chicken. As he worked, he explained to Chu Lan, "The chicken skin has a lot of fat, so we need to remove some of it to give the broth a cleaner taste." After chopping the chicken, Jiang Xian dropped the pieces into the pot of water. When he was done, he told Chu Lan she could take it out in about 30 minutes. But something else was on Chu Lan's mind. "Where did you learn this? You told me you'd never cooked before." Realizing he might be exposed, Jiang Xian immediately changed the subject. "Is that important right now? The point is to save the inn." Fortunately, Chu Lan didn't press him any further. He looked at her sad expression and thought to himself, her grandfather was the previous owner of the Yinglai Inn, and he was an excellent cook. But unfortunately, he passed away suddenly, and that's why I have to teach her to cook. Before he could finish his thought, Chu Lan voiced another worry about Uncle Guo. At this, Jiang Xian immediately dismissed it. "He just runs the cloth shop." He patted her on the shoulder and explained, "If you want to keep the inn your grandfather passed down, you have to change the way you cook first, and I'll help you." To be honest, Chu Lan was still very worried, but without any seasoning, can you really get rid of that chicken smell? This was just what Jiang Xian was waiting for, and he chuckled, "You'll know once you try it." Then he skimmed the chopped chicken pieces out of the pot. When she heard Jiang Xian say he was going to separate the meat from the bones and skin, Chu Lan hurried over, exclaiming, "Let me help you." But Jiang Xian immediately stopped her, refusing to let her touch it. Seeing him act like that, Chu Lan became even more hesitant. 15 minutes later, Jiang Xian gently prodded the chicken meat and said, "If you take it out right away, it'll be too hot. We should let it cool for a bit before separating the meat and bones like now." Chu Lan now finally understood why he had stopped her earlier. But Chu Lan was still curious. Why not just put the whole chicken in the pot? Wouldn't that be better? Jiang Xian explained that if you do that, the meat will get mushy and lose its flavor, and besides, you can make a delicious broth just by simmering the bones. Watching him work, Chu Lan had a realization about something she'd never known before. Jiang Xian artfully sprinkled a bit more salt on the dish, thinking to himself, it's a shame that with all these spices there's no pepper, but oh well, this will have to do. A moment later, a bowl of beautifully colored chicken broth was placed on the table. Jiang Xian pointed to the bowl and said, "Now go on and try it. If you eat it with rice, it's a chicken soup dish, and if you eat it with noodles, it's chicken noodle soup." Hearing that, a very curious Chu Lan took a spoon, leaned over, and scooped some up. She slowly brought the spoonful of soup to her lips. From the very first taste, Chu Lan's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "This is delicious, Jiang Xian." Hearing this, he proudly thought, what a great reaction, her blind faith in seasoning is finally over. But at that same moment, he heard Chu Lan say, "I think it would be better with a little more seasoning." Jiang Xian was taken aback, then remembered that changing habits takes time. A while later at the inn, a customer was sitting down to eat and rest. After just the first bite, the man was shocked. "What is this dish?" He then hurriedly took a second bite. Finally, the man even lifted the large bowl and drank all the broth. When he was done, he put the bowl down and announced loudly, "The soup is delicious today." Seeing this, Chu Lan was overjoyed. A customer said, "It's delicious. This is the first time I've heard that since I took over the inn." Jiang Xian, standing beside her, said with great confidence, "You'll be hearing that a lot from now on." Seeing him so confident, Chu Lan also smiled happily. A short time later, the inn was filled with customers coming and going, all wanting to try the soup. Elsewhere, someone was standing nearby observing. It was Uncle Guo. He was stunned to see the inn so busy, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? Why are there more and more customers? He had no idea that Jiang Xian was also upstairs looking down on him. He smirked deviously, thinking, "Uncle Guo, you had better get here soon. From now on, I will be treating you to some truly exquisite dishes." Chu Lan was slowly chopping leeks into smaller pieces. After a moment, the leeks were all cut very evenly. She lifted her knife hand to wipe away sweat and said with a smile, "I must be getting better. I just have to keep trying." Just then, someone walked in to greet her. It was Uncle Guo. He entered and said, "Chu Lan, so this is where you were." As soon as Uncle Guo saw the evenly chopped leeks on the cutting board, his expression darkened. Then his eyes widened with a hint of displeasure as he asked Chu Lan, "I have not been able to reach you lately, so I was a bit worried. Are there any problems with the customers?" But inwardly, he was afraid the aroma has changed. "I cannot let this continue." Chu Lan, ever so innocent, replied, "Yes, the inn changed its broth, and more customers are coming." After hearing this, Uncle Guo walked over to the pot on the stove and retorted, "How can this possibly get rid of the chicken's gamey smell?" Chu Lan did not think much of it. She simply ladled a bowl of soup and told him, "I thought the same thing, Uncle, but it really does work." Uncle Guo took the bowl of soup from her and brought it to his lips for a taste. But immediately after, he froze in astonishment, exclaiming, "How can this be so delicious?" Before Chu Lan could even feel happy, Uncle Guo threw the bowl down on the counter and said in a low voice, "However, its weakness is that the flavor is too mild. It is not bad, but it is not outstanding either." Her spirits immediately fell when she heard him say that, but the customers said it was delicious. Then Uncle Guo began his eloquent explanation. If the customers were from Hunan and preferred light flavors, this broth would be fine. But as you know, the people of Jiangsu have always favored flavors that stimulate the palate and the nose. I have told you time and again, business is not about finding the fastest path, but the right one. It is at times like these that you must proceed slowly and carefully. Then, like an unlocked door, customers will willingly come to the inn to enjoy your food. Although Chu Lan was sad, she was still very obedient. She thought to herself, "Uncle Guo is only saying this because he is thinking of me, but business is still doing well, even without the spices." Just then, he leaned down and whispered to Chu Lan with an utterly vile expression, "If it is too difficult, there is another way." A moment later, after hearing him out, Chu Lan quickly shoved Uncle Guo's hand away. "I could never do that." He was pushed back a few steps by her. Then Uncle Guo licked his lips slightly and continued in a low voice, "If that is your decision, I will not say any more, but remember my words." Inwardly, he thought, what a pity. His business done, Uncle Guo turned and left while Chu Lan still politely bid him farewell. After Uncle Guo was gone, she let out a long sigh as she looked at the pot of broth. The scene shifts to the upper floor of the Yinglai Inn. Jiang Xian was sitting on his bed, exhaling slowly as he meditated. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, staring straight ahead. In front of Jiang Xian, a dark figure was rushing towards him with incredible aggression. Not only that, but the man was also holding a sword. But Jiang Xian calmly dodged to the side, causing the man's thrust to miss. Then he quickly swung his arm back. He caught the dark figure, stopping its momentum. Immediately after, Jiang Xian slammed him to the ground, cracking the floor around them. The dark figure was thrown down and even convulsed from the impact. Before he could recover, he saw Jiang Xian's fist rushing towards him. The dark figure was so terrified that it could only lie there, eyes wide and frozen. Jiang Xian let out a great shout and began punching the dark figure relentlessly. He punched so many times that his entire hand was covered in blood. And yet the dark figure arched its back and stood up, looking utterly demonic. Seeing this, Jiang Xian was slightly startled. The man did not stop there. He continued to charge and attack him. But this time, Jiang Xian caught the dark figure's arm firmly. Then, quick as lightning, he grabbed the man's arm and slammed him down from above. The impact created an earth-shattering boom. After the attack, Jiang Xian panted as he looked down. On the ground below, only a bit of black dust remained, but there was no sign of anyone. Seeing this, he just smirked. Jiang Xian puffed out his chest proudly and muttered, "Catch, strike, and throw combine to make the triple strike assault." Naming a new martial art skill feels pretty crazy. With that settled, Jiang Xian suddenly remembered, "I wonder how Sister Chu Lan is doing." He then stepped out of the kitchen and seeing Chu Lan looking gloomy, he asked, "What's wrong, sister? Did something happen?" She honestly told him, her expression still very grim. "Guo Shi came by this morning and said our soup wasn't good." But Jiang Xian was unfazed, walking into the kitchen and saying, "Don't worry about it, sister. If that uncle could cook well, he'd have opened an inn or a tavern, not a fabric shop, right?" Hearing that, it was as if a light went on for Chu Lan. She smiled and said, "That's true." He saw the side dishes on the table and thought with a smirk, "That guy, Bi Wei, actually listens. Otherwise, he would have gotten a beating from me." Seeing Jiang Xian pick up a plate, Chu Lan asked curiously, "What are you planning to do today?" Jiang Xian replied to her, "I'm going to cook something delicious for you, so you should rest for a bit. Today will be very special." Chu Lan was delighted to hear this. "Even so, I still want to stay here. I want to see how it's made." Jiang Xian chuckled and told her that's a good attitude to have. Then he got to work first, rendering fat from lard. After that, he added the tian mianzheng and sugar, stir-frying it thoroughly, then stir-frying the vegetables with the dark sauce. Jiang Xian skillfully handled the wok, tossing the sauce into the air. Chu Lan was incredibly surprised and impressed. "How can you do that? You seem even more skilled than my grandfather." Jiang Xian happily instructed her, "It's simple. You just have to push and pull the wok." As he spoke, he demonstrated right in front of Chu Lan. First, he pushed the wok forward. The shimmering sauce was tossed up from the wok. Then he pulled the wok back. Everything Jiang Xian did was incredibly skillful. When he pulled it back, the black bean sauce was mixed together more evenly. He even carefully advised her, "You absolutely don't shake the wok up and down. You have to use the movement of your wrist to push and pull." Chu Lan smiled brightly and said, "I understand now." Even Yun Ming, who was outside, was drawn in by the fragrant aroma coming from the kitchen. Jiang Xian pointed the ladle at the little boy, smiled, and said, "Just wait a bit. Everyone gets a share." A short while later, 4 neatly arranged plates of black bean noodles were set on the dining table. When everyone was seated at the table, Yun Ming asked Jiang Xian very curiously, "Big brother, how do you eat this?" Sitting across from him, he told the little boy, "Just mix it up and eat." After speaking, Jiang Xian recalled the past. Before coming to the martial world, he had seen a variety show in China that sold Korean-style black bean noodles. The native Chinese dish called jjajangmyeon had become black bean noodles in Korea, and in turn, it had garnered attention back in its homeland. Even in his past life, the Legion's chef had eaten black bean noodles and praised it endlessly. I wonder how it will be received here. Chu Lan and the others all ate with great relish. She couldn't even put down her chopsticks. Yun Ming exclaimed, "This doesn't seem like a taste from this world." Bi Wei also devoured his food, constantly praising how delicious it was. Jiang Xian just sat quietly watching them eat and thought, "It really is delicious, but it feels incomplete without pickled radish." Chu Lan finally put down her chopsticks to praise the meal with a little black bean sauce still on the corner of her mouth. Jiang Xian leaned over and took a cloth to wipe her mouth, saying, "You're in a better mood now, aren't you?" In Chu Lan's eyes, at that moment, Jiang Xian looked incredibly handsome. The other two who were still eating paused when they saw this and stared over at them. Jiang Xian smirked again and said, "Let's sell this." Chulan naturally agreed. She smiled brightly and said, "It's not just for Hunan and Jiangsu. This is a flavor everyone will love." But seeing her smile now, a storm brewed in Jiang Xian's heart. That was the last time I saw Sister Chulan's radiant smile. Jiang Xian and Chulan were standing in the kitchen. She squeezed her eyes shut with all her might, trying to imitate the method he had taught her earlier. Seeing this, Jiang Xian, who was beside her, slowly said, "That's right, that should be it." Hearing his comment, Chulan let out a sigh of happy relief. The fire was still burning, and the soy sauce was simmering in the pot. Seeing this, Jiang Xian smiled, thinking that the results of the hellish training were finally paying off. He asked Chulan, "Do you have any wine that's been aged long enough for us to serve here at the inn?" Chulan immediately replied, "Yes, it's in the storeroom." It was a beautiful day at the Yinglai Inn. The sky was clear and incredibly blue. Jiang Xian opened the storeroom door and stepped inside. He looked at the wine collection with great interest. He picked up a jug of wine, licked his lips, and murmured, "But I have to be patient and wait for the Mo Zun Qi to return." Then Jiang Xian went back to the kitchen. His eyes lit up when he saw something on the stove. In the darkest corner there was a jar of something pickled. Then Jiang Xian skillfully tossed a radish into the air and sliced it in midair. A moment later, the neatly cut radish slices were on a plate. He took a cup of wine and poured it over them to pickle. When Chulan asked what he was doing, Jiang Xian said mysteriously, "It's a secret weapon. The black bean noodles will taste much better with this. In 1 week, we'll officially start selling black bean noodles at the inn. Until then, you must train nonstop, you understand," Jiang Xian instructed Chulan. Just then, a group of menacing-looking men walked in from outside. Their leader was Ju Chong, who shouted, "Chulan, what is that wench doing? Your brothers are here. Why aren't you out to greet us?" Before they could take another few steps, Bea Wei ran over and bowed deeply, greeting them. "You're here, my brothers." Jiang Xian leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching them, when a dazzling insignia with the character Yi caught his eye. Jiang Xian immediately recognized it as the symbol of the Hei Yi Bang. They stopped and smacked Bei Wei on the head, a violent greeting. He gritted his teeth and endured it, asking timidly, "What about what I mentioned last time?" But Ju Chong's face darkened, and he glared, "Hey, don't rush me." Bei Wei, knowing his place, quickly apologized. "This lowly one has committed a grave offense." He then demanded, "If you know what's good for you, get Chulan out here." There were many of them, but instead of sitting together, they spread out across several tables. Jiang Xian's face was now as black as the bottom of a pot, and he cursed inwardly, "Do these pests have a death wish?" But before he could do anything, Chulan had already rushed over to that man Ju Chong's table. She asked him nervously, "Why are you here?" But Ju Chong shamelessly teased her, "What's wrong?" "I came here because I wanted to see you, Chulan. But shouldn't you greet me first?" But she shouted out, "Why should I have to greet you?" As soon as she finished, his men burst out into mocking laughter. Chulan's face flushed red, a mix of embarrassment and fear. Ju Chong stopped teasing her and ordered her to bring out wine and snacks. "No, just bring the wine." Hearing this, his underlings chimed in mockingly, "Boss, what about the snacks?" They laughed, disparaging the inn's food. "Do you want to get a stomachache or something?" A moment later, Chulan returned her steps hurried. A jug of wine was slammed down hard on Ju Chong's table. But before Chulan could even let go, another hand reached out. Ju Chong grabbed Chulan's arm and began to speak in a suggestive tone. "Chulan, how old are you, 21 or 22? Her captured hand trembled, whether from fear or pain, it was hard to tell. Chulan gritted her teeth and said firmly, "Why do you want to know?" Before she could do anything else, with a sudden tug, Ju Chong pulled her down onto his lap. He started his advances, whispering to her, "This big brother here wants to teach you about the taste of wine and the joys of life." She struggled, telling him to let her go. Seeing this, Ju Chong's true colors showed. "Have you forgotten that I'm the one protecting this place?" As expected, the moment he finished speaking, Chulan froze her face, turning pale. Ju Chong continued to murmur, "I could triple the protection fee." Her whole body trembled violently. Chulan thought worriedly, "Then I won't be able to keep this shop anymore." Seeing that she had stopped struggling, Ju Chong pressed his advantage. He picked up the wine cup from the table and said with a smile, "Come on now, take a sip of wine." Chulan's body couldn't help but tremble. She hated this. But then Chulan recalled the image of Yun Ying covered in dirt, still saying she was fine, and then the image of Jiang Xian smiling and saying, "Don't worry, I'll cook something delicious for you." Finally, she saw Jiang Xian's tear-streaked face. "It's all your fault." She was thinking to herself, "If I want to protect the inn, I have no other choice." Just then, a stone flew from out of nowhere and struck the wine cup in Ju Chong's hand. The cup shattered, and wine spilled all over the table. Immediately, Ju Chong's men stood up ready to find the culprit. The nearby gate was completely deserted, and the courtyard was quiet and empty. After looking around and seeing nothing, Ju Chong grumbled angrily, "Just a coward who only knows how to throw rocks and hide his hand." His subordinate advised Big Brother Ju Chong, "Let's go back inside and eat." But he just turned coldly and walked out of the inn. "I've lost my appetite now. I just want to catch that bastard." Meanwhile, Jiang Xian was smearing soot on his face, chuckling to himself. "How dare you cause a scene in the inn, you insects!" The men from the Yi He gang walked aggressively through the town, looking for the person who threw the stone. Suddenly, Ju Chong noticed a stall selling steamed buns on the street. He walked over, grabbed one, and said arrogantly, "I'm a little hungry." Seeing Ju Chong shove the bun straight into his mouth, the stall owner said respectfully, "Sir, if you're going to eat it, please." But before he could finish, he spat the bun out and said contemptuously, "You're actually trying to sell buns like this." Everywhere they went, they harassed people. Suddenly, a man with a sooty face bumped into Ju Chong's shoulder and even spoke arrogantly. "Why are you blocking my way?" He flew into a rage, spun around, and yelled, "Does this beggar have a death wish?" As the man darted away, Ju Chong noticed something. There was no knot on his back, so he wasn't from the beggar's sect. "I'm in a bad mood today, unlucky for you." Immediately, Ju Chong ordered his men to chase after Jiang Xian. They chased after him in a line. A moment later, the whole group saw Jiang Xian waiting in a dead-end alley. Ju Chong approached him and growled, "You little brat, I'm not in a good mood today, so you're finished." They were even carrying swords, the blades scraping against the ground with a piercing shriek. But Jiang Xian wasn't afraid at all. He even walked closer to them and said, "You planning on hitting me? I really hate being hit." The Yi He gang members stared confused about what was wrong with him. By now, he was standing right in front of them. "But it's fine if I hit you." Jiang Xian's entire body radiated killing intent. His eyes flashed as he smiled and asked, "So do you want a beating?" At the same time, Ju Chong suddenly walked straight up to Jiang Xian. He brazenly pointed a finger right in his face. "Hey, are you crazy?" Instantly, Jiang Xian gripped Ju Chong's finger and said softly, "That day is today." Ju Chong looked annoyed and struggled to break free. "What the hell is this lunatic talking about? Let go, will you?" Another man prepared to step forward. "You don't seem to be in your right mind." Before the group could react, Jiang Xian, his eyes glowing, tightened his grip on the man's finger. Without a moment's hesitation, he ripped it clean off, and blood immediately started gushing out. Vague memories suddenly flashed through Jiang Xian's mind. Ju Chong was one of the men who ruined his sister's life in his past life. That Ju Chong had taken an interest in his sister and had beaten him for it. His sister rejected him, so he ended up hitting her, leaving a scar on her cheek. In that moment, Chulan struggled to touch Jiang Xian's hand, her voice weak. "Jiang Xian, are you all right?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel stunned, turning his head to look at her. At that moment, Chulan gave a radiant smile and tried to comfort him. "Really, it doesn't hurt at all, don't you worry." Back in the present, Jiang Xian stood motionless. He thought to himself, "I didn't know back then. It's only now that I'm 35 years old and have returned to the past that I realize what a heavy burden my sister was carrying." Just as Jiang Xian was distracted, Ju Chong suddenly sprang up. He gripped the hilt of his dagger and roared resentfully, "You lunatic." For his part, Jiang Xian wasn't the least bit afraid. He rushed straight towards Ju Chong. Then he swung his arm, and the dagger immediately fell from his hand. Instantly, he charged forward furiously, raining down devastating blows on him. After a while, Jiang Xian finally stopped, then lunged forward once more. His hand swung powerfully through the empty air. At that moment, Ju Chong couldn't stop retching, spitting out disgusting saliva. Witnessing this scene, the remaining men rushed forward. Die, just die. In an instant, his fist grazed one man's throat. The man's body was sent flying. Jiang Xian looked at the men, his cold eyes glowing with a fiery red light. "Shouldn't I?" With that, he advanced menacingly, step by step, his voice echoing like a sound from hell. "Then let me." Right after, Jiang Xian slowly moved his fingertips, and his whole body was surrounded by a blue-purple light. He was seen lifting one of the men with his bare hands, making him scream in terror. Jiang Xian decisively slammed his fist into the man's throat. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the remaining man frantically backed away. He kept begging, Don't come over here." Just as the man was about to climb the wall to escape, Jiang Xian suddenly grabbed his leg. Immediately, he forcefully slammed the man's body onto the ground, leaving him motionless on the floor. A sudden realization flashed through his mind, making him break out in a cold sweat. Finally, Jiang Xian turned his attention to Zhu Chong, who without hesitation scrambled to run away. Jiang Xian, on the other hand, was strangely calm as he slowly cast a spell. Then Jiang Xian slid 1 foot back, and with a light swing of his hand, he aimed straight for Zhu Chong's rear end. Jiang Xian approached step by step. The others can run, but you can't. The man helplessly screamed and stammered, You'll regret this. At this, Zhu Chong trembled and pointed a finger at Jiang Xian. You maggot. He looked at him coldly. Your first problem is that filthy mouth of yours. In a flash, the rock in Jiang Xian's hand smashed into Zhu Chong's face, sending blood flying everywhere. He stomped hard on the man's leg, saying sharply, The second is these hands that do evil. Facing Jiang Xian's powerful arm, Zhu Chong kept begging for his life. He blatantly ignored the man's pleading eyes. Wrongdoing must be punished, you bastard. The rock in his hand came crashing down on Zhu Chong's head. After a while, Jiang Xian smiled with excitement. This is compensation for the members of the inn. He looked at the paper in confusion. Wei Yu Hai. After these time-related words, it says again. Jiang Xian suddenly froze. Wait, could this be? Thinking of this, he smiled with satisfaction. How interesting. The scene changes to a sunlit mansion. At the same time, Jiang Xian suddenly appeared. Sister, what are you doing? Aren't you going to open for business? Even the stove is off. Chu Lan looked out the window and replied listlessly, I just feel a little tired. Hearing this, Jiang Xian consoled her. Tired of what times like these are when you have to try even harder. Chu Lan smiled faintly and moved closer to the stove. I know, sister, watch how much my knife skills have improved. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Lan focused on slicing the vegetables into thin pieces. In that moment, her eyes filled with joy. Suddenly, Jiang Xian asked curiously, Sister, what's your dream? She paused for a moment, her gaze drifting away. My dream. The corners of Chu Lan's mouth curved up unconsciously. Then she smiled brightly, her voice clear and resonant. To carry on my grandfather's wish, I want to make our inn the best in the Central Plains. With that, Chu Lan turned to Jiang Xian, unable to stop giggling. It's silly, isn't it? Jiang Xian immediately disagreed. Not at all. There's no such thing as a silly dream in this world. Every dream, no matter who dreams, it deserves respect. For a moment, she was choked with emotion. Jiang Xian. Chu Lan's gaze suddenly fell on his dirty face. But what happened to your face? She reached out a hand. Stay still and let me clean it for you. Right after Chu Lan used her soft hands to wipe Jiang Xian's face. He unconsciously savored the moment. I'd forgotten her hands are much warmer than I remember. In the quiet room, Jiang Xian sat upright with his eyes half closed. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from his body. It swirled just like a miniature universe. The light expanded, forming a huge vortex of energy. That was also when Jiang Xian was awakened. He watched with wide eyes. My Dantian, which was open not long ago, has now reached the first realm. Later, Jiang Xian stood firmly on a stone peak against a red-orange sky. The corners of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. After a while, Jiang Xian quickly opened the door and smirked. The Ma Zun Qi has 12 realms, and after that, one reaches the ideal state. In my past life, I reached the 9th realm and entered the extreme demon realm. This life, I might go even further. Thinking about this, Jiang Xian couldn't help but break into a wide grin. Reaching the first realm has 2 benefits. First, my internal energy will build up on its own, like accumulating interest. Then, upon reaching a limit, he suddenly covered his eyes, exclaiming inwardly, so bright. Jiang Xian looked ahead and thought to himself, it's a little later than usual. Maybe I should run. The moment he finished the thought, Jiang Xian dashed forward at full speed. His body shot forward, a weightless sensation spreading through him. Nice, I feel so light. A satisfied smile crept onto Jiang Xian's lips. Improved physical response. That's the second benefit. In an instant, he arrived at the kitchen. Jiang Xian tilted his head slightly. I wonder if Sister Suo Lan is doing all right. Then his expression turned cold. Uncle Guo is here. The old man's doubtful gaze fell upon Jiang Xian. You brat, what are you doing here, Suo Lan? Didn't you always say this kid was so useless? He brought nothing but bad luck. Suo Lan quickly interjected, her voice firm. Uncle, don't say that. Jiang Xian is an excellent cook, and thanks to him, my own skills have improved a lot. At her praise, Jiang Xian looked pleased with himself. Uncle Guo suddenly pointed right at him. Was this the brat who changed the broth last time? He nodded quickly. Yes, that was me. He shot Jiang Xian a sharp look and said authoritatively, "It's your inn, so even if it fails, that's your problem to deal with. But what's clear is that the people of Jiangsu like bold flavors, not this bland broth of yours." Jiang Xian suddenly asked, "Uncle, do you know why the most refined aspect of Jiangsu cuisine is fire control?" The old man hesitated for a moment. Well, that's..." Seeing this, he sighed in exasperation. Then Jiang Xian glanced at the dining table and calmly explained, "Tanyang Santu Suzhou Sanji Nanjing Sanshi." These are all signature dishes of Jiangsu cuisine, which always preserve the natural flavor of the ingredients and avoid overpowering spices. Faced with this barrage of sharp words, Uncle Guo looked uncomfortable. Beside him, Suo Lan clapped her hands. "You're so smart, Jiang Xian." He stepped forward, disgruntled. I knew that. That chashao jiu dish is made with chicken, isn't it? That's cheap food for common folk." He immediately shot back. "It's not chashao jiu, it's chashao guiyu. It's not made with chicken, it's mandarin fish. And it costs more than a bolt of silk from your shop." A flicker of suspicion crossed Uncle Guo's eyes as he growled, "Was that strange dish one of your tricks too?" Suo Lan jumped in to defend him. "What do you mean trick? That's a dish Jiang Xian created. He's my cooking master." Uncle Guo sighed in defeat. "Oh, for heaven's sake." Before he could argue, Jiang Xian continued enthusiastically, "I made sweet bean noodles with a new recipe adding onions and pork. Would you like to try some, Uncle?" Uncle Guo snorted. "I don't need to taste it to know it's something not even a dog would eat." Hearing this, Jiang Xian's eyes flared. "Does that filthy mouth of his have psychic powers? How can you know what something tastes like without even trying it?" Uncle Guo remained aloof, staring intently at her. "Suo Lan, can something that simple even be called cooking? I shouldn't have said anything, but let me make a prediction. That dish is doomed to fail." Jiang Xian couldn't help but feel a little skeptical. "Is that so?" In the end, he made an offer. "If you're a true gourmet uncle, you should at least taste it first." With that, Jiang Xian brought out a glistening bowl of noodles. Uncle Guo scoffed as if he'd heard something ridiculous. "Are you challenging me?" "Fine. If it's bad, I'll spit it right out." Jiang Xian replied nonchalantly, "Be my guest." Right after, he quickly grabbed a few strands of noodles. He chewed noisily, but his expression remained tense. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Xian grew anxious. "So is it really not good? No matter how subjective taste is, there's no way it could be bad." A moment later, Uncle Guo hurried out. He left with a single remark. I have nothing to say." Suo Lan was confused. He turned the bowl upside down. He ate every last bit. She smiled brightly. "Looks like Uncle Guo really loves the black bean noodles." He licked the bowl clean. Jiang Xian chuckled softly. "I knew he would." Suo Lan quickly replied, "So can we get ready to open for business now?" In a flash, the stall was set up neatly. Meanwhile, a group of people seemed to be trying to hang something up. Then Jiang Xian suddenly narrowed his eyes at Bei Gui. He couldn't resist kicking him. Jiang Xian yelled angrily, "You're always slacking off instead of working. You got a death wish. Get back to work while I'm still asking nicely." Bei Gui ignored him, looking flustered. "Hey, could it be?" He glared at Bei Gui. "What were you about to say?" He answered quickly. "No, it's nothing." Then he hastily carried the items away. Watching Bei Gui's retreating back, Jiang Xian fell into deep thought. "It seems Bei Gui is starting to suspect that I'm not who I seem to be. I can't be sure because beating up a headwaiter and killing a vice leader of the Black Moon Gang are on two completely different levels." A while later, the bowls and chopsticks were neatly arranged. Beside him, Suo Lan couldn't help but worry. "Jiang Xian, we've done all this, but what if they say it tastes terrible?" He replied nonchalantly, "What do you mean, what if? Is there anything else we can do?" Jiang Xian reminded her, "Don't just work hard. Instead, just focus on making it taste good." Suo Lan suddenly rushed over to Jiang Xian, teasing him. "So cool and reliable." Yun Ming chimed in. "That's right. Confucius said that a gentleman is modest in his speech but exceeds in his actions. Not only that, sincerity is the way of heaven, and to be sincere is..." Hearing this, Jiang Xian slowly turned around. "Yun Ming." He then emphasized each word. "It's about your own hard work." Suo Lan quickly stepped closer. "Yun Ming is also very commendable. He always takes the initiative to help me." The boy put on a cool expression. "I'm not a kid anymore." Jiang Xian suddenly chimed in. "That's right, kiddo." He gave Yun a surprise hug and ruffled his hair. "Isn't that right?" Meanwhile, the boy smiled to himself. Then Yun spoke, his voice steady. "This free tasting event will change the fate of the inn." I've personally pickled radishes to sell starting tomorrow because it's a special dish you can't find anywhere else in the Central Plains. Over here, Jiang Xian gazed into the distance. The scene shifts to the afternoon. The inn was completely empty. Before him were the tables and chairs, all untouched. At the same time, Yun Ying was trying hard to attract customers. Please come try our new dish. Chulan also called out, come and try our free black bean noodles. The boy slumped down dejectedly, sighing. Why isn't anyone coming? Jiang Xian now had a tense expression. I'm getting embarrassed myself. What could be the problem? Just then, Bei Hui suddenly spoke up. Isn't it because of its appearance? The smell is good, but the color isn't very appealing, and it doesn't exactly look like a nutritious meal either. Hearing this, something clicked in Jiang Xian's mind. He quickly threw an arm around Bei Hui's neck. The flustered man stammered, Jiang Xian, where are you going? I was wrong. The boy said in a low, reassuring voice, don't worry, I'm not going to hit you. Jiang Xian turned to Bei Hui and smiled. I'm going to make up for my mistakes. Right after, Jiang Xian busily carried a pot over to Bei Hui. Meanwhile, he carefully poured it evenly into the wok. Seeing this, Chulan asked curiously, Jiang Xian, what are you planning to do dragging the stove outside like this? He was seen holding a bowl of onions in one hand and a bowl of black bean paste in the other. Jiang Xian smiled with an excited look. From now on, I'm going to stir-fry the black bean paste again. Steam rose from the hot wok, and the smell of black bean paste spread everywhere. One person stared in surprise. Where is that delicious smell coming from? The person next to him nodded slightly. Yeah, it smells amazing. At the same time, Jiang Xian excitedly tossed the wok, decisively raising the ladle with his other hand. At that moment, the man from before was stunned. Oh, what's that over there? The other person blurted out praise, his voice full of excitement. A chef with incredible skill. Over here, Chulan's voice rang out. Come and try our black bean noodles. The moment it enters your mouth will surprise you. Yun Ying, standing beside her, added, if what my sister says is wrong, the Yinglai Inn will take full responsibility. The man approached curiously. What kind of local dish is this? It smells so good. She quickly explained, this is a dish created by our inn's genius young chef. He chuckled in amusement. A genius young chef? That sounds so grand. She continued to invite him. Come on, please have a taste first. In an instant, Jiang Xian stuck the chopsticks straight into the bowl. He smiled smugly, carrying the bowl of noodles to the customer. Then suddenly, Jiang Xian lifted the bowl and moved to the left. Finally, he moved back to the right. After a moment, Jiang Xian chuckled softly. All right, he thought to himself, I've captured them with the aroma by moving it back and forth and grabbed their attention with the performance. Now it's time to win them over with the taste. Immediately, the group began slurping up the glossy noodles. The bald man nodded. What a unique flavor. Chulan replied gently, would you like to try it with some pickled radish? He slowly picked up a piece of the glistening yellow radish. The bald man didn't hesitate to pop it into his mouth. The moment he took a bite, his eyes lit up. My goodness, this flavor. The man from before was also eating with gusto, a delighted smile on his face. The rest of the group was seen enjoying the steaming hot bowls of noodles. The children on the street were also smiling joyfully. At this point, one of the customers asked curiously, what's this dish called? Chulan answered politely, it's called black bean noodles. He asked again, is it only sold here? She nodded slightly, yes. Suddenly, the stall erupted in clamor. Give me a serving. An angry customer shouted, hey, don't push. Then the others frantically shoved hurry up with my order. Someone nearby yelled indignantly, hey miss, I've been waiting for a long time. Why haven't you given me mine? Chulan stood up flustered. Everyone, please keep in order. After a while, empty bowls were stacked high on the shelf. Chulan looked at them with shining eyes. We sold out. On the other hand, Bai Hui and Yun Ying were still working hard. He complained, where did Jiang Xian go, leaving this kid to do all the work? The little guy immediately explained, Brother Bei Hui to save the inn. Brother Jiang Xian worked really hard cooking. It's our responsibility to clean up after ourselves. Hearing this, he got even more annoyed. Even so, he should be cleaning up with us. The boy suddenly moved closer. Are you unhappy about it? Bei Hui forced a smile. No, it's not that, I'm just a little tired. Just then, Jiang Xian handed Yun Ying a stick of tanghulu. You worked hard today. Yun Ying, here, eat this. The little boy drooled at the sight of the two shiny candy skewers. Chulan laughed heartily. So good, I feel so refreshed after eating this. Jiang Xian glanced over. It's been a while since I've had tanghulu. She turned to him and smiled gently. Jiang Xian, you've worked hard. Jiang Xian pointed towards Chulan and nodded. You too. Then she couldn't help but laugh out loud. I was wondering what would happen if no one cared, but as expected of Master, this was all part of the plan, wasn't it? Wen Ying nodded slightly, his eyes shining like fire. That's right. I told you new day, new progress. Every day I look at you, I can't help but be amazed. Jiang Xian chuckled gently, ruffling the boy's hair. Hey, that's an exaggeration. In that moment, the corners of Chulan's mouth slowly turned up, and she spoke with a choked voice. If he could see this, he would be so happy, wouldn't he? Jiang Xian turned back to look at her, silently affirming that things would get better in the future. Big sis, if you want the inn to succeed, you'll have to work even harder. But there's nothing to worry about because I plan to pass on all the cooking knowledge I have to you. Just then, shouts echoed through the street. Bring it to this table quickly. The person next to him waved his hand and yelled, over here too. Meanwhile, B.E. Gui casually shook his leg, responding nonchalantly, yes, yes. Over here, Jiang Xian bowed his head, panting. He angrily gritted his teeth. Brother B.I. Guy, you're not working properly, are you? He quickly changed the subject, chuckling. Did you just get back from climbing a mountain? What's that you're carrying on your shoulder? A few days earlier, Jiang Xian had instructed seriously, when you lift weights, start lightly with 3 kilograms for a total of 12 kilograms. Back in the present, Jiang Xian questioned in a loud voice, you don't care. B.I. Gui replied quickly, I get it. Then he looked down at his arms, which were tightly wrapped in cloth strips, before suddenly lifting his head to look forward. He saw Chulan frantically running back and forth. For a moment he was confused. Did the sudden rush of customers fluster her? Over here, Chulan looked flustered. Jiang Xian, you're back. I'm sorry, it's the first time we've had so many orders. I feel so incompetent. Seeing her covered in dirt and grime, Jiang Xian reassured her, you're doing better than I expected. A moment later, he urged her, go get some rest. I'll take it from here. Hearing this, Chulan suddenly grabbed Jiang Xian's hand tightly. She spoke with a determined voice. No, I'm fine. From now on, it might get even busier and more difficult. I can't act like a fool anymore. After hearing her, he looked proud. Now you've become a true chef. Chulan put on a smug look. That's basic. Seeing this, Jiang Xian turned his attention to the fire. Then I'll help you put out this urgent fire. Later, he poked his head out and asked curiously about the money. Brother B.E. Guy, how much did we make today? He answered without a second thought, about 400 silver. Jiang Xian growled angrily. When it comes to money, you need to be precise. B.I. Gui replied confidently. We've sold 20 bowls, that's 400 silver. I'm sure of it. He emphasized quietly. You know you'd be dead if you went anywhere else, right? He hesitated and nodded. Of course. Just then, the purple-haired man walked in, unable to help, but exclaim, it's so crowded today. The bald man sniffed the air. That aroma, it seems they've changed the chef. B.I. Gui hastily ran over. You're here, brothers. Jiang Xian's gaze fell on the symbol on the purple-haired man's clothes, Hei Ji. Seeing this, he turned and went into the kitchen without a care. At the same time, the man slammed his hand on the table angrily. Damn it, where's the news on that bastard? The bald man sighed softly. It's been 10 days. How can we possibly find him now? Hearing this, Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. 10 days. So it was then. This is about me. The atmosphere grew tense, but the purple-haired man spoke with craving. I want to go to the Hai Yue Lu. I hear there's a new courtesan. The bald man replied wearily, we don't have the money. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian's disgust grew, and he cursed inwardly, a bunch of scumbags. Just then, a voice suddenly reached Jiang Xian's ears. But why have there been so many of Brother Deng Zhao San's people around lately? The purple-haired man was indifferent. I don't know. It's probably because of Brother Zhu Chong's death. The bald man let out a low chuckle. Brother, that guy spent every day drinking while hiding money behind our backs. He continued, that's right anyway. Brother Deng has been wearing scorched clothes for the past few days as if sparks flew on him. I don't know what he's up to. At the same time, Jiang Xian smiled maliciously. Those clothes must belong to a true hero, right? Human greed is a frightening thing. Once desire ignites, it is not easily extinguished. In the money pouch that Jiang Xian took after punishing Zhu Chong, there was a paper and a key marked with a specific time. But with Zhu Chong's sudden death and the disappearance of the key, everything now starts with that key. On the other hand, B.E. Gui nonchalantly walked past him. He asked politely, is there anything else you need, big brothers? Back with Jiang Xian, his mind was racing with thoughts. There are 3 people involved in this incident. Familiar names appeared in Jiang Xian's mind. The He Shi Bang, the Xiang Ju, the Fu Xiang Ju. Then his gaze stopped on B.E. Guy and that man. To be honest, until I killed Ju Chong, I couldn't remember the consequences of my past life. Jiang Xian chuckled softly. But now that I think about it, what should I do? I have to get it because it's very good for my body. The scene shifts tonight as BEI Guy cautiously approaches a table. At the same time, Zhao San looked up. He asked probingly, "Are you BEI Guy?" Before Ju Chong died, he mentioned that there was a very clever attendant in this inn. He gave a strained smile. How embarrassing. Then BI Gui quickly poured wine into a cup, looking up and winking at the same time. From now on, I pledge my absolute loyalty. Hearing this, Zhao San smirked. Then do something for me and I'll take responsibility for training you. Without hesitation, BEI Gui bowed his head in thanks. Just give the order, master. I'll do anything. Conquering the Central Plains had always been the demonic cult's dream, but even after the Wulin Alliance surrendered, a sense of emptiness crept in. Only then did Jiang Xian look back on the past few days. The contents were truly surprising, and that event is set to happen today. A while later, BEI Gui nervously glanced around, looking left and right as he walked. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian peeked out. What a predictable guy it must be over there. In a still-lit house, Jiang Xian hid himself carefully, his scrutinizing gaze looking out. Shortly after, BEI Gui rushed inside. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly threw a punch. His body immediately collapsed to the ground unconscious. Jiang Xian demanded, "Hey, how much is this? And what's in this wooden box?" He couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is the yin spirit grass." The yin spirit grass is a low-grade spirit herb formed from hundreds of years of accumulated yin energy from a spirit mountain, and converting it to internal energy is equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. His eyes scanned the room as if searching for a clue. In this situation, where would it be? A moment later, Jiang Xian took out the yin spirit grass, casually popping it into his mouth. His internal energy surged. Immediately after, Jiang Xian stared at the scene before him. Excellent. I've already reached the second realm just like that. He smirked. My aura has increased significantly. Thanks to this internal energy, I won't be the one getting beaten up anymore. Just then, Jiang Xian's gaze fell upon the doorway. Now for the next one. The sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Zhao San looked over coldly. "You've come. Did you prepare everything?" He was horrified to see BEI Guy tied up. Nearby, Jiang Xian quickly slammed the door shut. Zhao San immediately spun around, roaring, "Who's there?" He said calmly, "There's a famous saying, you're free to come in, but not to leave." His hand shot to the hilt of his sword as he growled, "Who the hell are you?" Before Zhao San could even react, Jiang Xian suddenly moved. He quickly punched him straight in the face, and Zhao San's eyes went wide. His body staggered backward. Zhao San shouted in fury, Why are you doing this?" Jiang Xian questioned coldly, "If you killed that guy and framed him, did you think you could live well?" Daring to steal from Wang Yan, the hallmaster of the Black Killing Gang. Faced with his sharp words, Zhao San was even more terrified. Who are you? How do you know that?" Jiang Xian cut him off bluntly. "To be honest, I'm not a righteous person." He suddenly growled as he swung his leg. "But let's just say I'm serving justice." Jiang Xian slapped BEI Gui hard across the face. As soon as he woke up, the pale face of Zhao San was the first thing he saw. Seeing this, BEI Guy froze, then couldn't help but jump up, letting out a furious roar. He motioned coldly. "Shut up, I'm thinking. Should I kill you or not?" "Yeah, killing you is probably better." BE Gui begged in a panic. Please spare my life." Seeing this, Jiang Xian warned him loudly. "You hear me. If you don't want to die, don't wander around this area again." He dropped to his knees, nodding his head like a chicken pecking grain. Yes, of course. I won't even look in this direction again." He gave the order slowly, as if to give them a sliver of false hope. "Count from 1 to 100, then leave. If you give up halfway, you will surely die." He cried as he counted 1, 2, 3, help me. Later, Jiang Xian looked up into the distance and thought to himself, "Now I'm slowly finishing everything." The scene changes to the next morning, when a shout suddenly broke the silence. "Why haven't I seen Zheng Zhaoxun? I told you to capture the man who killed Ju Chong a long time ago." A dry voice replied, "He's dead." Just then, Jiang Xian slammed the door shut. The moment he saw him, Wang Mian's eyes filled with horror. In contrast, Jiang Xian met his gaze with a cold stare. Remembering his past life, he had pleaded endlessly, "Stop hitting my sister." Wang Mian had smirked, begging is fine and so is crying. A curse filled with hatred escaped his lips. "Long time no see, you bastard." Wang Mian frowned slightly. A nameless brat was standing there smiling. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Jiang Xian casually raised his middle finger with a challenging smile. You really have no manners at all. Get down here, you old bastard. Hearing this, he became enraged. You little punk, I'll have to teach you how to speak properly. Stay right there. At the same time, Jiang Xian's body spun several times in midair. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right behind Wang Mian. Jiang Xian looked bored. Why aren't you coming down? I'm tired of waiting. It's better if I make the first move. He wore a cautious expression. You're the inn's handyman. Then Wang Mian scoffed. Just a handyman spouting nonsense. Unless you've had some extraordinary encounter. Jiang Xian gently shook a wooden box. Does this belong to you, old man? Wang Mian looked suspiciously at his hand. Is the yin spirit grass in there? He dropped a subtle hint. You should have managed your subordinate better. I quite like what he stole from you. Wang Mian couldn't hide his fury. He angrily ordered, What are you doing? Kill this bastard right now. If I don't drain you of your blood, then I'm not Wang Mian. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian remained perfectly still. He bluntly provoked him. Hey bastard, what's wrong? Scared? Suddenly, Wang Mian screamed like a madman. Immediately after, Wang Mian frantically swung his blade at Jiang Xian. In an instant, he leaped up and kicked the blade hard. Jiang Xian's body was sent flying backward. Just then, the man suddenly swung his staff high. Instantly, he turned and grabbed the wooden staff firmly. Jiang Xian flicked his wrist, and the man's body immediately fell backward. Then, he quickly grabbed the man's ankle. Without any hesitation, Jiang Xian forcefully threw the man. His large body was immediately sent flying toward Wang Mian. Witnessing this, the remaining men froze in their tracks. Over here, Wang Mian suddenly leaped high into the air. Faced with his display, Jiang Xian simply yawned casually. As the legs swept by, his figure had already vanished. At that very moment, Jiang Xian's cold hand reached for Wang Mian's neck. Wang Mian's body collapsed to the ground. In that moment, his legs slowly moved back. Without a word, Jiang Xian kicked Wang Mian away. His entire body immediately crashed hard onto the floor. Without pausing, he approached step by step. Immediately after Wang Mian's desperate scream echoed out, Jiang Xian asked indifferently, What asking me to spare your life? He questioned resentfully. Damn it, you already took my spirit medicine. Why do you still want to kill me? Have you no conscience? Faced with Wang Mian's question, he was momentarily stunned. Jiang Xian couldn't help but ask in return, You look at these lackeys of yours and feel no shame. He suddenly shouted, his voice laced with desperation. They may look like they deserve to die, but there's nothing to be ashamed of. I'll forget about the spirit medicine, so let's just end this here. He cut him off coldly. That's not possible. I can't let those I have a grudge against go. Hearing this, Wang Mian became even more terrified. At that moment, Jiang Xian swung his leg back again. He decisively kicked him right in the face. Wang Mian's entire body was sent flying backward. The underlings grew increasingly terrified. One of them shouted, Run, just run! Right at this moment, Jiang Xian stomped his foot hard on the ground. He declared clearly, None of you are leaving here alive today. Desperate cries for help echoed from inside the building. The next morning, the first sunlight of the day shone into the room. Jiang Xian smiled refreshedly. I slept so well. Chu Lan immediately turned to Jiang Xian. You were only out for a day, and you're already home. He replied nonchalantly. It was too much trouble, so I'm not going out anymore. Then Jiang Xian looked at her worriedly. Are you trying to start a fire? Chu Lan looked at the stones in her hand and nodded. It went out. He hurried over. Give me the flint. Immediately after, Jiang Xian firmly struck the two stones together. Before the crackling flame, Chu Lan unconsciously gasped. He chuckled teasingly. Why are you so surprised by something like this? You should get ready for business. Her face suddenly fell. Did Uncle Kui Hun oversleep again today? Speaking of which, Chu Lan suddenly rolled up her sleeves. She said in a stern voice, This won't do. I have to be strict today. Seeing this, Jiang Xian quickly changed the subject. What if you go and he's not there? I'll be the waiter today instead. She hesitated for a moment. You don't have to do that. You cook much better than I do. He chuckled softly. You're the chef of the Yinglai Inn. Later, the inn opened, and customers immediately flooded in. Chu Lan quickly welcomed them. Welcome to the Yinglai Inn. In the blink of an eye, all the tables in the inn were full. At the sight, Jiang Xian and Chu Lan smiled happily. After a while, Yun Ying walked in. The boy smiled brightly. I'm back. Then Yun Ying raised his arm high. I heard a terrible rumor. Who wants to hear it? Hearing this, Chu Lan immediately raised her arm. Jiang Xian calmly replied, I don't. At Yun Ying's whining, he made an offer. If you insist, I might consider it. Yun Ying immediately put on a pitiful expression. "Please, big brother." Jiang Xian coughed lightly. "All right, then I'll make an exception and listen." Having gotten his agreement, Yun Ying's tone changed. "Don't be surprised now. They say that last night, the entire Wuxiang branch of the He Yi Bang was wiped out." The news almost made her faint. What he froze like a statue, thinking to himself, "I'm the one who did that." Chulan looked tense. "I'm so worried won't they cause a huge scene everywhere saying their people were killed?" Jiang Xian said comfortingly, "Don't worry. Besides the Wuxiang guys, the rest were just small fry. I'm done with my work. I'll go out for a bit and be back." Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Yun Ying, "Help our big sis out for me for a bit, okay?" The boy sighed softly. Uncle Kui Huan must have gone off to have fun again. Chu Lan suddenly called out after him, "Wait, Jiang Xian. Take this money and buy something nice to eat and get some rest. You worked hard today." He obediently nodded. "Thank you, big sis," but he couldn't help worrying this income alone still isn't enough. The scene instantly faded to black. Over here, Chulan couldn't help but feel a little confused. Did the fire go out again? That can't be right. Immediately after, she turned in a certain direction. Her hand reached for the stones in the basket. Then Chulan vigorously rubbed the two stones together. She had a puzzled expression. "Who put flint in here? This must be very expensive." Jiang Xian gathered momentum and leaped high into the air. He was now using the Qinggong technique, Yi Wu Qian Li Shen. Jiang Xian stretched his arms up high comfortably. Phew, how refreshing. Just then, his attention was suddenly drawn to something over there. Jiang Xian chuckled to himself. "It seems this is the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. I guess I'll take a little walk around." In front of him was a lush green river with houses all around. Jiang Xian picked up a crab, a look of bewilderment on his face. He jumped around happily. The downstream region really is a seafood paradise. These look so delicious. Should I marinate them, cook them in a stew, or just boil them? Jiang Xian carefully packed all the crabs. At that moment, he was skipping along the road again. Jiang Xian froze, noticing something. He quickly recognized a familiar figure. It was Yi Hualian. Jiang Xian cursed inwardly. "Damn it, my dark history is flashing before my eyes again." He looked at her, remembering how he had a secret crush on her in his past life. She truly was the most beautiful woman in Jiangsu. Yun Ming suddenly appeared from somewhere. "The look in your eyes is so strange. It's so intense, and you're even tearing up a bit. Did you fall in love with that young lady at first sight?" Hearing that, Jiang Xian hissed and hit the boy. "Hey, you nosy little brat," Yun Ming cried out. "Ow, brother!" Just then, Jiang Xian and Menjia's eyes met. He angrily yelled at Yun Ming, "Shut your mouth, or I won't let you eat anything more delicious than black bean noodles ever again." Hualian asked shyly, "What's so funny?" Menji laughed out loud because the two brothers working at that inn are very funny. She shyly asked again, "Is that so?" Hualian then suggested, "It's already past lunchtime. Should we get something to eat at that inn?" However, when the two of them saw the scene before them, they were speechless. "Men." Ji sighed in frustration. "What if we get a stomachache from eating in such a filthy place? Forget it. Let's just go." After some time, a hot dish was served. "What is this dish?" Chulan covered her nose in apprehension. "It looks very spicy." Jiang Xian then spoke up. "Please try it first." After that, Chu Lan hesitated, but still took a bite, and then Yun Ming also bravely took a piece to try. The boy coughed nonstop after just one bite. He then said, "You'll get used to it after a while, right? Because it's not that spicy." Chu Lan also commented with a red face, "It's spicy, but delicious, and it feels so refreshing. Why do I want to keep eating it?" Jiang Xian happily explained, "That's just how this dish is. This dish, and the noodle soup. If these two were the inn's main dishes, it would probably do well." Chu Lan slammed her hand on the table. Jiang Xian. He asked, a bit confused, "What's wrong? You don't like to cook?" She spoke with some hesitation. "You really can't stay here." Chu Lan's eyes were full of determination. "You belong somewhere higher than this." She frowned at him. "Why don't you go to the capital and become a royal chef for the imperial family? I believe you can do it." Jiang Xian was bewildered. "What are you talking about?" He didn't argue about it any further. "All right, I'll teach you how to cook this dish, so get ready to learn." She nodded in agreement immediately. "I understand." Chu Lan happily patted Yun Ming's head. Jiang Xian smiled, thinking about the man who was next to Yi Hualian earlier. His identity is someone from the Hyman family, and he looks like a hot-tempered monkey. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "That monkey, that guy, will definitely show up here." Time passed quickly, and night fell. At that moment, a sound suddenly rang out. The boy turned around warily. "Who's there?" Just then a man walked over. Jiang Xian smiled wickedly and replied, "It's me." Chun Fu immediately shooed him away. "Get lost before I break your legs." Jiang Xian showed no fear and even challenged him. "Oh, really? Here, I'll give them to you." After that, he didn't say much more and raised his leg to attack. Chun Fu's foot aimed straight for Jiang Xian's leg. However, he quickly raised his leg and kicked his away. Seeing the other man fall flat on his back, Jiang Xian even taunted him. "I said I'd give them to you, not that I'd let you hit them. If you cause any more trouble, things won't end this simply." Chun Fu was still not convinced, gritting his teeth in anger. After that, he charged forward to attack Jiang Xian again, but the result was the same. This time, he kicked him straight in the face. He finally knelt down obediently to admit his fault. "I was blind not to recognize you. Please forgive me." Jiang Xian looked around and asked, "Is the leader here?" Chun Fu immediately replied, "Yes." He could tell just by looking at them. "How long has it been since you all had a proper meal?" The man quickly answered, "A proper meal? We've never had one, that's right." When he saw Jiang Xian take out a silver ingot, his eyes lit up. "Want to earn some money? Don't worry, it's not dangerous, it's very simple. You just need to spread a few rumors." The man immediately asked, "What rumors?" Jiang Xian walked over and patted his shoulder. "Tell me about recent rumors related to theft, especially things like precious gems, wine, and women." Chun Fu asked blankly, "Gems, wine, and women, what do those three have to do with each other?" He generously gave the silver ingot to the man. "Just know that this is a deposit." The man cherished it with both hands and said, "I will do my absolute best." Jiang Xian stated his terms. "I'll give you 50 taels for every piece of news. So what do you need to do if you want to earn more?" The man understood immediately. "I have to tell the beggars in other areas." He nodded in satisfaction. "Exactly, good thing you're not an idiot. First off, what's the hottest news lately?" Chun Fu said excitedly, "The hottest news recently is that the Heisha Xia massacred the entire Hai Bang." The man spoke with great admiration. They bullied the people and were more fearsome than high-ranking nobles, yet they were wiped out in a single night. Although no one knows his face or identity, isn't he the greatest hero of our time? Jiang Xian waved his hand with an awkward smile. "That's right. Well, you should get to it." After settling everything, he returned to the inn. "Big sis, I'm back." Jiang Xian muttered to himself, "In my past life, I was the leader of a demonic sect. Yet in this life, I'm a righteous hero. It's just like an online novel." Just then, a voice suddenly called out Jiang Xian. Zhang Dulan happily wrapped her arms around his neck. "How have you been?" Jiang Xian quickly recognized her Zhang Dulan. Early in the morning, there was a notice at the inn. "Due to personal reasons, the inn will be closing early today," Chu Lan announced. The large sign was hung neatly outside the main door. Chu Lan said worriedly, "How can we do that? What about the martial arts hall?" Yun Ming, overjoyed, kept saying from the side, "Summer break, summer break." She asked, bewildered, "Summer break?" Chu Lan turned and asked, "But how did this happen? Why are there so many customers in the inn?" She said cheerfully, "It's all thanks to Jiang Xian." Yun Ming couldn't stand it and yelled, What did Jiang Xian do?" The boy slammed his hand on the table in anger. Yun Ming pointed out seriously, "Little big sis, you're 16 this year, right? Brother Jiang Xian is 17. So why don't you call him brother in terms of age order?" At that moment, Zhang Dulan was cracking her knuckles behind him. "It's been a while since our little brother got a beating from his big sis, hasn't it?" Just then, a bowl of black bean noodles was brought out. She looked at the dish in front of her with disdain. "What is this strange-looking thing?" Chulan then explained, "This is a dish that Jiang Xian created, and it's also the dish that saved our inn." Zhang Dulan rubbed her chin, completely puzzled. Then she picked up a small amount with her chopsticks to try. Next, Zhang Dulan carefully savored the flavor of the noodles. Immediately after, her taste buds exploded with flavor. Seeing her eat so voraciously, Chulan and the others were overjoyed. Scene change, Yun Ming was on the street holding a candied hawthorn stick, shouting, "I hate her little big sis." Jiang Xian, who was beside him, asked curiously, "Why?" The boy complained, "She ate all of my remaining sweet dumplings without saying a word. When I asked her, she said she's just used to stealing. What kind of law in this world allows for this?" He asked calmly, "If there were such a law, would you report her to the officials?" Jiang Xian looked up at the sky and began to think. "Come to think of it, I'm short on manpower, so I definitely need to get to work. But there's one problem." At night, a figure was diligently practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Just then, Zhang Dulan kicked high and powerfully into the air. Her kick was incredibly powerful. Jiang Xian watched silently from the side. The reason Jiang Dulan joined the martial arts hall was because she greatly admired the martial arts world. He silently assessed her. She has a short temper and her martial arts are third-rate skills from the hall. You couldn't find any talent even if you searched for it, but at least she's pretty. In the martial arts world, all of these are just obstacles. Jiang Xian narrowed his eyes, thinking Jiang Dulan is the second daughter of the family and has a duty to help with the family business. Even 8-year-old Yun Ming is helping out. Jiang Dulan quickly noticed him. What is it? Jiang Xian thought to himself, it's best to nip this in the bud so she can't step into the martial arts world, not just for her, but for her sister and Yun Ming too. He smiled and gave an excuse. I was just thinking of doing some physical training. Hearing this, Jiang Dulan laughed. You need to do physical training. You're just an inn waiter. Jiang Xian immediately retorted, nowadays, even waiters need to be in good shape, kid. She asked cheerfully, is that so? Then do you want your big sis here to help? Jiang Dulan gave a smug, self-satisfied smirk. She bent down and told Jiang Xian to follow her. How can a young man like you have such skinny legs? Try to copy me. If you just persevere like this, the training results will be no joke. Jiang Xian's jaw dropped in horror. What did I just see? Seeing him stunned, she called out again. Why are you just sitting there frozen instead of copying me? Jiang Xian looked at Tuo Lan's stance and scoffed. Is this how your dojo taught you? It's a mess. She was stunned. What, you've never even practiced martial arts? Who are you to talk? He started instructing her directly. Your feet should be a foot apart, your stride twice your shoulder width, and keep your back straight. Jiang Xian walked over to correct her posture. Your right hand should be leveled. This is the basic stance you should follow. Tuo Lan thought to herself, confused. That's weird, my knee doesn't hurt. She was a bit bewildered. The dojo didn't teach me this. Jiang Xian then asked, do you sometimes feel a slight tingling inside your knees? Tuo Lan blurted out in surprise, how did you know? He quickly explained, the wrong posture is a perfect way to wear down your cartilage. If you keep learning from that sham of a dojo, you'll be the only one who gets hurt in the end. She cried out in disbelief. Is this for real? Jiang Xian said coldly. Let me prove it. Tuo Lan turned back and asked curiously how he slowly began. A moment ago you said my lower body was weak, right? Jiang Xian smirked with a challenge. How about one round? Afterwards, they drew a circle to quickly prepare for their duel. Tuo Lan scoffed. You'll definitely lose. First one to fall out of the circle loses, okay? Jiang Xian didn't yield bluntly, proposing, it's no fun without stakes. How about a wager? One wish, how about it? She was a little taken aback by that. She started getting the wrong idea. Covering herself, she said, you wouldn't. Seeing her reaction, he knew this was going south and quickly yelled, what is wrong with you? Jiang Xian put his hands on his hips and shouted angrily, hey! Tuo Lan rushed forward full of fighting spirit, starting now best 2 out of 3. She launched a powerful attack, but Jiang Xian easily dodged it, making her miss her punch. Then he quickly stuck his foot out to trip Tuo Lan. Tripped, she stumbled forward and fell flat on her face. Tuo Lan yelled angrily, what was that? Jiang Xian replied with a mischievous look, I have no idea. She scrambled back up, still wondering, did I really just slip? Tuo Lan quickly got into her stance and launched a kick at Jiang Xian, but he dodged it again, causing her to fall once more. Tuo Lan screamed as she tumbled, this is ridiculous. She then ran headfirst into a wall, while he just gave her a look of pure contempt. And so it went all evening. Tuo Lan kept demanding a rematch with Jiang Xian, but lost every time. Exhausted, she knelt on the ground and he just said casually, it's over. Tuo Lan shouted in defiance. Are you really the same pathetic Jew Jiang Xian I used to know? It's only been half a year. How have you changed this much? Jiang Xian replied calmly, this just proves your time at that dojo was a waste. In any case, we did make a bet right. She blushed and replied, I know what you're thinking, but I see you as family. Before she could finish, he flicked her on the forehead, snapping her out of it. Tuo Lan fumed. That's going to leave a mark. Jiang Xian, you're dead meat. He just turned and walked away, saying, instead of spouting nonsense, you can start paying for my meals. Jiang Xian walked away with a satisfied smile. Got myself a new helper. Tuo Lan looked at her sister in disbelief and exclaimed, Tuo Lan, you said you're going to help me. She asked again. Really, Tuo Lan nodded in confirmation. Tuo Lan had a thought and said frantically, don't tell me you caused trouble at school. Tuo Lan retorted angrily, do you really think I'm a troublemaker? I'm helping out of the goodness of my heart. Yun Ming also chimed in, that just goes to show you everyday behavior is important. Sometime later, the boy was slumped over a table with a large bump on his head. Jiang Xian walked over and assured her, "I'll take responsibility for training her, so please don't worry." Now it was his turn to get angry. "In that case, shouldn't you be practicing by greeting Yun Ming as if he were a customer?" Tuo Lan muttered in disgust. "This is insane." Yun Ming quickly cleared his throat to signal her, and although she was unwilling, she still managed to force out "welcome." Right after that, Tuo Lan shouted, "Honored guests, don't come in." She froze on the spot. Has she completely lost her mind? Jiang Xian and the others stared wide-eyed in amazement. What in the world kind of greeting was that? A moment later, Tuo Lan started to go and greet the customers. After a long while, she finally squeezed out, "Honored guest, what would you like to order?" He was losing his mind over there. "Just take their order. Are you trying to ruin the business?" Suo Lan quickly stopped him. "Jiang Xian, be patient." Yun Ming also tried to placate him. "I get how you feel, but you can't just kill someone." Sometime later, Tuo Lan was panting. "I'm so tired." Jiang Xian walked over with a smirk. "Tired already? Is that all you've got?" She immediately retorted, "Who's tired? Just focus on cooking well." Chu Lan looked at the paper in her hand and asked Jian, "What is braised tofu?" Hearing this, he got angry. Didn't Tu Lan already run off? Did she really take an order for something that's not on the menu? Chu Lan hesitated and asked, "Should we go out and tell them to cancel it?" Jiang Xian immediately refused. "No need, this dish isn't hard to make." He walked over and asked Chu Lan, "Last time I told you what the basis of cooking is, right?" She was a little flustered. "I don't remember that." Jiang Xian patiently asked again, "Think carefully." She started thinking as hard as she could. Soon after, an image of a dish appeared in Chu Lan's mind. A dish simmered with broth or spices. Jiang Xian nodded happily in confirmation. "That's right." He explained further, "But you can't just boil it. You need to pay attention to the thickness of the sauce and simmer it on low heat until it thickens." Chu Lan happily patted Jiang Xian's head. "Oh, as expected, there's nothing you don't know." Afterwards, a dish was given to Tu Lan to serve. "Here's your order." She gripped the handle of her tray tightly. Tu Lan's entire face was filled with tension. Jiang Xian also watched nervously with a very bad feeling. Don't tell me she's going to trip over her own feet again. As soon as he finished speaking, his words came true. Jiang Xian rushed over with incredible speed to catch Tu Lan startling a nearby customer. "Wow, that was amazing." He caringly patted her head and didn't forget to comfort her. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes in the beginning, so don't worry about it." Tu Lan shoved Jiang Xian's hand away. "Who said I was worried? Nonsense." She turned and composed herself. "I need to get used to this. Before the Six Dynasties Lantern Festival, the entire martial arts world will be in an uproar then." Just then, a few people arrived outside. People from the Hyman family. Men Ji asked doubtfully. Here the man beside him replied immediately, "Yes, young master." Bi Jiming Vice Hall, master of the Yao Yun division, replied, "As you said, young master appearances aren't important. Lately, many connoisseurs have been spreading rumors about this inn." Menjie was silent in thought for a long while. Just then, Ku Leng Chu also spoke up. "Second young master, since you're already here, you should at least go in and try it right. There's no way the Vice Hall master would dare bring you to a dump like this." The old man broke into a cold sweat hearing his words. He wouldn't do that if he were in his right mind, would he? Bi Zhiming just nodded and replied, "Of course." Men Jie asked once more, "So shall we go in?" The old man quickly replied, "I'll go in first and prepare a seat for you, young master." Time passed quickly in silence. Seeing the other man sigh, Leng Chu said, "It's a shame Lady Yi isn't here." He replied very coldly, "What's there to be ashamed of? Sometimes it just has to be that way. To be honest, it's not just sometimes." Ji Ming suddenly threw the door open and shouted, "An honored guest is arriving. You all better clean this place up." Tu Lan was dumbfounded. "What are you talking about? The guests aren't even here yet." The old man just yelled, "I don't have time to argue, just do it now." The recent commotion caused a customer to leave, leaving behind only one comment: "It was delicious." At that moment, Leng Chu appeared and asked, "Young lady, how old are you?" Tu Lan was taken aback by the sudden question. "Why are you asking?" Ji Ming suddenly shouted, "Didn't you hear young Master Ku ask how old you are?" She answered in a panic, 16. He remarked, 16 is the best age, always so fresh when one is in their prime." Men Ji chimed in, "The more defiant, the more appealing. Come here and let me have a look." Seeing the difficult situation, Chu Lan was about to step forward, but was stopped by Jiang Xian. He frowned angrily when he heard someone shout, "Do you have any idea who these two are? This is young Master Ku Leng Chu, the senior disciple of the Kuang Shui sect, and this is the second young master of the Hyman family." Leng Chu sneered like a feral cat. Pour me a drink. Tu Lan gritted her teeth and shot back. What wine? He casually threw the wine cup towards her. The wine cup was aimed directly at Tu Lan. It then slammed right into her hand, causing her to cry out in pain. The wine cup had injured Tu Lan's arm, making it bleed. Menji spoke arrogantly. A defiant girl has her charms, but it's much better when she learns to listen. She turned to look at him with tears welling in her eyes, thinking to herself, it hurts so much. Tu Lan suddenly staggered and fell. Just then, Chu Lan managed to catch her. A powerful voice spoke up the wine cup. Jiang Xian slammed the wine cup down on the table, saying, through gritted teeth, now why is it stuck to this spot? Leng Chu watched his actions in bewilderment, while Wan Jie simply looked on calmly. Jiang Xian's voice was stern and full of killing intent. Right. Jiang Xian approached the waiter to ask, did I cause any trouble for our guests? Wan Jie smiled pleasantly, but his words were harsh. How utterly mannerless. Your upbringing is as poor as the standards of this inn. Hearing those words, his blood began to boil. However, Jiang Xian still politely asked the guests to leave the inn. They were speechless as they stared at him. A moment later, a figure leaped forward. He grabbed Jiang Xian by the collar and growled, you're asking to die. How dare you be so insolent? Yet he wasn't worried at all. You're the insolent ones bullying a waiter who did nothing wrong. And you should probably let go, don't you think? The man shouted angrily. And what if I don't? Wan Ji also stood up quietly and walked over. Before leaving, he added, my apologies for disrupting your business. I'll head out first. Leng Chu, give them some money for their trouble. Leng Chu immediately obeyed. I understand. Jiang Xian had seen through them long ago, thinking to himself, who are they trying to fool with that voice transmission trick? Then he tossed Jiang Xian a silver ingot. He swiftly reached out and caught the silver. Jiang Xian was already preparing to counterattack. Wisps of demonic energy swirled around Leng Chu. Take the money I'm giving you. His entire body froze, unable to move an inch. Jiang Xian walked closer and said, the amount of internal energy doesn't matter as much as its purity. In particular, the demonic sovereign's qi has an advantage over any other. Although Leng Chu was furious, he was powerless as he was being mocked. Live a humble life lest you find demons at your back. Scene change. Chu Lan was now hanging something outside the gate. Seeing Jiang Xian helping, she said cheerfully, thanks, Jiang Xian. He replied happily, this little monkey is pretty cute, isn't it? Chu Lan nodded in agreement. I prefer dogs, but it'll look even prettier at night with a candle lit inside. Jiang Xian turned to ask, the Liu Chao Deng Hui isn't far off. Since it's a huge festival that only happens once a year, we need to boost our sales. Are you confident, sis? Full of hope, Chu Lan bumped her fist against his. Of course you can leave it to me. Time flew by, and another peaceful morning began. A traveler from another region saw the bowl of food on his table and cried out in shock. What is this? Chu Lan, who happened to be passing by, explained, the black dish is called black bean noodles, and the red one is spicy seafood noodles. The man exclaimed in amazement, this is the first time in my life I've ever tried black noodles. His companion added, and these seafood noodles are a unique dish made with seafood native to the Jiangsu region. The man praised it as he ate. It's spicier and tastier than food from Shandong. Jiang Xian came over and said, guests staying at the inn get a discount on all our dishes. You'll need to find a place to stay anyway, won't you? The two guests looked up at him, bewildered. After a moment, Jiang Xian bowed respectfully. Please enjoy your stay with us. Chu Lan then exclaimed in amazement, Jiang Xian, just like that, we already have 5 bookings for today. Are you some kind of business genius? Just then, he tossed something to her. Stop talking nonsense and put this on. Chu Lan caught it. Thanks. But in the next second, he dashed her spirits. You got hit on your hand, not your head. Do you have a fever or something? Why are you talking such nonsense? Chu Lan shouted angrily. I do not have a fever. Jiang Xian turned to leave. Good. When you're sick, the best thing to do is sleep. Chu Lan jumped up. I'm going to train hard and get my revenge, you'll see. He didn't say much, just gave a dismissive nod. I'm leaving for a bit, I'll be back. Yun Ying peeked from behind a door and muttered, it looks like he's busy. I guess I'll ask another time. Chu Lan asked curiously, ask him what? The young boy turned back in a panic. Nothing. She just smiled cheerfully at her younger brother. Well, you worked hard today, Yun Ying, so let your big sister give you some spending money. Wait a second. Chu Lan reached up to grab something. Yun Ying blushed, his eyes fixed on her hand. Then, to Chu Lan's bewilderment, the boy suddenly ran off without taking the money. Night had fallen. Jiang Xian stood before a group of people with his arms crossed, an imposing air about him. They greeted him in unison, young master. He spoke 4 people means 4 reports. He then pointed to Chun Fu, you start. He began his report. There is a place called the Shang Chung Manor. It said their family heirloom, a jade-inlaid ivory elephant statue, has been stolen. Next, he pointed to another boy. The boy also started talking about how some 30-year-old Duanyang Feng Guan jars had disappeared from Huahan Lu. Another person reported Yang Guxiang's wife on Mengjing Road is very fat. He urged, get to the point. Then the boy continued, I heard her underwear was stolen. Jiang Xian was utterly bewildered. The theft of underwear had nothing to do with this case. He continued, that's a baseless rumor, right? You get half price and you get half price too. The boy with tears in his eyes said pitifully, the thing is. But the boy couldn't say anything more. Jiang Xian added, you also think it's not real. Right, all right, you can go. He turned to leave. That's all for today. If you have any news next time, bring it here. Use the money you earned today to buy something to eat. The streets at night were still bustling under the yellow lights. Jiang Xian mused, is the festival starting early, just as a bloody storm erupted in Jiangsu over a martial arts manual. Then the sound of someone's footsteps slowly approached him. Jiang Xian seemed to have noticed someone was coming his way. Yun Ying stood there fidgeting, so he had to ask, what are you doing here? In the quiet night, Jiang Xian listened to the boy's story. He understood, you feel guilty for asking your sister for money to buy another book. Yun Ying replied with embarrassment, I already received a large sum of money last month. How could I be shameless enough to ask for more? So today I was going to put it aside, but when I saw my sister's hands, I felt even more shameless. Jiang Xian slowly took the boy's hand. Then let's go. Yun Ying asked in confusion, aren't you going back to the inn? He turned back to advise children should just act like children. It's up to us adults to decide whether to buy it or not. So don't worry about it alone. If you need anything, just tell me. Hearing this, Yun Ying happily replied, yes, brother. At a pavilion in the middle of a lake, a voice of praise was heard, good tea from Menji. Hua Lian shyly said, I'm glad you like it. Since the tea is freshly picked, it has a refreshing aroma. He smiled and said, how could tea shared with a lady not be fragrant? After speaking men. Ji thought to himself, no wonder it tastes a bit bitter. Jiang Xian, seeing the two talking, commented, in the end they're just stepping stones for their respective families. At this moment, he had stepped inside the pavilion. Jiang Xian was silent as he appeared before the two of them. Seeing his presence, Menji let out a laugh. He stood up and said, perhaps that's all for today. She smiled and nodded as if in confirmation. After that, he and Menji stood side by side talking. Seeing this, Hua Lian mumbled, those two are using voice transmission again. The scene changes to a restaurant where Chu Lan is heard sighing that she feels like she's come back to life. Chu Lan asked Tu Lan with concern, are you very tired? Yun Ying rested his head on the table, mumbling that he was completely exhausted. Chu Lan looked at the boy and said, Yun Ying has worked hard too. As his shoulder was rubbed, Yun Ying happily complimented, your hand is so warm, sister. Mother's hands were like this too, weren't they? Then the boy suddenly realized the person who had just rubbed his shoulder was not her. Tu Lan spoke up from the side. Our little Yun Ying seems to miss his mother a lot, doesn't he? While she was overjoyed, Yun Ying's face darkened. The boy bluntly gagged, showing his disgust, which made Tu Lan slam the table in anger. Then she reached out, shook his body, and questioned his action. The boy hurriedly explained that he didn't mean it that way at all. Just then, Jiang Xian placed the freshly steamed buns on the table. He looked at them and said, you've all worked hard. A new worker will be here tomorrow, so please wait. This information made her ask, curiously, a new worker, who is it? Jiang Xian explained a filial uncle who lives with his mother across the street. I plan to focus more on the kitchen. After hearing this, Chu Lan smiled. So starting tomorrow, I'll be cooking with Jiang Xian. Suddenly, Tu Lan spoke up. But is that rumor true? Hearing the question, everyone turned to stare at her. It was only then that she understood the Guiying Shen Dao. She picked up a steamed bun and replied that the customers talk about it every day. It's rumored that the Guiying Shen Dao appears along with many treasures. He quickly realized that was the name of the recently famous thief. No one can see him due to his formidable qinggong and outstanding techniques. Dulan chattered on, saying that among the things that scoundrel stole was an unparalleled treasured sword, rumored to grant its wielder the power to become the greatest master in the martial arts world. Jiang Xian let out a sigh. I guess I'll get a little practice in during this time. With that said, he thought to himself that it seemed the time was drawing near. Inside the restaurant, many customers were already seated at their tables. At that moment, she spoke unhappily. Yes, I'm coming. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian was using his skills to wash the dishes, and Dulan looked surprised as she brought a menu to a table. The female customer requested with a shaky voice 5 bowls of seafood noodles. Seeing this, he asked, "Are those the last customers for lunch?" She let out a small hum of confirmation. Dulan watched as Jiang Xian wrapped a thin cloth around the wok's handle and gripped it tightly. His hands moved skillfully, preparing the seafood noodles for the customers. Jiang Xian glanced over at Dulan and noted it looks like her arm has healed completely. A customer gossiped, "Did you hear the news? They say Gui Yingshen too has stolen the Yutian Shen Gong." Although Jiang Xian was cooking, he still perked up his ears to listen to their discussion about Gui Yingshen too and his whereabouts. "I heard he fled to Tangshan, and all the greatest masters have gone there to catch him." Noticing he was distracted, Dulan looked at Jiang Xian curiously. "Do you know what the Yutian Shen Gong is?" He pretended he had no idea. But inside, Jiang Xian was thinking, the Yutian Shen Gong has finally surfaced. A while later, he stepped out of the crowded restaurant. The harsh sunlight beat down on the quiet street. Jiang Xian walked over to a stall and looked over the items on display. He tightened his grip on his sword, secretly planning something. The scene changes to a shop in a small neighborhood. Seeing a customer enter, the shopkeeper warmly greeted him. Jiang Xian made a direct request. "I'd like a Taoist scripture one so complex you could read it 10 times and still not understand it." He immediately began searching the bookshelves. Very quickly, the shopkeeper pulled out a Taoist scripture. He enthusiastically introduced it. "This is the orthodox Dao Zhang Liao Jie Yi Shi, containing the core essence of 5,000 incomprehensible books." He replied with satisfaction, "That's the one, can you put it in your oldest cover?" The shopkeeper immediately agreed to Jiang Xian's request. The scene shifts to a few days later with him appearing in a forest. Jiang Xian unwrapped the bandages on his hand, muttering to himself, "Time to take this off." Then he tossed it straight onto the ground. Jiang Xian sat down pleased. "It feels a little lighter now." His gaze fell upon the small box before him. Then Jiang Xian busied himself with something behind a tree trunk. In no time, he had changed into a different set of clothes. Next, Jiang Xian took a piece of paper from inside his robe. He couldn't help but say aloud, "Well then, shall I give it a try?" Jiang Xian immediately used his lightness skill to leap from the ground. His body shot forward like an arrow, though you can't use a lightness skill like this for long distances. Jiang Xian looked at the spirit medicine before him with excitement. Just as expected, the spirit medicine is excellent. This is just a warm-up compared to my old days, but I'm satisfied. Just then, he suddenly leaped from the ground. High in the air, Jiang Xian let out a satisfied sigh of relief. He looked down at the scene below and remarked, "So this is Tangshan." With a look of anticipation in his eyes, Jiang Xian thought to himself that he would be meeting Gui Yingshen too very soon. The scene changes to deep within the forest, where Jiang Xian was lying leisurely on a large tree branch. He felt extremely peaceful, being one with nature. Just at that moment, a group of people hurried into the area. Down below, 2 groups of bandits had come face to face. Then piercing screams and a bloody scene unfolded, catching Jiang Xian's attention as he slowly moved in to see what was happening. He then hid behind a tree to listen in on the situation. Lang Chu grumbled in annoyance, "These bastards, what is this Yutian Shen Gong that they're all flocking to it like this?" The calm young man said, "We're all here for the same purpose." "Something just flashed by, didn't it?" The man behind him asked if he was scared and reminded them to stay sharp. Jiang Xian overheard the conversation and thought, as expected, the stealth of the Ju Mo Qian Xing Shu is the best. "Once I find the Guiying Shen too, I'll teach you a proper lesson." Just then, he sensed something unusual behind the tree, as if something was there. He immediately took something out from his clothes. Then Jiang Xian threw it high into the sky. Everyone excitedly rushed towards the book titled Yutian Shen Gong. Seeing this, he was extremely satisfied that his plan had succeeded perfectly. But when he went inside, Jiang Xian looked around confused, searching for the Gui Ying Shen Tou. However, he once again took something out from his clothes. Jiang Xian then tossed a stick of candied hawthorn into the darkness. He smiled and said, "I'm not a bad person. I'll leave it here, so go ahead and eat." Sure enough, a dark figure approached the candied hawthorn. Seeing the little monkey eating the candy, Jiang Xian remarked, "So this is the Guiying Shen Tu that all the martial artists in the pugilistic world are after." Watching it happily eat the candy, he asked caringly, "Is it good? You were scared, weren't you?" From the little monkey's expression, Jiang Xian could tell that a spirit creature is a spirit creature. After all, they really can communicate with humans to some extent. He then gestured with his hand and asked, "You know, there are a lot of people out there, right? They all came here to catch you." It was terrified after hearing this. But Jiang Xian calmly continued, "Do you know why I came here? I came to save you." After hearing this, the little monkey looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Jiang Xian beamed as it stared at him. Suddenly, it walked over and patted his shoulder. The little monkey then began to mimic someone stroking their beard. Seeing this, Jiang Xian wondered, "You mean your master?" While still holding the candy in its mouth, it leaned back and let out a cry. The little monkey mimed the action of throwing something away. Watching this, he said, "Your master threw you away." It chirped as if to confirm. Jiang Xian continued to ask, "Do you want to go back to your master?" The little monkey immediately nodded eagerly. Understanding its wish, he fell into deep thought. Then Jiang Xian recalled some information. Long ago, there was a man named Bi Xian Shen Du, a brave and skilled master swordsman who, for the sake of freedom, escaped over the walls of the Shaolin Temple. He was a low-ranking disciple, but he was unrivaled. After decades of thievery, he became known as the Gui Ying Shen Tu. The Gui Ying Shen Tu was the one who found this little guy and raised it from a young age. After a moment of thought, he tried to persuade it, "If you stay here, you'll be in big trouble. Let's leave this place and I'll take you to your master later." The little monkey looked confused by Jiang Xian's words. He thought that it could understand, but reality was different. "This is so hard, it's not like we can use body language, geez." Just then, the little monkey suddenly spread its legs. Then it leaped from the ground onto Jiang Xian's shoulder, much to his surprise. Next, he reminded it, "To avoid being discovered by the bad guys, hide in my sleeve for now." It immediately nodded in agreement. The little monkey then crawled into Jiang Xian's sleeve. Once everything was ready, he braced himself and told it to prepare for departure. Outside, the crowd was still fighting fiercely. Seeing this, Jiang Xian remarked, "They're still at it. The moment you grab that book, you become everyone's target, so you have to restrain yourself." The book was still in the same spot untouched. He seized the opportunity to run, thinking that although he had to leave quickly, some things just had to be done first. Jiang Xian drew his sword, his killing intent flaring as he prepared to fight. Leng Chu sensed something unusual and turned his head. He hurriedly retreated, dodging an attack. Then, completely bewildered, Leng Chu asked, "What's going on?" "You calmly said, 'I am the one with business to settle with you.'" He cursed in confusion. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Suddenly, Leng Chu's eyes widened when he saw something. Jiang Xian, on the opposite side, lifted his hat and reassured him, "Follow me, and don't be alarmed." The scene changes to a large waterfall inside the forest. Leng Chu quickly followed Jiang Xian here, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "I knew you weren't just some ordinary waiter." He criticized him bluntly. "Are you that slow? Have you already forgotten what happened last time?" Leng Chu took off his mask and replied, "Even if you hadn't, I was planning to go there anyway. I can't stop thinking about that beautiful girl." Jiang Xian immediately figured it out. "Is that a provocation? I can tell just by listening." A second later, he suddenly leaped off the ground. Jiang Xian charged towards him with his sword ready to attack. Just then, Leng Chu revealed a sinister smile, seeing that he had taken the bait. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast attacks. He easily dodged the attacks and commented, "Such simple moves." Then Leng Chu was no longer on the defensive and threw a punch in a counterattack. He suddenly showed a sinister smile when faced with the dangerous situation. As a result, Jiang Xian landed countless blows on his body. After landing the blows, he looked at Leng Chu with a provocative smile. This act enraged him even more, causing him to curse. Leng Chu went berserk, throwing countless vicious punches. But Jiang Xian easily dodged and moved behind him. Leng Chu gritted his teeth when he discovered him from behind. He seized the opportunity to swing his sword, unleashing the first strike, making him scream in pain. At this moment, Leng Chu collapsed weakly, asking Jiang Xian to wait a moment. He looked at his pathetic state and remarked, "Why is it always wait right before you're about to die?" Leng Chu struggled to offer a deal. "I will give you the Jade Heavenly Divine Art." Jiang Xian suddenly became curious. "Is that really the secret manual? I threw it away earlier, you idiot." A second later, he swung his arm and delivered a finishing blow. Afterward, Jiang Xian turned away coldly. "If you get another life, live it humbly and don't touch my family. The consequences will be dire, otherwise you'll just have to die again." Jiang Xian stroked its fur and said, "It's all over now." He was surprised to see the little monkey pointing at a waterfall. "Do we have to go there?" It seemed Jiang Xian had discovered something. Could that place be? The scene changes to the inside of a very dark cave. He went inside and sat down, leaning against a rock wall. Jiang Xian looked around and mumbled, "I never thought a place like this existed. I just sat down, you little rascal." Since it kept pulling his hand, he had no choice but to stand up and follow. When he saw something glowing in front of him, Jiang Xian let out a small gasp. He looked at the pile of treasures and the little monkey's proud expression, remarking, "You've stolen quite a haul." Then it gestured to the side as if someone was there, making Jiang Xian wonder. "Are you talking about your master?" The little monkey chirped happily in confirmation. He suddenly had a series of questions. "Are you planning to give this to your master? Because you've gathered this much, you think your master will take you back?" It started dancing happily again, making Jiang Xian unable to help but address it. He had to tell it the truth. "Your master is dead. Your master threw you away, but it wasn't because he hated you." Jiang Xian revealed the real reason he did it to save you. It was no longer dancing its tail, drooping to the ground. Seeing this, he reached out his hand, wanting to comfort the little monkey. But suddenly it stomped its foot hard on the ground in action, showing just how angry it was. The little monkey couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears, looking incredibly pitiful. Jiang Xian once again opened his arms to hug it. He held the little monkey tightly and thought, "I already explained to it using my pre-regression memories how Gui Ying Shen Tu died." A moment later, it was still crying in Jiang Xian's arms. So he spoke, "I don't know how to get revenge, but I will take responsibility for collecting your master's body. Until then, stay with me because I will protect you." "Are you asking if I have the strength to do that?" He gave a bright smile and reminded it, "Did you forget that I saved you?" The little monkey, still crying, looked towards the treasure. Jiang Xian understood its meaning from its cries. "I know I'll use it properly. Do you know where the Yutian Shen Gong is?" Then he sat down to circulate his energy. "Wait for me a moment." Jiang Xian sat there thinking seriously. "The higher the realm of my Mo Zun Qi, the more side effects will occur. So I need the Yutian Shen Gong to suppress those side effects. What should I do now? There's no other way but to give up for now." The scene changes to the restaurant where everyone is busy working. He walked inside smiling as he announced he was back. Dulan questioned him irritably. "Where have you been all this time? We're swamped with work." While Yun Ying was curious about what was in his bag, Chu Lan wondered what had happened. Faced with their questions, Jiang Xian could only apologize. Then she mumbled while eating, "You think buying these things will make me forgive you? Why is this so delicious?" He looked at her and suggested, "You should have some too big sis." Chu Lan noticed something strange, "But why is the front of your shirt bulging out? Is something in there?" Only then did Jiang Xian notice the thing inside his clothes. Just then the little monkey crawled out, making her exclaim in surprise. Yun Ying asked what it was without much interest, while he and the other woman looked at the little monkey excitedly. Without any fear, it leaped straight onto Chu Lan's shoulder. She suddenly became curious. "Where did you get this little one?" Little brother Jiang Xian gave a brief explanation. "I was taking a walk. When it suddenly appeared, it seemed hungry, so I bought it some food, and then it followed me." After hearing this, Chu Lan hugged it tightly. So that's what happened. It must have gotten separated from its mother and lost its way. No wonder it has no energy left. Being cuddled, the little monkey squeaked happily. At that moment, she looked at it in her arms with great tenderness. Then Chu Lan spoke reassuringly, "All right, it's okay. We'll take care of you until you find your mother." The scene changes to the next day as a loud voice rings out in the restaurant. "I heard something big happen on Tangshan yesterday." Jiang Xian wasn't surprised to hear this news. Dulan described it with gestures. Thousands to tens of thousands of people gathered on the mountain, and then it collapsed. He asked cautiously, "Is that believable?" She asserted, "Well, something like that happened. I wonder who was fighting who. There must have been some famous masters there, right?" Hearing Dulan's speculation, Jiang Xian couldn't help but smile. At this moment, he thought to himself, Shimen Jian must have prepared a fake Yutian Shen Gong by now. In my past life, he was a direct descendant of one of the 6 great families of Zhong Yuan who captured the little monkey. I really should have seen the look on his face myself. She looked at Jiang Xian's expression, confused. "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly snickering like that?" He handed Dulan a cloth and said he didn't care. She scoffed. "You always say you don't care, so what do you actually care about?" Jiang Xian frankly stated that his concern was the inn. Now Dulan asked sullenly, "But how long do I have to work as a waitress? There's no set time. This is a total scam." He replied calmly, "Keep doing it until you can defeat me. If you feel it's unfair, then try fighting me again, or go back to your martial arts hall." After hearing that, she snorted coldly and went back into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Currently, the little monkey was perched happily on top of Chu Lan's head. She looked up and replied, "It must be very lonely." He pointed to his own shoulder and commanded, "Come here." Quick as a flash, the little monkey leaped from Chulan's shoulder to Jiang Xian's. He reminded it seriously, "This is where food is prepared to be sold to customers. You can't be shedding fur in here." After hearing that, it immediately used its hands to pull out its own fur. Seeing the little monkey's empty hands, Jiang Xian wondered, why isn't any fur falling out? Is it because it's a spirit beast? He couldn't help but let out a sound of wonder. Meanwhile, she asked with concern, "Jiang Xian, can't it stay here?" The poor thing. Jiang Xian didn't answer Chulan's question, instead closing his eyes to meditate. Then he glanced at it and said, "Go take a bath. If you get yourself clean, I'll let you stay in the kitchen corner." The little monkey was horrified by these words and let out a loud cry. A moment later, it finished its bath but still felt extremely angry. Jiang Xian asked with concern, "How have our sales been lately?" While the little monkey whined resentfully, she replied, "They're all right. Every day passes like a dream." He continued to ask, "If we subtract the cost of ingredients and labor, how much revenue is left?" Chulan guessed, "I don't think it's too bad." "I don't remember the exact number anymore." Seeing this, Jiang Xian suggested, "Then shall we look at the ledger?" It wasn't until he looked at the books that he knew his own judgments were correct. She saw Jiang Xian's expression and asked, "Is there a problem?" He immediately denied it. "Sister, you've kept such meticulous records that the calculations will be very quick. Also, I'm going to step out for a moment and I'll be right back." After hearing this, Chu Lan nodded slightly and made a sound of acknowledgement. Very quickly, the sunlight faded, giving way to the darkness of night. The scene changes to the inside of the kitchen as Jiang Xian's hand taps lightly on the table. In front of him were many cooking ingredients. Jiang Xian looked at those things and smiled with great satisfaction. She stared at him thinking, "What dish is Jiang Xian making this time?" Meanwhile, Jiang Xian was telling himself, "I guess Dulan can be useful sometimes." He remembered the time when Dulan complained, "Those are just black bean noodles. Do you know how heavy a bowl of seafood noodles is? Why does the inn only sell heavy dishes and not something lighter?" Then Jiang Xian picked up a knife and spun it skillfully. "All right, let's get to work." A dish lighter than 3 or 4 bowls of seafood noodles, but more expensive. He cut the ingredients into small pieces and put them into the pan. Time passed, and outside the restaurant it was raining. Now Jiang Xian smiled with satisfaction. A dish was complete. He finished the dish and continued with the preparation now for the sauce. Chu Lan looked at the finished crispy fried pork and let out a sigh of admiration. It was an incredibly beautiful dish with a bowl of dipping sauce on the side. Jiang Xian looked at it with satisfaction. "Dip it in here and try it." Watching her eat, he could confirm it. Sweet and sour pork is the best. Then Jiang Xian dipped a piece of meat firmly into the sauce. You can give it a good dip. The piece of meat looked incredibly appealing after being thoroughly coated in sauce. Next, Chu Lan put the piece of meat into her mouth to savor it. Its flavor made her unable to resist, exclaiming, "It's so delicious." Seeing this, he was very pleased and clenched his hand into a fist. Jiang Xian thought to himself, "What surprised me when I came to Wulin was that there are so many modern cooking ingredients here. Carrots actually arrived here through Central Asia 100 years ago." On the following days of business, there was a notice board outside the restaurant. "The inn has been beautifully decorated and expanded. We have also created a menu board for added convenience, introducing the dishes, and there are other items as well." He remembered Chu Lan's happy face. "I will be able to take a step closer to my sister's dream of creating the ultimate inn." Just then, Dulan forcefully opened the door and shouted, "Zhu Jiangxian, what the hell do you think you are?" Hearing that, Jiang Xian and Chu Lan turned their heads to look outside in bewilderment. The scene shifts to the inside of the woodshed. She spoke in frustration. "What do you mean, a monkey drinking wine? Could it die from that?" He walked over and muttered, "This little guy needs to drink in moderation. What are we going to do if he gets this drunk?" Jiang Xian looked at the soundly sleeping little monkey and assessed the situation. This little monkey is known as a drunkard. It even knows how to brew wine. Yuanhu Ju, a type of wine brewed by monkeys, is called the finest wine. To an inn, this master brewer is more important than the Yu Tian Shen Gong. He dissatisfyingly took out a handkerchief. "Look at its palms and feet. I just gave you a bath a moment ago, and now this again." Jiang Xian suddenly discovered that the substance clinging to its palms and feet was not dirt. He quickly realized this was the divine jade heaven art. Duran curiously asked what Zhu Ganghyun was doing. He quickly replied, "It's nothing. Its hand was just dirty." Just then, a frantic Seo ran in to ask about the little monkey. A moment later, it was sleeping soundly, tucked neatly into the bed. Zhu Gonghyun kept staring at the black dots on the little monkey's palm. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he'd discovered something. Zhu Gonghyun happily clenched his fist. So the rumors I heard in my past life were true. The little monkey knows where to find the divine jade heaven art. He then tucked it in, saying, "The ghost shadow divine head is amazing. The words only appear when you're drunk." Next, Zhu Gonghyun reached into his clothes and pulled out something he had hidden, the spirit medicine I found in that treasure pile. He stared at the spirit medicine in his hand. Even the smell was different. Without hesitation, Zhu Gonghyun immediately put it in his mouth. Then he felt the energy in his body ignite. After a long while, Zhu Gonghyun let out a soft gasp. He suddenly opened his eyes after condensing his kai. At that moment, Zhu Gonghyun couldn't help but exclaim, "I've already gained 30 years worth of internal energy just like that. This is insane." Meanwhile, the little monkey was still fast asleep. He stared at its sleeping form. Zhu Gonghyun sat down again to cultivate. "I guess from now on, I'll officially start learning the divine jade heaven art." After a while of condensing his ki, he slowly opened his eyes. Zhu Gonghyun felt quite satisfied the problem with the demonic energy has been solved. Suddenly, a bright light streamed into the room, making him squint. Zhu Gonghyun looked happily at the scenery outside. In this life, I'm not the heavenly demon Zhu Gonghyun, so there's absolutely no reason for me to live in an inn exuding demonic energy because I'm just Zhu Gonghyun. The scene changes to inside the tavern where Du Ran was complaining about being tired. "How many orders of sweet and sour fried pork do we have today?" Seo Ran brought the food and urged everyone on, while he chuckled, "Eat up quickly so we can prepare for dinner." She immediately shot up wanting to eat right away. Next, Du Ran picked up the bowl of thick sauce. Her expression changed when she saw Do Ran pour the sauce over the plate of meat. Even Woon Yong was shocked by this scene. She looked at them confused. "Why is everyone acting like this?" the boy asked indignantly. "What kind of cruel act are you committing, sister?" Seo Ran complained, "What are we supposed to do now that you've poured all the sauce on?" Duran answered awkwardly, "I poured it so the seasoning would soak in evenly." Then he chimed in, "But now it's all soggy, isn't it?" She agreed, saying, "You could have just dipped it. Do you feel better only after doing this?" She quickly explained that she didn't mean it like that. Zhu Gonghyun felt helpless watching this. He couldn't believe they were having a debate about pouring versus dipping sauce here. "I should have just made a traditional stir-fry, but I cooked too much according to my own tastes." Then he gave a strained laugh and said, "Don't mind them, brother, just eat as you please. If you keep this up, he and I are going to eat it all." Woon Yong suddenly got curious. "But brother, where's the little black monkey?" Zhu Gonghyun explained that the little monkey was still drunk while chewing his food. After hearing that, everyone fell silent, not knowing what to say. It was midday when the sun was at its brightest. A voice rang out, catching his and Seo Ran's attention. "Amazing! This is amazing!" Duran opened the door and urged Sister come outside for a second. Seo Ran said she was busy, but she insisted just for a little bit come out and see. The two of them quickly ran to the stairs. Then Do-Ran hurriedly opened the window. She told Zhu Gonghyun and Seo Ran to quickly look at the scene of people lining up to get into the tavern. Seeing that, he couldn't help but let out a gasp. She suddenly spoke, startling Zhu Gonghyun. "Gonghyun!" Seo Ran looked at him, touched. "It's all thanks to you. Since the master started running the inn, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this." Zhang Xian calmly reminded her, "Let's go in now. We can't keep the customers waiting." She agreed. "We need to work even harder." Dulan quickly ran downstairs. "Me too, just leave the order taking to me." He watched her and thought Dulan was already exhausted, but I guess money is a great motivator. As Jiang Xian was walking, his feet suddenly stopped. He stared blankly out the window. "Am I seeing things?" Jiang Xian stared intently at the group of people entering the inn. Then he was stunned to see Hua Lian among them. Jiang Xian found it incredibly strange to see her here. As everyone was laughing and chatting happily, Dulan approached from a distance. She cut them off and asked with a bright smile, "What would you like to order?" The handmaiden accompanying Hua Lian spoke up, "My lady, let me order for you." After she agreed, the handmaiden ordered, "We'll have 3 bowls of black bean noodles, 2 bowls of seafood noodles, and 1 sweet and sour pork, please." Dulan apologized. "There are many other tables waiting, so the food might take a while. Is that all right?" The handmaiden waved her hand. "That's fine." The handmaiden excitedly turned to Hua Lian. "I ordered. Well, didn't I? I came here to try the food not long ago, and it was delicious." Hua Lian seemed lost in thought, so she just gave a listless reply. The handmaiden, not noticing Hua Lian's expression, continued to smile brightly. "Yes, since my lady likes noodles, I'm sure you will be pleased." She didn't reply, and her face darkened. Just then, Dulan brought out the food. "Here is your order." A bowl of black bean noodles was placed in front of Hua Lian. The handmaiden urged her, "My lady, please try it." Hua Lian stared at the bowl with a blank expression, looking at it with bewilderment. "You're telling me to eat this?" The handmaiden watched expectantly from the side. "Please try it, my lady. It's really delicious." Hua Lian sighed and picked up her chopsticks to taste it, but the handmaiden stopped her. "Wait, you have to take off your veil before you can eat." Hua Lian obediently turned her face towards the handmaiden so she could remove the veil. Hua Lian pushed her hair to one side. She didn't seem to have high expectations for the dish. But when she took her first bite, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. She took another bite, her heart racing. "This is a flavor I've never tasted before." Hua Lian's delicate face flushed from the spice, and the handmaiden handed her a handkerchief. "My lady, this dish is a bit spicy, so please be careful." Hua Lian took the handkerchief and wiped her mouth, but she praised it silently. "What is this? It's spicy, but so delicious." The handmaiden offered another plate to Hua Lian and said, "You should try this too. It will balance out the spiciness." She did as told and immediately picked up a piece. The moment it entered her mouth, her taste buds exploded, and Hua Lian's heart filled with happiness. The fried pork had no gamey smell, and the sweetness enveloping the meat was beyond my imagination. She couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so delicious." The handmaiden was delighted that Hua Lian praised the food. Really, the others thought so too. If my lady says it's delicious, then it must be truly delicious. Seeing that the others hadn't started eating, Hua Lian urged them, "Hurry up and eat. What are you all looking at me for?" Everyone began to enjoy the meal, heartily eating non-stop because the food here was so delicious. After a while, all the food was gone with only small bones left behind. After eating her fill, Hua Lian couldn't stop praising the food. The handmaiden beside her said gratefully, "I didn't expect you to finish everything, my lady. Were you satisfied?" Dulan took the payment and was about to leave, but Hua Lian called her back. "This sweet and sour pork, what regional dish is it?" Dulan immediately answered with an unfamiliar name. "It's a dish by Zhu Jiangxian." Hua Lian was taken aback by the strange name Zhu Jiangxian. Dulan then explained, "There's a cook in our inn. He's the one who created the black bean noodles and seafood noodles." Hua Lian thought to herself, "He must be a talented chef with over 50 years of experience. I have to recruit him for my household and treat him well." Suddenly, a loud voice from outside startled everyone. "How dare you block my way?" Looking out the gate, they saw Jiang Xian standing there imposingly with his arms crossed. He confronted the person before him. "Why are you speaking so informally? Get lost, because I won't sell anything to a disrespectful person like you." The group ignored him and walked right past. A big brute from the crowd stepped menacingly in front of Jiang Xian to intimidate him. The atmosphere around him suddenly grew heavy. Jiang Xian's eyes widened with terrifying killing intent. "If you don't want to die, get lost while I'm still being civil." The group was momentarily terrified, their bravado shrinking considerably. The rich kid yelled angrily, "What are you doing? Get rid of that bastard for me!" His subordinate hesitated. "Let's just go home for today, young master." But the rich kid refused. "What did you say? Are you crazy?" Jiang Xian grabbed the arm he was pointing with. Then he dragged the rich kid away, whispering, Now, let's go over there first." The kid struggled. "Let me go." After his futile struggles, all that remained was the rich kid's blood-curdling scream. A few minutes later, Jiang Xian walked out with a bright smile as if nothing had happened. "Everything has been resolved peacefully. Please wait just a moment, everyone." Dulan came out and asked him, "What did you say earlier?" But he just gave a vague answer. It was nothing. The moment Hua Lian saw Jiang Xian, her heart unconsciously started pounding. Could she have been so captivated by such a young and handsome chef? Just as Jiang Xian was walking past Hua Lian, she blurted out, "I like it a lot." He stopped and turned to ask her, "What?" She said, "Like what?" Dulan chimed in, "I think she was talking about your food." She asked where that dish was from, and I told her it was Jiang Xian's dish. That's all I said. "Well, I'm heading to the kitchen." Guo Shu suddenly appeared with a slight cough, and only then did Dulan notice him standing there. Long time no see, Guo Shu. Jiang Xian was confused. What is it with today? Why does everyone keep showing up here? Guo Shu praised Dulan. "You've gotten even more beautiful since I last saw you, Dulan." She laughed cheerfully and playfully punched Guo Shu's stomach. "Your belly has gotten bigger, uncle." The two of them bantered back and forth while Jiang Xian sighed. Guo Shu then asked, "Is Chulan inside?" Dulan pointed inwards. "Yes, she's in the kitchen. Why?" Jiang Xian guessed to himself, Is it about that time really flies? Guo Shu grinned slyly, muttering to himself, this time for sure. Uncle Guo entered the kitchen first, letting out a sigh. Seeing no one around, he cleared his throat with a light cough. The little monkey in the corner squeaked as if to say it smelled awful. Jiang Xian burst out laughing. Uncle Guo turned to ask him, what is that little animal? Chu Lan, who was standing at the kitchen counter, was surprised. Uncle, you're here. This little one was separated from its mother, so we decided to take care of it for a while. Jiang Xian held up the little monkey to show it off. It's cute. Uncle Guo clicked his tongue. You brought a singed monkey into the kitchen just because it's cute. The little monkey heard the insult and flew into a rage. Chu Lan praised it. It just sits quietly in one spot in the kitchen. It's so well behaved. Uncle Guo scoffed in disbelief. A well-behaved monkey. That's the most foolish thing I've ever heard. Jiang Xian smiled mischievously and whispered into the little monkey's ear, go pull out his white hair. It immediately obeyed, leaping onto Uncle Guo's head before he could react, yelling, what is this? What is this? Stop it! The little monkey innocently grabbed a whole tuft of Uncle Guo's hair, making him scream. After yanking out the clump of hair, it jumped away, chattering with delight. Chu Lan asked with concern, Uncle, are you all right? Uncle Guo's face was flushed with anger and pain. Get rid of it now. It's going to be the ruin of this inn. Jiang Xian tried to smooth things over. I'm sorry, Uncle, but it's just a baby. It probably just clings to strangers. Uncle Guo was speechless with anger. This brat. He clutched his head in pain. Jiang Xian put the little monkey down and told it, go play in the backyard. After calming down, Uncle Guo took a deep breath. He spoke up. I have something to discuss in a quiet place, just the two of us. But before he could finish, Tu Lan ran in and interrupted with an order. 2 black bean noodles, 1 sweet and sour pork. Chu Lan called out in a sweet voice, coming right up. She fired up the wok and started adding ingredients to the pot to cook. Uncle Guo tried again. It's a really... Tu Lan ran up and cut him off again. Add 1 more black bean noodle. Uncle Guo kept muttering, very important. Jiang Xian felt helpless. Uncle Guo, can't you see? We're very busy right now. Please come back later. Uncle Guo was angry, but still adamant, I must say it today. Jiang Xian sighed and gestured towards the back of the kitchen. Then please wait over there for a bit. And so Uncle Guo did as he was told, sitting alone in a corner to wait. The sky began to grow dark. They closed early today because they ran out of ingredients. Chu Lan, finally free, hurried over to Uncle Guo. I'm sorry, Uncle Guo, I was so busy today. Have you been waiting long? Uncle Guo replied melancholically. It's all right, on the contrary. I'm happy to see business is going so well. Jiang Xian wanted to curse inwardly. What a liar. He's the one who wishes for the Yinglai Inn to collapse more than anyone. Uncle Guo spoke while gesturing. As I said earlier, a quiet place for just the two of us to talk. But Jiang Xian already knew what he meant. I know exactly what you want to say anyway. But upon hearing this, Chu Lan immediately voiced her objection to Uncle Guo's intention. Jiang Xian had been about to step out, but he paused when he heard her words. Chu Lan stated firmly, if it's about the inn, then Jiang Xian must also be here to listen. But Uncle Guo refused. What does that brat know? Chu Lan's eyes shone with confidence and certainty, because Jiang Xian is my younger brother. Uncle Guo was stunned by this answer. He couldn't accept it. I've already told you. That thing was picked up off the street. How can he be your younger brother? Didn't I tell you that his fortune is bad? Chu Lan said nothing, but her displeasure was plain for all to see. Uncle Guo coughed lightly and quickly got to the main point. I've said too much. Actually, a good opportunity has come up, so I came to tell you about it. Business is booming right now, so the inn's value is at its peak. In other words, this is the perfect time to sell. Chu Lan cut him off in a strained voice. Uncle Guo, haven't I told you before that I will not sell the inn? Uncle Guo stopped her. Isn't the situation different now from back then? If you sell now, you and Tu Lan will have enough money to live a prosperous life. Hall Master Zhong Yun of the Shanghua Merchant Guild has already promised, so there's no need to doubt it. Chu Lan asked him directly, full of suspicion, Uncle Guo, this is strange. What is your relationship with that person that makes you push this so relentlessly? He raised his voice reproachfully. What relationship? Even if business is going well. Now have you forgotten what it was like to suffer from the cold and hunger? Jiang Xian cut in. That won't happen again. Uncle Guo snapped at him, annoyed. What does this brat know that he keeps interrupting? Jiang Xian's gaze was cold. You know that so well, yet you still ruin the broth and the black bean noodles. Uncle Guo was flustered and didn't know what to say. That was. Jiang Xian made a demand. If they want to buy the inn, then tell that Shanghua Merchant Guild to come here in person. He averted his gaze to the side, thinking about the boy's words. Jiang Xian and Chu Lan looked at each other and nodded in understanding. Jiang Xian spoke up, "Are we done here? We still have to clean up the inn." Guo Shu gritted his teeth in anger, but then Yun Ming called out, "Sister, where's the salt?" Chu Lan replied, "I'll get it for you." Guo Shu couldn't take it anymore, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up. He pointed and yelled, "Since you've ignored my offer today, don't come crying to me when you regret it later." Jiang Xian thought with contempt, "What a pest! No wonder he's just a third-rate villain." Chu Lan asked him, not understanding, "What does regret it later mean?" Jiang Xian explained, "It basically means we'll be sorry in the future." Chu Lan realized with a confused look, "I see. Why would Guo Shu say something like that? I used to think he cared about us, but now I'm not so sure." Jiang Xian had already thought this through. The reason he didn't try to stop Guo Shu from visiting the inn was because this was something his sister had to experience for herself. She has to overcome her soft-heartedness and her trust in others, and what was supposed to start next year has been set in motion thanks to the inn's success. Jiang Xian gently placed a hand on Chu Lan's shoulder. "Sister, don't you worry about anything and just focus on the business. Leave all the troublesome matters to me." An image of the old Chu Lan appeared, saying lovingly, "Jiang Xian, don't you worry, I'll take care of it." But now she patted his head, praising him proudly. "My Jiang Xian has really grown up, even knowing how to say such things." Jiang Xian's face crumpled on the verge of tears, but he held them back. Jiang Xian felt a lump in his throat. In the past, his sister was always in his shadow, just as she had once said. Chu Lan was startled by his expression. "Jiang Xian, are you crying?" Jiang Xian resolved to himself, "But I'm too old to stay in that shadow. I will protect her, just like she once protected me, just like everything after I regressed." The next morning, the inn opened, and Jiang Xian was busy in the kitchen. Dulan came into the kitchen and handed him a piece of paper. "Make this." Jiang Xian took it. "Is this for today?" Dulan nodded. "He orders something strange every day." Jiang Xian took the paper. "I'll make it right away." He felt quite happy inside. Yi Hualian has asked me to cook for him without worrying about the cost. Dulan seemed a little worried. "Do you even know how to make this? You've been acting strange lately." Jiang Xian got to work preparing the requested dish. Very quickly he finished and handed it to Dulan. "Here, take this." Just as she left with the food, Yun Ming returned. "Sister brother Yun Ming is back." The little monkey ran up to greet him, and the young boy Yun Ming replied, "Hey Blackie, I'm back from my studies." The boy suddenly said to Chu Lan, "This isn't the time. There are some people here who want to see you." Jiang Xian's gaze turned cold, immediately thinking of the Shanghua Merchant Guild. Just then, Song Yun barged into the kitchen with his men without permission. Jiang Xian said politely, "Outsiders aren't allowed in the kitchen." Song Yun smugly held out a piece of paper. "Soon enough, I won't be an outsider anymore." Chu Lan looked at the paper and asked, "What is this?" Song Yun tilted his head up arrogantly. "It seems the young lady can't read, so she doesn't know what this is." Jiang Xian spoke up, "It's upside down." The man hastily flipped the paper over, and only then could Chu Lan read it. "My father borrowed money." Song Yun nodded. "That's right, your father Zhang Shuiyu borrowed 20 taels, and including interest, the total is 132 taels. But Jiang Xian already saw right through his scheme, and he spoke up, "Yes, a forged IOU. What's next?" Song Yun flinched slightly when he realized the boy knew his secret. The Shanghua Merchant Guild is a leading figure in the Nanjing 10 Great Merchant Association. He has 3 children, but the second one died, and the eldest son is Mu Yingqi, the son of a concubine. The youngest Mu Shuling is a daughter, so he doesn't care much for her, while Mu Yingqi strives to get his father's attention. Mu Shuling, on the other hand, doesn't need to. The fake IOU that goateed man is holding is Mu Shuling's handiwork. Song Yun feigned ignorance. "What did you just say?" The little monkey on his shoulder grew restless, and Jiang Xian growled at it. "Stay still." Chu Lan was anxious and couldn't believe it. Why would my father borrow such a large sum as 20 taels of silver model? Song Yun shouted, "Are you calling us liars?" Chu Lan retorted, "No matter how I think about it, there's no reason my father would need to borrow money." He cut her off and snarled, "Isn't it right here in black and white?" Jiang Xian felt nothing but contempt. What a shameless bastard. Even before I returned to the past, this IOU appeared. Mu Shuling is very meticulous. No matter how many years pass, they will devour countless shops this way. Dulan, who was taking things to the kitchen, didn't understand what was happening. She spoke up. "Who are these people? Why does my sister look like that?" One of Song Yun's men turned and glared at Dulan threateningly. She immediately got into a fighting stance. "You want to fight? I've learned martial arts. Just try me." Before she could finish, Song Yun shoved the paper in front of her. Dulan was also confused. "An IOU? What IOU is this?" He clicked his tongue, no longer beating around the bush. "As it's written here, you must pay the debt by the end of this month. Otherwise, you know what will happen." After saying that, Song Yun and his men left. Yun Ming pointed at Chulan and reminded her, "You said it before sister-father is illiterate." The boy's reminder made her suddenly recall this. Yun Ming raised several questions, but who wrote father's name and handwriting? Could there be a conspiracy behind this? Jiang Xian laughed and patted the boy's head. "A little kid like you doesn't need to worry about useless things. Go play with the little monkey." But Yun Ming didn't seem to want to. But given the current situation, Jiang Xian had to make a deal. "If you go play, I'll cook you something delicious." Yun Ming excitedly agreed and ran off with the little monkey. After pondering, Chu Lan also said, "I think Yun Ming has a point. If the IOU is fake, then why would someone do this?" Jiang Xian reassured her, "Don't worry, sister. As a precaution, I'll go speak with the authorities and then come back." Chu Lan was overjoyed. "Could you really do that?" "Oh, Jiang Xian, having you here makes me feel so much more secure." Night fell quickly. Jiang Xian met privately with Shan Fu to give instructions. "I have a few things to tell you. This time I need you to spread a rumor for me." He looked bewildered, not yet understanding what the rumor was about. Jiang Xian continued, "Just like last time, gather all the beggars from the other regions. I will pay in advance by region, so you can work and fill your stomachs at the same time." Shan Fu didn't overthink it, nodding in agreement to contact them. Jiang Xian gave 3 requirements. First, talk about specific people and specific events in crowded places. Second, don't work in the same place more than 3 times a day. Third, be brief and concise and only work for 3 days. Just these 3 conditions. If the rumors you spread reach my ears, I will give you more money. Shan Fu understood immediately, bowing his head to Jiang Xian. "I pledge my utmost loyalty, young master." He waved his hand to let Shan Fu leave first, and the man ran off quickly. Jiang Xian looked up at the moon, feeling at ease. For now, the gentle breeze had passed. And in modern times, there's a saying like this: "If you can't attack the sender, attack the messenger." I'm not keeping that old man alive for nothing. Does he want to enjoy the storm that's about to hit the Shanghai Merchant Guild? Chu Lan panicked, clutching her head. "What is this?" She collapsed helplessly when she saw the empty barrels. Chu Lan mumbled to herself, "How can this be? Unbelievable." She thought to herself, after that goat-bearded man visited the inn yesterday, the ingredient suppliers stopped their deliveries. I can't be the only one who finds this suspicious. After thinking it through, Chu Lan cried out, "This is obviously that man's doing from yesterday. What a wicked person." She wept internally. I can feel the 5 stages of grief, denial, anger. With tears welling in her eyes, Chu Lan thought next is bargaining right. She turned her head. "Or is it because I didn't pray to Buddha? Should I go to the temple right now?" Chu Lan rambled on. "No, it won't work probably." At that moment, Jiang Xian quietly approached and placed a hand on Chu Lan's shoulder. He gently comforted her. "All right, please stop crying. I have 2 options. Listen to me." Chu Lan's eyes lit up and she looked at him intently. Jiang Xian suggested, "One is that we close for a while to stock up on ingredients." Hearing this, Chu Lan looked dejected. Seeing that Jiang Xian continued, "The other way is to limit the quantity we sell a little at lunch, a little at dinner, something like that." Chu Lan argued, "Even if we manage for a few days like that, the ingredients will spoil quickly." Jiang Xian suggested seafood and meat are hard to preserve, which means we just need to sell seafood noodles and sweet and sour pork. We can make black bean noodles without meat. At this, Chu Lan was skeptical. Is that even possible? Jiang Xian began to analyze. If we use lard to make the oil, the flavor of the black bean noodles won't be much different. Chu Lan's eyes filled with admiration. As expected of the master, "You're amazing." Jiang Xian casually put an arm around Chu Lan. "So shall we get started right away?" She happily agreed. Due to a disruption in our ingredient supply, our opening hours and menu will be adjusted for the time being. 3 days later, the effect of the limited sales was incredible. Seeing the customers pour in like it was a festival, I guess our food must be really good. Suddenly, 2 customers started shouting, "Why does the food taste like this? Get the owner out here." Jiang Xian's expression turned grim. "Is it a fly?" He handled the situation in a flash. The 2 customers were beaten and left sprawling on the ground. Jiang Xian interrogated them. "The Shanghai Merchant Guild sent you, didn't they? Go back and tell that old man if he tries this again, he's dead." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xian looked up to see another person arriving. Chun Fu approached and called out young master. Jiang Xian asked how did it go. Chun Fu smiled and reported, just as you instructed young master, we spread the rumors about the Shanghai Merchant Guild. Now they're in an uproar. Jiang Xian was pleased. Excellent, excellent. Hearing this, Chun Fu replied gratefully. Thank you, young master. Jiang Xian added, for now, focus on staying healthy. You might get pulled into the Shanghai Merchant Guild's business. At this, Chun Fu bowed respectfully. We know how to stir up trouble without getting caught. Jiang Xian said goodbye to him. Walking into a secluded corner away from prying eyes, Jiang Xian finally let his excitement show. The results are just as I predicted. There's no need to delay any longer. Fate is a truly wonderful thing. Later that same day at the Shanghai Merchant Guild, the street was bustling with shoppers. Jiang Xian had to admit this was the scale of the 10 great families of Nanjing, truly a colossal fortune. But as he approached the gate, he was stopped by the guards. A guard with a menacing look asked, "What's your business here?" Jiang Xian calmly replied, "I'm here to see the young master." The guard clearly didn't respect me, acting as if young master was the name of a neighbor's dog. Jiang Xian couldn't help but radiate a palpable killing intent. He glared and threatened, "Do you want to end up 6 feet under like your ancestors? Go tell the young master that someone is here to save him." The guard was scared out of his wits and rushed off to deliver the message. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Jiang Xian remembered being here once before. Back then, he had seen Chu Lan in a miserable state here. Sister Chu Lan was kneeling, not crying or begging. Jiang Xian continued, she was only praying for the Yinglai Inn and her younger siblings. A green-haired maid came out, interrupting his thoughts. "Please come to the reception room." Jiang Xian followed the maid. The green-haired maid opened a door and said to him, "We have arrived." In the middle of the room sat Ying Qi, looking solemn. Ying Qi was the first to speak. "Who are you?" Jiang Xian stepped forward boldly. "I already sent word. I'm the one who's here to save you." Ying Qi was bewildered. "I don't understand what you're talking about. Please be more specific." Jiang Xian's smile turned cold. Just as expected of Mu Ying Qi, an excellent judge of character. Even though I was being intentionally vague, his expression didn't change. He understood my meaning. Jiang Xian waved his hand. "You're in trouble because of the rumors, aren't you?" Ying Qi asked impassively. "It seems you're here because of some baseless rumors you heard." Jiang Xian just smiled and slowly took a deep breath. He immediately denied it. "That's not true. I'm the one who paid to start those rumors." Even Ying Qi was surprised by his directness. "What are you scheming?" Jiang Xian suddenly appeared behind Ying Qi. "I want to make a deal." Startled, Ying Qi quickly turned around. "Wait." Without giving him a chance, Jiang Xian pulled a chair over for himself. He declared, "I'm betting on your life because you're going to die soon." Ying Qi was confused. "What?" Jiang Xian explained, "There's a rumor going around that the Shanghai Merchant Guild is making money through dirty means, right?" Ying Qi suddenly coughed, denying it. "I haven't done anything like that." Jiang Xian agreed. "That's right, you haven't. But I don't think the same can be said for your father. Isn't that why he's being investigated right now?" Ying Qi was speechless, unable to argue. Jiang Xian had hit a nerve. "You know it, don't you? Your younger sister Mu Shuling is gaining your father's trust. She's loyal and very clever, isn't she?" Hearing this, Ying Qi asked nervously, "How do you know that?" Jiang Xian ignored the question. "You don't need to know that. What's important is that your sister is plotting to kill you." Ying Qi's face darkened as he demanded, "Why should I believe a word you say?" Jiang Xian became excited. He insisted, "You have to believe me. I have no reason to joke with you. Wiping out a merchant guild is not a difficult task for me." A stark contrast to his earlier worry, An Qi became unusually calm. Jiang Xian noticed right away his eyes showed he didn't quite believe him. He channeled his internal energy and immediately a purple aura surrounded him. Jiang Xian unleashed the demonic power, letting it circle around An Qi. The bizarre scene before him frightened An Qi so much he couldn't believe his own eyes. After the demonstration, Jiang Xian retracted the aura into his body. An Qi was in such a panic that his breathing became ragged. Jiang Xian scratched his head and said, "See now, if I knew I wouldn't have put on such a complicated act from the start." An Qi's face turned pale with fear. "You must be telling the truth, sir." Jiang Xian wore a disdainful expression. "Your younger sister will make you the star of a rumor and turn this crisis into her opportunity. You can never protect yourself." An Qi was agitated. "I won't be an easy person to deal with." Jiang Xian silently searched his old memories. Back then, An Qi's trust had been betrayed. He was forced to kneel on the ground. "How could you do this to me? Aren't we of the same blood?" Shu Ling replied coldly, "So what if we are?" Though unwilling, An Qi was forcibly taken elsewhere. 2 rough guards dragged him toward the door, and Qi wailed miserably, "Let me go, you are not my people." Shu Ling stood above, watching her brother get dragged away. She waved goodbye to him smugly. Back in the present, Jiang Xian gave him no right to refuse. "From now on, listen carefully to my words." An Qi was quite confused as he listened to Jiang Xian's account. "I told Mu Anqi about what would happen to him in the future of his past life." He asked An Qi again, "Does it sound like a lie?" An Qi just gave a faint laugh. Lately, Shu Ling's actions have been unusual. He clenched his fist and asked, "Tell me what you want, sir." Jiang Xian answered frankly, first everything about Mu Shu Ling. An Qi was confused, everything about Shu Ling, what for? Jiang Xian's expression was not pleasant, a personal grudge. An Qi agreed, all right. For the second thing, Jiang Xian instructed, "Get one of the IOUs from the gamble near Jiangning Lu. I will tell you the rest later." An Qi was, of course, not satisfied. "Even if you are a benefactor, sir, a merchant doesn't conduct business that way." Jiang Xian laughed as if he already had the advantage. If you were a true merchant from the start, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation. After that, he could only stand there helplessly and sigh with his arms crossed. An Qi was a little disappointed, so that's how it is. "Then tell me now, sir, what should I do?" Jiang Xian replied wearily, "I will tell you all of Mu Shu Ling's spies and confidants." He leaned close to An Qi's ear, and when he finished listening, he was astonished. An Qi looked down. "That person is my close aide. How could that be possible?" Jiang Xian gave a cold command, "Kidnap all of them, do whatever it takes to make them confess and report to me on the progress and Mu Shu Ling's movements." An Qi asked agitatedly, "If I do this, can I really survive?" Jiang Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. "Of course." In his mind, he thought you weren't going to die in the first place. In an instant, Jiang Xian teleported to another location. Here he came across a remarkable scene. It was Dulan and the little monkey performing some kind of move. It seems she was annoyed her expression was not good. Dulan turned to scold the little monkey, "If you keep bothering me, I'll bring home every dung-eating dog in the neighborhood." The little monkey heard but didn't understand a thing. Just then, the little monkey and Dulan noticed his presence. It scrambled up to sit on Jiang Xian's head. Dulan muttered to herself, "Oh, the smell of wine he's been drinking again." She spoke up. "Where did you just come from?" Jiang Xian replied, "For a walk." "While I was gone, that older sister didn't bully you, did she?" Dulan denied it. "Why would I bully a tiny little kid like this?" The little monkey, having found an ally, was visibly excited. At this point, Dulan noticed something was off. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Jiang Xian asked directly. "Do you really want to become a martial artist? What do you plan to do in the martial world?" Dulan silently looked at him without saying a word. Then she asked in return, "When did I ever say that Jiang Xian was confused? So that's not it." Dulan continued her training and replied, "It's just something I want." Jiang Xian's curiosity grew. "It's not because you admire the martial world, but for another reason." At that moment, he held out his hand, preparing to channel his internal energy. Jiang Xian threw a straight punch forward. Before Dulan could react, he used his leg to gain momentum. Jiang Xian executed a straight kick up into the sky. Seeing this, Dulan was stunned on the spot. After finishing, Jiang Xian returned to his ready stance. The little monkey clapped excitedly while Dulan felt a bit ashamed. Jiang Xian analyzed, "The reason your movements are clumsy is because you don't put strength into each one." Dulan followed him, questioning, "Didn't you say we were just taking a walk? Who did you learn martial arts from?" Jiang Xian held the little monkey who taught me. "If you can perform the basic movements, I'll consider telling you." Hearing this, Dulan hesitated but then agreed. The next morning, the news had arrived. Jiang Xian thought to himself, "Mu Yingji brought it already. He's quick." As he walked in, Uncle Guo spoke up, I forgot, didn't the Shanghai Merchant Guild show you something?" Jiang Xian was annoyed. "If you know, why ask?" Uncle Guo's face immediately darkened. "What do I know?" he said sarcastically. "Perhaps it's about someone who owes a large sum of money." Chulan ran over anxiously, calling out Uncle. Jiang Xian stopped her. "Sister, go back to your room." Uncle Guo wouldn't let it go. "The adults aren't finished talking. Where do you think you're going?" Chulan listened to Jiang Xian and turned to leave. "Uncle Guo provoked your father was a gambler." Before he could finish saying that he owed the Shanghai Merchant Guild a debt, Jiang Xian made his move. Without another word, his hand landed squarely on Uncle Guo's face. He was so surprised by the slap that his cheek turned red and he froze. Jiang Xian wore a stern expression, saying nothing. His gaze pierced straight through the other man as he ordered, "Shut your mouth." Embarrassment turned to anger for Uncle Guo. "You dare curse at me." He started using psychological attacks. "You orphan, you've finally shown your true colors." The stutter in his voice clearly showed Uncle Guo's trembling. "What are you going to do?" Before he could compose himself, he was hit with another punch. In life, talk more, get hit more. Talk less, get hit less. Uncle Guo clutched his bruised face and demanded, "What the hell are you playing at?" Jiang Xian once again raised his hand. His final blow sent Uncle Guo sprawling to the ground. Jiang Xian stepped on Uncle Guo's face. "Now why are you getting beaten up?" He pleaded in agony for him to stop. Jiang Xian said with contempt, "Stop as if." In that moment, it was as if all the life had been drained from Uncle Guo. A strange stream of liquid flowed out from him. Jiang Xian sneered, "What's this already drifting in and out of consciousness?" By now, Uncle Guo was scared out of his wits by him. He questioned, "How do you have this?" Jiang Xian was calm. "And why wouldn't I? You became Mu Shuling's dog to pay off your gambling debts, didn't you?" Under that terrified gaze, he asked, "Do you enjoy being a dog?" Jiang Xian leaned in. "Just a few barks, and you get thrown a bone." Uncle Guo retorted excitedly, "I only did it to survive, otherwise they would have sent me to the coal mines." Jiang Xian grabbed Uncle Guo's lapels and lifted him up. "Shut your mouth." He grew more enraged hearing the excuse. Just to save your own skin, you'd throw someone who trusted you into prison. At this point, Uncle Guo's entire body was trembling with fear. His last shred of dignity was gone. "Spare me, please, spare me. I'll torment myself for the rest of my life." Jiang Xian crossed his arms and asked, "You want to live?" Guo Shu nodded eagerly in delight. But in response, all he got was a slap from Jiang Xian. His eyes flashed with hatred. Even at the very end, the man didn't admit his mistake, not even with a single word. The final slap knocked Guo Shu unconscious. That evening, the truth was finally exposed. Song Yun and his subordinates were tied to chairs, and he threatened, "Do you think you can get away with this unscathed? Do you not know who I am?" Just then, An Qi slowly walked into the room. He now stood before them. An Qi spoke. "How rude, Guildmaster Song Yun. I have something I want to discuss with you." He threw a bag of money in front of him, leaving Song Yun stunned. The old man was confused. "What is this?" An Qi replied, "I heard that Mu Shuling hasn't been paying you what you deserve lately, not even enough to cover the overdue interest." An Qi picked up the money and laughed heartily. "You've worked so hard for the Merchant Guild? Take this chance to go on a trip with your family. Your child is so adorable and clever." Song Yun thought about his superior Mu Shuling. "Has that woman ever treated me and my family like human beings? She's only ever treated us like animals." But still, Song Yun was a little hesitant. Why would the young master do this? I belong to the young miss after all. He was suspicious. He's a member of the Mu family too. He might be trying to trick me. An Qi's next action was truly unpredictable. Quick as a flash, he knelt on the ground right in front of the old man. Song Yun was so surprised he was stunned into silence. An Qi continued, "Shuling is about to face a great disaster. I have gathered all the evidence proving the guild is run illegally, so it's only a matter of time before my father finds out." An Qi confided, "I just want to save you." At that moment, Song Yun saw things clearly. Seizing the opportunity, An Qi pleaded even more earnestly. "Even though you belong to someone else, I've always highly valued your abilities, which is why I feel it's a pity. You don't have to give me an answer right now. I just hope you can understand my sincerity." Song Yun looked at his earnest attitude and thought with a sigh, so different. He looked towards him and told himself, "At least Mu An Qi doesn't treat me like an animal." He clutched the money bag in his hand, and finally he knelt respectfully and replied, "This lowly one will be loyal to the young master from now on." Using sweet words to recruit talent is always a wise move. Song Yun continued, "This lowly one will do my utmost for the young master. In the future, please feel free to make use of this humble body as you see fit." And Qi's face lit up. "I'm the one who will be relying on you." The next morning, Jiang Xian was leisurely sweeping the courtyard. Suddenly, Chu Lan excitedly brought news. "Jiang Xian, the material supplier said they'll do business with us again." Jiang Xian shared her joy. "Is that so? That's great." Chu Lan sighed in relief. "The Shanghai Merchant Guild said there was a misunderstanding and canceled the debt note, and I haven't seen Guo Shu around lately, so his anger must have cooled down." What a relief. Jiang Xian feigned innocence. "Of course things will get even better in the future." Chu Lan asked excitedly. "Really? That would be wonderful." Jiang Xian put a hand on the smiling Chu Lan's shoulder and thought with a sigh, "It will be over soon. We'll meet again shortly, Mu Shuling." Elsewhere, Anqi was reading a book and thinking he's truly a frightening person. He thought of Jiang Xian, his intelligence network, his analytical skills, his insight, and even his killing intent. I must never lose my connection with him. Anqi deeply cherished the thought he might be the greatest fortune I have ever been granted. At that moment, Song Yun came to find him calling from the doorway, "Young master." Anqi asked, "Mu Shuling has been drinking ever since father scolded her, right?" Song Yun confirmed, "Yes, just as you said, young master." Anqi ordered, "Keep a close eye on where she goes and what she does, and report everything to Jiang Xian." Meanwhile, Shuling was drinking at a tavern, sighing as she drank. A subordinate spoke up, "Should we deal with the traitor Guildmaster Song?" Yun immediately Shuling replied impassively, "No need." She gazed into the distance. "If I make a fuss over one runaway dog, it would just make me look ridiculous." With that, Shuling stood up from her seat. She twirled and said, "I still have my grandfather and mother to help me." A voice rang out, "Look at that shameless face." Jiang Xian, with a grim expression, had just walked into the place. His face was dark as he walked deeper inside, paying no mind to the people nearby. Shuling said arrogantly, "Who is spouting nonsense in front of me?" The subordinate replied, "I'll go see." The subordinate quickly leaped down, kicking up a cloud of dust. His eyes widened. "Those words you just spat out, surely you weren't directing them at the young miss." Jiang Xian sneered, "Are you an idiot? You can't even figure that out. Who else would be here besides the fisherman?" The subordinate shouted impatiently, "I think he's crazy. What should we do with him?" Shards of glass thrown from above shattered everywhere. Shu Ling was the one who threw it down. "Looks like it's going to be a busy day. Business at the Kuijing Lu must be slow, huh? Why are they letting just anyone in these days?" She glared down at Jiang Xian murderously and asked, "Who are you?" Jiang Xian stepped forward fearlessly. He answered without hesitation, "I'm the one who's come to kill you." Shu Ling completely dismissed his words. "You say you want to kill me?" The subordinate spoke up, "I will handle him." She commanded, "Bring him to me first." The subordinate said contemptuously, "I have to ask why he's being so reckless." Just as he uttered the challenge, a fist slammed into his face. Jiang Xian continued with his swift fighting style. As expected, he handled it with ease this time as well. Shu Ling and the subordinate were utterly terrified as they witnessed this scene. Only then did the frightened subordinate draw his sword. He ordered his men, "Attack with all your might," and so the whole group of subordinates rushed in to swarm Jiang Xian. But with an explosion, quantity proved to be no match for quality. Leaping back and forth, Jiang Xian took out the subordinates one by one. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Shu Ling was finally afraid, hiding behind her subordinate. "Hey uncle, what's with this atmosphere? Do you know who that man is? If you retreat now, I won't blame you." The horrified subordinate wondered, what was that just now? In an instant, Jiang Xian had jumped down in front of them. Even with a weapon in hand, the subordinate couldn't help but tremble. A master like this exists. Shu Ling started to rush him. "Uncle, are you insane? Just do what you have to do." But Jiang Xian interjected, "And what if I say no?" Another subordinate appeared on the ceiling and lunged down. He flew straight down, aiming to slash at Jiang Xian. He quickly unleashed his qigong, making it impossible for the henchman to get close. He was even able to launch a counterattack against him. After taking so many hits, the subordinate was thrown to the ground. Shu Ling, who had witnessed everything, screamed in terror. Her earlier arrogance was gone. "Who are you? Mu Yingqi, the Yang family manor, or the Mao Zhen merchant guild? Where did you come from?" Jiang Xian replied mockingly, "Even you think you have a lot of enemies, don't you? I'm from the Yinglai Inn." Shu Ling scoffed, "The Yinglai Inn? Come on, I'll give you any amount you want, so just keep quiet and leave all right." Jiang Xian asked contemptuously, still delusional. He continued hitting her where it hurt. "You don't have any assets left. Did you think Mu Yingqi was just playing around all this time?" Unable to accept this truth, Shu Ling screamed lies. Jiang Xian continued calmly, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. Just looking at you like this disgusts me, so let's end this here." He thought of everyone and wished he could tear Shu Ling to pieces. "You touched something you shouldn't have." Shu Ling tried to grasp at her last straw weight. She desperately tried to negotiate. "I'll get money from my mother's family. An inn. I'll build you a new one." Jiang Xian's footsteps didn't stop, only getting closer. Shu Ling looked behind her. It was too high to jump. In the distance, a subordinate spoke up. "This isn't looking good." The subordinate, chewing on a straw, continued, "I don't know the whole story, but how do you think you're going to get out of here?" Jiang Xian glared at him with eyes as sharp as a blade. "If you don't want to die, shut your mouth and stay put." Hearing this, the subordinate chewing on the straw suddenly burst into strange laughter. He raised his fist. I act for the sake of justice. I can't just stand by when I see wrongdoing. Shu Ling warned, "Be careful, great warrior. His techniques are vicious." The henchman's fighting spirit was at its peak. "Don't worry, righteousness will never be defeated." Jiang Xian rushed forward, grabbing both of his hands and squeezing them tightly, threatening, "Get lost." He simply held the man's hands tightly. "Something you call righteousness." Jiang Xian casually spun the henchman around like a pinwheel, making him cry out. He immediately asserted his dominance. Only those with strength are allowed to speak of such things. Then Jiang Xian decided to deal with the other henchman. He charged forward, grabbed him, and took him down as if they were in a wrestling match. The henchman lay unconscious on the ground, his mouth covered in blood. Under the moonlight, Jiang Xian's face looked more terrifying than ever. "You should know who you're dealing with before you make a move." Shu Ling sank to the ground in despair. "So this is what it's about." Her despair turned to indignation. "I haven't done anything deserving of death. The people we caught were fools. We were just trying to make a living. Is that so wrong?" Shu Ling continued to justify herself. "Even if that's true, even if we were in the wrong. But is any snowflake ever truly pure? Have you lived such a spotless life yourself?" The sword from earlier suddenly flew through the air, charging at Jiang Xian. But just as quickly, he turned it against its owner. The sword struck Shu Ling, drawing blood. Shu Ling let out a weak cry, "Help me!" Jiang Xian didn't even spare her a glance. "At least I don't prey on the weak, you piece of trash." With everything settled, he returned home. Jiang Xian landed on the ground from high above, looking like a superhero. It was then that he realized the marks on his face hadn't faded yet. Yunying was naturally startled when he saw him. "You're back, brother. Did you finish your business outside?" Jiang Xian changed the subject. "Where are you off to?" Yunying answered evasively. "I was just busy, so I'm going to study, that's all." As soon as he said that, the boy rushed inside the house. Jiang Xian was puzzled. But that's the way to the kitchen. Is Yunying going to the kitchen? He then quietly followed behind him. All three siblings were gathered in the kitchen. Yunying said glumly, "That was a close call." Dulan asked, "What's wrong?" Yunying replied, "I was on my way to meet you all when I ran into brother Jiang Xian, so I just told him I was going to study and slipped away." The young boy looked guilty. "I lied so I can no longer become a gentleman." Chulan laughed cheerfully. "It was a white lie. You did a good job, Yunying." The boy asked again, still doubtful. Dulan confirmed, "She's right." Jiang Xian comforted himself. "It's probably nothing. It seems he was so startled that he couldn't see clearly." Chulan replied unexpectedly, "We are doing this for Jiang Xian, after all." Dulan confirmed, "That's right, and he hasn't been looking well lately. He just keeps wandering around outside. It's so strange." Chulan's eyes sparkled. "Come to think of it, I feel like we've been relying on Jiang Xian way too much." The next words took Jiang Xian by surprise. "For our family to be honest, he must be having a really hard time." Chulan cheerfully agreed. "Exactly. That's why he would be so happy if we threw him a birthday feast." "What do you think?" Dulan happily agreed. Yunying jumped for joy. "That's a great idea." Jiang Xian thought to himself, "Those three, all I've ever thought about is how to take care of them." He stood alone in the dark, lost in thought. "Perhaps it's because I feel regret for my past life." Jiang Xian pictured their happy faces. "But in reality, I'm the one causing all the trouble. The three of them have been looking after me in their own way." Jiang Xian leaned against the bed holding the little monkey and sitting pensively in the silent room. He then looked at the little monkey affectionately and asked, "You know what your role is without me having to say it, right?" The monkey chittered a few times as if to say it understood. Then it leaped out of his arms. The little monkey stood on the floor. It turned back, crossing its arms and looking at Jiang Xian with a confident expression. Seeing this, he praised it. "You know exactly what to do." Suddenly, a strange dark energy began to radiate from Jiang Xian's body. He closed his eyes, slowly regulating his internal energy. His hand was clenched tightly, yet it was still enveloped in a blue light. Jiang Xian thought with his eyes closed, "Something isn't right. I thought the Jade Heaven divine art could suppress the demonic lord's chi, but it seems it can't." Suddenly, a small voice called from outside his door, "Brother, it's time to eat." Hearing that, he returned to normal and slowly stood up still, thinking, "That makes sense. The Jade Heaven divine art probably doesn't recognize this unusual type of demonic skill." When he stepped outside, he was greeted by the sight of a table filled with delicious, fragrant food. But Jiang Xian just asked blankly, "What is all this food?" "A birthday present. It's your birthday today. I tried making some of the dishes you've mentioned to me before." "So, are you surprised?" "Thank you, sister." He remembered Solan's back in the past and thought she must have been so sad back then, feeling like she couldn't do anything for me. Then he remembered Solan's sad face as she told him, "I'm sorry it's your birthday today. Next year I promise I'll prepare a huge birthday feast for you next year." A voice pulled Jiang Hien back to the present. Van Doan peeked up and asked, "Brother, guess who made this?" He glanced at the little black lump in the boy's hand and answered Dulan. Then the boy held up another strangely shaped item and asked again, "What about this one?" Seeing it, he laughed until tears came to his eyes and replied, "Dulan." Hearing them joke like that, she shouted, "Hey, are you making fun of me? Am I responsible for everything that looks ugly?" After that is a scene of them eating and talking very warmly. Solan reached behind her back for something. Then she brought out a wrapped gift surprising Jiang Hien. She said, "This is my gift. It's been a while since I paid attention to your clothes, so I bought you a new set." The gift was wrapped neatly and carefully in a piece of cloth. Jiang Hien took the gift and said gently, "I'll wear it." But he had a question in his heart. I really wanted to ask her why she bought this, but I kept quiet. Then Jiang Hien went to change his clothes and came back. He walked over and asked shyly, "So how does it look?" Solan saw him and immediately praised, "It's beautiful." Van Doan's eyes sparkled as he said, "Brother, you look like a young master from a noble family." Dulan also added, "It's true that fine clothes make the man." He thought to himself, "This seems a bit much for our current situation, but I'll happily accept it." Then he asked to step out for a bit and said he'd be right back. So Lan immediately agreed. "Go ahead, take your time." The scene changes to a large dock with incredibly clear blue water. Jiang Hien walked up to a boat and asked in astonishment, "Did you have to go this big?" Hearing that, Ying Qi immediately replied, "Of course, this is how I should treat my benefactor." "What benefactor?" Looking at Ying Qi, he said, "I thought it would take a lot longer to clean up." Looking around, Jiang Hien continued, "But it was finished faster than I expected, wasn't it? First, tell me what you found out about Mu Shuling." Ying Qi sat down, took out a small vase, and recounted farmland, silver food supplies, jewelry shops. She seized many things besides those. Hearing this, Jiang Hien said, "All of those shops were taken from other people, right? Return all of them to their original owners." Not believing his ears, he asked again to confirm. He smiled and affirmed, "You can manage the remaining assets." Jiang Hien felt a great deal of empathy. "Just like my sister, Solan, they've all struggled so much. But it's not just about that." Imagining a sudden windfall of money, Ying Qi was stunned and exclaimed, "Why?" But it wasn't that simple, Jiang Hien thought to himself. Before I regressed, Ying Qi was exiled, but he managed to get back on his feet and eventually became very wealthy. This is how I'll make use of important figures from the future. After finishing their discussion, he stood up and said, "Well then I'll be going." Ying Qi also stood up and asked, "So will you let me know when everything is over?" Jiang Hien replied immediately, "This is it." Ying Qi was still a little confused. Then Jiang Hien said, "Then if fate allows it, we will meet again." He was about to leave when the man suddenly called out, "Wait a moment. I want to apologize to the Yinglai Inn. Whether you plan to expand or move elsewhere, just let me know." Hearing this, Jiang Hien pondered and said, "Then how about we do this? Provide the inn with free ingredients for 1 year." Ying Qi happily agreed. "That's a great idea. Jianshan Tang is run by the Shanghai Merchant Guild, which has a strict quality control process, and then there's Huajing Lu." Jiang Hien turned to leave, waving his hand as he said, "All right, I trust you. Just handle it that way from now on." Ying Qi also bowed his head in farewell and said, "Thank you, sir. I'll send someone over first thing in the morning." Watching him walk away, Ying Qi blushed and thought to himself, "Good. This means the relationship between my benefactor and me can continue." Jiang Hien walked away happily humming a little tune. But when he returned, things were a little awkward. When Solan saw him, she cheerfully praised him. "It suits you so well, you look so handsome." He sighed in exasperation and said, "Sister, sister, sister, do you know you've said that more than 100 times already?" She heard him and replied with a bright smile, "I could look at you 100 times and you'd still be handsome." As the two of them were talking, a door opened. Van Doan walked over with his head down, announcing tiredly, "I'm back." The boy walked past the two of them. Solan was about to step forward, noticing that Van Doan wasn't acting like his usual self. "Is something wrong?" Jiang Hien quickly spoke up to stop her. "Wait, let me go." At that moment, Jiang Hien had reached the boy's door. He raised his hand to knock and called out Van Doan. The boy was curled up under his blanket, not answering. Seeing no movement, Jiang Hien called in, "If you're not going to open the door, I'm coming in." Okay? Hearing that, the boy poked his head out from under the blanket and replied, "Don't." Jiang Hien didn't listen and opened the door, stepping inside. He saw the boy crying under the blanket with a bruise on his face. He asked angrily, "What happened to your face?" Hearing him, the boy's tears streamed down as he bit his lip, trying to hold it in. But then he came out sobbing as he recounted what happened. "I did really well on the academy's test, but..." Jiang Hien asked gently, "But what?" The boy cried even harder. They said, "Is it a crime to be poor and not have parents?" Jiang Hien reached out to rub the boy's back and said comfortingly, "Van Doan, you're going to learn how to defend yourself from me." The boy gradually calmed down, wiped his tears, and asked, "Brother, you mean you want me to fight those kids?" Jiang Hien clenched his fist, smiling dangerously as he said, "No. To be precise, you're going to beat them so badly they won't even think about bothering you again." Hearing that, the boy immediately refused, "I don't want to." With his eyes closed, the boy recounted the story of Chu Yunyang and Bai Chuang, saying that if you use violence to punish the violent, violence will only beget more violence, and the situation would get so bad they wouldn't even realize their mistake. Hearing this, Jiang Xian was stunned and asked, "So just getting bullied isn't enough for you?" Thinking of how the boy had to stand by and watch the weak get bullied, he began to teach him, "You have to protect yourself. Let me give you an example, shall I?" The Song dynasty neglected military training. They tried to buy peace with silk and treasures, but they were still destroyed. To some extent, armed conflict is unavoidable. Do you understand what I mean? After listening, the boy stopped crying and nodded vigorously. It was still dark when Jiang Xian took the boy out to the courtyard and said, "Come at me." The boy asked hesitantly, "Me?" He smiled and beckoned. "If you don't attack me now, I might just hit you." Hearing that, the boy puffed up his cheeks and got into a ready stance. Then the boy closed his eyes, let out a loud shout, and charged forward, swinging his fists wildly. Jiang Xian's jaw dropped as he thought to himself, "Even his running form is a mess. I don't even know where to begin." He raised a hand and blocked one of the boy's punches. Then he quickly slipped behind him, leaving the boy no time to react. The boy asked in astonishment, "What was that just now?" Jiang Xian smiled and explained, "It's what you're learning, the bursting cannon fist." Suddenly, a growl came from the boy's stomach. Jiang Xian spoke gently, "Let's eat first. As for the bruises, just tell your big sister that you fell somewhere." The boy immediately replied, "Yes, thank you, brother Jiang Xian." Only then did the boy smile as brightly as he used to. The delicious aroma of food wafted out from the inn. At the same time, an old man was passing by. Suddenly, the old man broke into a delighted smile. Then he threw open the inn's door, stepped inside with a smile, and exclaimed, "What a wonderful smell!" Jiang Xian was startled by the noise. He shot to his feet, looking around and thinking, "A master." After that, Jiang Xian quickly ran out. When he saw it was an old man, he froze, too surprised to say anything. Looking at the smiling face of the old man before him, Jiang Xian wondered to himself, "Who is this?" Observing the man's steps, he thought, "His breath is steady, his gaze is calm, and his aura is as if he has cast off all worldly things." Jiang Xian's face darkened as he broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "That means he's not from the demonic cult." Just then, So Lan came out carrying a tray of bowls, and seeing the old man, she said, "Please come in." He walked over and sat at a table, looking at her and asking, "What is this dish?" So Lan gently introduced it. "This is called seafood noodles. It's only sold at this inn." Huh. Hearing this, the old man said, "Is that so? Give me a bowl. The aroma is so enticing, I can't resist." As he finished, Dolan ran out from the kitchen and stopped him, saying, "Wait." She stood with her arms crossed and said slowly, "No can do." Hearing this, he asked, "And why is that?" Dulan explained, "The opening hours are fixed, 1 watch in the afternoon and 1 watch in the evening. 1 watch is 2 hours. After hearing this, he slammed his hand on the table and asked in confusion, "I've never heard of such a thing. Is there any inn in this world that does business like this?" Dulan stood there and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, this one." At that moment, he glanced over at Solan and said, "It seems the beautiful young lady is the owner here." Hearing that, she smiled and replied, "I may not be beautiful, but you are correct." Then the old man suddenly stood up, walked towards Solan and pleaded, "Can't you make an exception just this once? If not then, even if it's just leftovers, if you would grant me this favor, I will pray to the great old sovereign of the moon for the inn's future." With that, he prostrated himself before her. Seeing this, Solan became flustered and urged him, "You don't have to do that." Watching this scene, Jiang Xian couldn't understand it, thinking the more I look at him, the more it seems like he's not all there. He doesn't seem to be from the beggars sect or the lower five sects. Right after, Solan turned her head and glanced back at him, standing not far away. She asked Jiang Xian, "We still have a little broth left anyway. Can we sell some to him?" Hearing her wish, he smiled brightly and said, "Why not? You're the owner of the inn, so it's your call." After a moment, a tempting bowl of seafood noodles was brought out. Looking at the bowl, the old man exclaimed, "So this is the source of that aroma. Just the smell is making my mouth water." Lifting a bit of the noodles, he saw they were a glistening golden yellow, looking incredibly delicious. He slowly blew on the noodles to cool them. Suddenly, an image of an old man smiling as he ascended to heaven appeared. Seeing it, the old man started and exclaimed, "Yuanxi Tianzun," seeing. Solan looking at him with confusion, he quickly made an excuse. "I was just saying, how delicious it is, so delicious." Hearing that, she exclaimed joyfully, "What a relief." The noodles were incredibly delicious. As he tasted the clear sweet broth along with the seafood, he said, curiously, "How can one dish have so many complex flavors? It's truly hard to put into words." The noodles are chewy and rich like a dragon's tail, and the deep yet delicate flavor probably comes from chicken stock. The broth is spicy, but the seafood and vegetables provide a perfect balance. As if sensing something more, he paused his description. "Wait, there are also slices of meat, which makes the dish even richer, and then the freshness of the seafood returns. Among the various ingredients, the chewy texture of the shrimp is especially wonderful." Looking at the old man, Jiang Xian thought to himself, maybe he was born in the wrong era. In this day and age, he'd be amazing at mukbang and food reviews. After finishing the entire bowl of noodles, the old man asked her, "Are you the one who made this?" What incredible talent! Chulan looked toward Jiang Xian and said proudly, "It was Jiang Xian's creation. He's amazing, isn't he?" As if realizing something, he thought to himself, "Wait a minute. A glutton and a martial arts master. Could he be the wandering master Qing Zhenzi of the Huashan sect?" Just as Jiang Xian thought he was indeed Zhenzi. At that moment, he smiled in admiration. "You're so young, but your skill is unbelievable. I take it you're proficient in other dishes as well." Before he could wave his hand to object, Chulan quickly pointed at Jiang Xian and agreed enthusiastically, "That's right. Our Jiang Xian is a genius. There's no dish he doesn't know how to make." Hearing that, he could only scratch his head in resignation. Looking at Jiang Xian, Zhenzi smiled brightly and said, "Give me a room. I'll be staying at this inn for a while." Hearing this, Chulan quickly led the way. "This way, sir." Right after that, the door opened. The small figure of Yun Ying appeared and walked in, his face bruised. He whimpered, "I'm back." Seeing the boy's expression, Chulan was completely shocked. She rushed over to Yun Ying and asked with concern, "Yun Ying, did you get into a fight with someone?" Hearing that, the boy turned his face away and replied, "Yes." Chulan asked frantically, "Why would you get into a fight?" Looking at Yun Ying, she asked, "Do you think I like it when you fight like this?" Yun Ying replied sadly, "No." Then Chulan's voice trembled as she said, "You're so injured." Her eyes welled up with tears as she said, "I don't like it when you hit people, Yun Ying, and I especially don't like seeing you get hit." The little boy also said guiltily, "I'm sorry." Chulan hugged Yun Ying and told him, "You won't fight anymore, will you?" The little boy agreed. Looking at Yun Ying's condition, Jiang Xian muttered helplessly, maybe he should just train harder. But immediately after, the boy shot him a triumphant smile, which left Jiang Xian confused. In the small room, the two of them were sitting on the bed and talking. Jiang Xian looked at the boy, who was eating a candied haw, and asked, "So what happened?" Jiang Xian thought to himself, "I thought he couldn't lie, but it turns out he's pretty good at it." At that moment, Yun Ying spoke with his mouth full. It was Deng San, their leader. The boy pointed to his face and complained, "He started it first." Then the boy sniffled and said, "But I held it in." Suddenly, Yun Ying threw up his little hands. The boy waved his hands back and forth, demonstrating as he spoke. "And just like you taught me, brother, I grabbed his arm like this and squeezed hard." Hearing that, Jiang Xian patted Yun Ying's head, smiling smugly to himself. If the kids cry before they even start fighting, the whole thing is usually over. The boy looked up and recounted proudly, "I said something really cool. I said revenge only breeds more revenge. So let's just stop here." Yun Ying asked gleefully, "Did I do a good job, brother?" Jiang Xian was even more pleased and ruffled the boy's hair while teasing, "You were terrible." But as he said it, he thought maybe I should try teaching Yun Ying seriously. The kid really has some talent. Imagining what Yun Ying would be like when he grew up, he thought to himself whether Yun Ying continues to learn or not, martial arts training will be a huge help. If he learns a good cultivation technique, it will have a positive impact on his mind and body in many ways. Jiang Xian smiled with satisfaction, thinking, in any case, this isn't an urgent issue, so I can just think about it slowly. The biggest problem right now is... Outside, Gen Z and the little monkey were sitting and drinking wine together. He laughed and said, "This wine is truly delicious." The little monkey chirped in agreement. Jiang Xian came downstairs to see this and was too angry to speak, cursing inwardly. He's intentionally showing up after closing time just to tick me off. Looking at the cup of wine in his hand, he exclaimed, "So good." The cheerful little monkey suddenly stopped short as if it realized something. Its face twisted into a mask of anger. The little monkey jumped up screeching, which made Gen Z ask in confusion, "Little fellow, we're just having a drink. What's gotten into you?" It looked back at his cup. Jiang Xian thought in surprise, "Don't tell me." Gen Z glanced at his cup and thought for a moment. Standing nearby, Jiang Xian was at a loss with these two. Then, as if he understood, he laughed loudly and said, "Oh dear, I have been rude to my monkey friend here. My apologies." The little monkey also screeched, making its feelings known. He imagined a scene with rows and rows of people kneeling respectfully before Gen Z. Jiang Xian thought to himself, the little monkey probably has no idea what kind of man Qing Gen Z is, because he's the man who will later take part in a major event that throws the Huashan sect into turmoil. Just thinking about it made him freeze up and break out in a cold sweat. Then he heard the old man's voice. "Monkey friend, you've had too much to drink." Jiang Xian turned to see that he was completely drunk and passed out on the ground. He looked at the scene in exasperation, thinking Gen Z isn't even bothering to use his internal energy to force out the alcohol, letting himself get this drunk. When he sobers up, he'll make his own way back to his room. Day was breaking, and a gentle sunlight shone down on the guest house. Jiang Xian had woken up and was heading downstairs, but his eyes widened in shock at what he saw. Seeing Gen Z still lying on the floor from last night made Jiang Xian angry. He thought that it was almost time to open, so he had no choice but to drag the man away. Suddenly, something flashed by incredibly fast. Gen Z emitted a heavy pressure that made Jiang Xian shudder. Just then he spoke, "Is this how you get my attention?" He turned his head and asked, "What are you doing?" Gen Z, seemingly sitting in midair, said, "I'm going mad with curiosity." Suddenly, he flashed a very strange smile. Gen Z became incredibly intimidating, asking in a low voice, "Why do I sense demonic energy from you?" Jiang Xian feigned ignorance and asked back, "Demonic energy? What's that?" He gave a smirk, moved his face close to him and said, "Are you pretending to be innocent?" Using a wine cellar as an example for Jiang Xian, he said, "Do you think that just because a wine jar is sealed, its scent won't escape?" Stared at by him, Jiang Xian felt awkward, thinking to himself that he had tried his best, but it still fell short. And yet Gen Z could still sense a small amount of demonic energy leaking out. Just as expected, while he was stunned, the man spoke again. "I was very surprised when I happened to see that boy fighting." Recalling the past when he accidentally saw Yun Ming fighting with some kids in an alley, Gen Z asked coldly, "That was a technique I've never seen before. You were the one who taught the boy, weren't you? I'm asking you, what is your identity?" Jiang Xian crossed his arms a little scared and said, "I am the cook of this Ying guest house." Hearing this, he frowned angrily and asked, how could a mere cook know such a profound technique? He wasn't afraid, replying indifferently, "I happened to pick it up from a customer who visited the guest house." Looking straight at Jiang Xian, Gen Z continued, "And I suppose you learned your demonic arts from that person as well." He just glanced away without explaining, asking back, "If I said so, would you even believe me?" The air between them grew strange. Gen Z spoke, "How could I believe you so easily?" Jiang Xian, not backing down, retorted, "Then there's no point in me saying anything." His entire body radiated a powerful force that enveloped the guest house. Gen Z said in a cold voice, "Is there a problem with giving me an explanation that I'll find convincing?" Jiang Xian closed his eyes helplessly and said, "This is just unbelievable." Hearing that, he was stunned and exclaimed, "What did you just say?" He turned back to look at Gen Z and asked, "So what if I learned demonic arts?" He stomped on the stone floor in anger. He glared and snapped, "Is that something you should be saying right now?" Jiang Xian held out his hand and waved it dismissively before calmly asking a barrage of questions. "Did anyone suffer because of me, or did you catch me harming good people and drinking their blood?" Hearing this, he replied, "Even if that's not the case, the fact is you've learned demonic arts." At this, Gen Z gradually became solemn and said even the members of this guest house could face a great disaster. Without a hint of fear, he asked coldly, "So what do you plan to do?" The two of them now faced each other in extreme tension. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and said, "You're not ordinary at all. You've surprised this old Taoist many times. If you hadn't learned demonic arts, I would have wanted to bring you to my sect." Jiang Xian was confused and said, "All right, what do you want?" Gen Z smiled as if he'd been waiting for this question. "You're quite perceptive," he replied coldly. "There's nothing perceptive about it. If it weren't for that, this whole troublesome situation wouldn't be happening." He stroked his beard smugly and said, "You think I'm doing this just because I find it interesting, don't you? Whether you've learned demonic arts or not has nothing to do with me, but being here, I've realized there's something special about you." Jiang Xian couldn't understand his attitude. He pointed at him and said, "It feels like you're decades, maybe even centuries ahead of other cooks. Your ideas are clearly different from theirs." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "That's only natural since I lived in 21st century Korea." Gen Z rubbed his temples and said, "That's why I want to place my hopes in you. Can you make a dish that only exists in my mind?" He couldn't believe his ears and asked again. Thinking back to the noodles from the other day, he described it with a craving in his voice. "Listen carefully. A chewy texture that lingers in the mouth for a long time and feels delightful. Various other ingredients should accompany it to add more flavor and keep the dish from being sticky, and it would be even better if it's spicy." Jiang Xian thought for a moment, and something came to mind. For now, he thought of spicy rice cakes. He licked his lips, pointed, and said, "Even if I were to die, my lifelong wish is to fully experience the taste of that dish. It will be difficult, but if you can make the dish from my imagination, I will definitely solve your problem." Hearing this, Jiang Xian happily agreed. "All right," he thought to himself, "compared to spicy rice cakes maybe, but it seems like that's the dish." Gen Z's eyes sparkled. He began, "First, from what I can see, it seems you've learned a special cultivation method to hide your demonic energy, but it doesn't seem to be working as intended." He immediately confirmed this. Looking out at the sky, which was gradually turning the color of dawn, he said, "Let's meet in a quiet place later." Gen Z waved and walked away, adding, "After I see how you circulate your true qi, we might need to have a serious talk." After he left, Jiang Xian returned to the kitchen. He started preparing to cook, his mind racing with many thoughts. What a stroke of luck. From the beginning, although the internal energy paths of demonic arts and Taoist arts are different, he hadn't dared to touch it recklessly because they were so different, and just left it alone. Chulan came downstairs, saw him, and said cheerfully, "Jiang Xian, you're out here so early." He quickly smiled in response. "Yes, let's do our best together today." The inn was filled with many patrons, bustling with all kinds of chatter. Night began to fall. That evening in his room, Jiang Xian was cultivating his internal energy. Observing his condition, Gen Ci stroked his beard and remarked, I have a general idea of how it works now. If you tell me the exact incantation, I can study it myself, so you just focus on your cooking." Jiang Xian glanced back and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm a little worried, so it's a bit difficult." Realizing this, he quickly spoke with concern. "Are you perhaps afraid I'll leak the incantation to others?" "Don't worry, I swear on Yuan Shi Tianzun." Seeing his sincerity, he calmed down, and the idea of cooking for the elder began to form in Jiang Xian's mind. Gen Ci asked in surprise, "Is it done?" He stood up, dusted off his hands, and said, "But what if I'm discovered by a master from the Orthodox sect, an elder, before I finish cooking?" Gen Ci still didn't understand Jiang Xian's meaning, but then it dawned on him. He said, "You don't mean we have to do it that way?" He quickly replied, "Well, I had no idea that an elder would be coming to my inn." Jiang Xian scratched his head, feigning awkwardness. "Isn't life always full of surprises? It would be a shame for the elder if I made a mistake." Gen Ci quickly replied, "I understand. I'll look into your problem first." Inside, Jiang Xian exclaimed with joy, "Excellent." But on the outside, he showed no emotion and said, "Then I will cook that dish after the demonic energy is completely hidden." He quickly replied, "I understand." Then Gen Ci sat down again to observe him. That entire night, the two of them talked, searching for a solution. Jiang Xian was currently sitting and controlling his energy. He thought 10 days have passed. As of today, this is my third stroke of luck. His eyes lit up as if he had realized something. Jiang Xian's entire body emitted a source of power that glowed with a blue light. He thought in confusion, "Why is my energy suddenly flaring up like this? This isn't enlightenment." Before his regression, Jiang Xian had never experienced this. The color of his eyes changed, becoming even sharper and colder. That power enveloped Jiang Xian's body, which had also turned a purplish blue. He thought to himself, "Now it's my turn to keep my promise." Standing before tables laden with food, Chulan exclaimed, "There are so many ingredients I haven't seen before. What are the meat pears and eggs for this time?" Her gaze was drawn to a very conspicuous red liquid. Chulan approached curiously. "What is this?" The little monkey immediately spoke up, "Chili paste." Her eyes lit up and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. "Chili paste? When did you make this?" Jiang Xian paused, lost in thought for a moment. In his past life, he had struggled to make the perfect chili paste. However, the paste wasn't something that could be made instantly, so it had to be prepared months in advance, just in case. The man frowned and questioned loudly, "Don't you have to mix the fermenting agent like this to make soybean paste?" Jiang Xian awkwardly explained, "No, you just need to dip the beans in." Though it wasn't easy to make, the chili paste was very useful. The little monkey eyed the jar, its eyes gleaming. It asked insistently, "Can I try some?" Jiang Xian laughed heartily as he gave it a taste. Instantly, the little monkey's face turned pale and then flushed red. Its whole body felt like it was on fire, and it shrieked pitifully. Chu Lan worriedly hugged the little monkey to comfort it. "What should we do? It must be really spicy." Seeing this, he averted his gaze. It said it wanted to eat it. On the table was a bowl of fragrant noodles that looked delicious. Jen Qi's eyes lit up. He exclaimed finally. Jiang Xian said calmly, "Just mix it well and enjoy." Chulan slowly savored it, then paused for a moment. "This is delicious." Beside her, Wen Ming was devouring his food with satisfaction. Jen Ci looked extremely pleased. "This is truly delicious. This is the first time in my life I've had a sauce like this. Sweet, sour, and spicy, the three flavors combined perfectly. I never expected the beef in this dish to be so light." He rubbed his chin smugly. "Not everyone can handle spicy food, so I reduced the spiciness and added a bit of sweetness, but it seems to suit their taste." Gen Ci continued his praise. "The noodles are both thin and elastic, so they have a very chewy texture. But this isn't the dish I was thinking of." Hearing this, Jiang Xian froze. "Then what dish is it?" Chulan immediately shouted a warning, "Don't drink so much." He sighed, looking troubled. "Why is that girl always like this?" The young woman immediately rolled her eyes and said sharply, "What did you say?" "Standing nearby." He frowned slightly. "She's like that with everyone, so you don't need to mind her. Can't you be a little more specific about that dish?" Gen Ci thought for a moment, then slowly stroked his beard. He spoke in a gentle tone. "A thought just came to me. It doesn't seem to be noodles. It's like meat. It's fragrant and has a unique flavor." Jiang Xian's eyes lit up, and he excitedly slammed his hand on the table. "Just keep eating." He then ran outside cheerfully. The man's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. "Young master, do you wish to buy this? You really want to pay money for this?" Jiang Xian's voice was firm. "That's right." But his expression quickly turned to confusion. "The smell." Jiang Xian looked at the dish. How did it turn out like this? His face then grew pensive. A moment later, Jiang Xian was busy cooking again. Much of the smell had faded. The glistening broth released a fragrant aroma. A spectacular bowl of noodles was now complete. The moment the spoon gently touched it, he calmly tasted its flavor. Jiang Xian offered cheerfully, "Please try this one." Gen Si eyed the dish a little surprised. "You've already prepared a second dish." He glanced around confused. "Where is everyone else?" The old man raised an eyebrow. "It got too hot, so they went for a walk." Gen Si calmly savored the taste of the dish. Nearby, Jiang Xian stayed silent, a worried look on his face. His eyes suddenly lit up with amazement. Gen Si's entire body trembled as he exclaimed in shock, "Yuan Shi Tianzun." Seeing that Jiang Xian smirked, "Success?" He immediately began to devour it with relish. "You truly are a rare genius. This is it. This is the flavor I've been longing for." Jiang Xian's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. Unlike beef tripe, which has been a celebrated dish for ages, pork intestines were only prepared properly much later. Nowadays, it's a dish that only the poor who can't afford a proper meal are forced to eat. Gen Si was still in awe. "What in the world did you use to make it so fragrant, delicious, and unique?" Jiang Xian replied nonchalantly, "Pig droppings." Immediately, he gagged in horror. Later, as night fell, Gen Si was lying peacefully on the rooftop. Jiang Xian appeared unexpectedly. "What are you doing up there?" The old man raised an eyebrow. "How did you know I concealed my presence?" Hearing that, Jiang Xian retorted, "Concealed, I could hear you gulping down wine." Gen Si forced a laugh. "I can't believe you'd tease a useless old man like me. That was cruel." Jiang Xian replied casually, I told you it was a joke. So are you taking it out on that wine jug because you were found out? He closed his eyes, feeling the peace. So that's what discarded ingredients taste like. I can't feel the demonic energy anymore. It worked that fast. Jiang Xian's expression was pensive. Like you said, it's thanks to daily cultivation. Gen Si laughed heartily. He stood up straight, his voice low. Kid, do you want to use your internal energy to perform any technique you wish? As expected, you're curious whether the demonic energy will surge or not. Jiang Xian looked a little confused. Don't worry, I've circulated my energy and checked. It's perfectly fine. Gen Si instantly moved so fast he couldn't be seen with the naked eye. If you're hesitant, how about we play an interesting game? His eyes darkened with killing intent. I will attack you 3 times. This is a game. If you can avoid all 3, you win. The wind howled and the surrounding scenery grew dim. He immediately gave chase. Gen Si laughed arrogantly. How can you dodge that with such simple moves? Not bad. 2 figures stood facing each other. Now for the second attack. A hand shot out with terrifying speed. Jiang Xian immediately leaned back to avoid Gen Si's fierce attack. His fist came crashing down powerfully. His eyes were calm as his supple body swiftly evaded. Tiban Chao. Like a gust of wind, Jiang Xian vanished from Gen Si's sight. He smirked, a look of amusement in his eyes. Interesting. I'm surprised you managed to dodge the second attack. He just calmly faced him. Gen Si clenched his fists, his aura intensifying. For this last attack, I will be serious. Jiang Xian thought to himself, he's purged the lethal poison from his body. He then spoke aloud, if you want to test it. He moved cloaked by the night, Mo Huan Zhen Junbu. Gen Si's eyes followed Jiang Xian's every move, a feint to the left while attacking the right. Too predictable. A heavy footstep landed, making the roof seem to crack. His eyes darkened, moving faster than the naked eye could follow. Chen Zi's expression changed, a hint of horror flashing across it. Heavenly demon true body first form. He smirked, his eyes filled with arrogance. Feel it with your own body. His entire body tensed to defend, his eyes shot with blood. He's actually attacking from the left. Chen Zi channeled his internal energy, a powerful spiritual force that seemed capable of leveling the roof. But before him, a powerful aura was rushing straight toward him. The force sent Chen Zi staggering backward. His face was ashen, his body trembling. Jiang Xian coldly watched Chen Zi clutch his arm. I was only acting in self-defense if it didn't hurt. Why are you touching it? He said in a low voice, boy, who on earth are you? This is the first time in my life anyone has piqued my curiosity like this. He cleaned his ear, his expression calm to the point of being smug. At my age, I have never met anyone as troublesome as you, elder. Chen Zi immediately clutched his stomach and roared with laughter. Jiang Xian grew pensive. He had charged in as if to kill him, and now he was laughing. He truly couldn't understand it. His expression turned thoughtful. If you're willing, would you mind humoring this old man a little longer? You know this could also become a stepping stone for your own great development. He pressed his lips together, calculating silently. Development? What does this duel mean for Jiang Xian? He doesn't know that I took the spirit elixir. Jiang Xian closed his eyes to calm himself. Last night, something happened that defied his conventional understanding. The demon lord's qi and the jade heaven divine art had merged. Jiang Xian mused, and so it was born. This is something that never happened in my previous life. He smirked slightly. Then let's go to that open field over there. If he sparred with Chen Zi, could he master the azure demon qi? Chen Zi smiled with satisfaction. All right. In the open field, the two were fiercely engaged in battle. His eyes carried killing intent, his fists brimming with powerful internal energy. Secret form fist. He calmly defended while analyzing. It's a simple technique, but when the azure demon qi is deployed, its power is completely different. Chen Zi was momentarily surprised. What a novel technique, attacking and defending at the same time, eh? He then retreated a good distance away. Jiang Xian also staggered backward. Chen Zi's eyes blazed with killing intent. Falling flower chasing shadow palm. He casually met the move. Heaven-shattering Asura palm. The sound of the impact then echoed in the stillness of the dark night. Dust and dirt flew everywhere. As expected, my realm is still too low. I didn't realize it and used the demon lord's qi again. He struggled to defend. Jiang Xian's fists carried terrifying power. Chen Zi's eyes were now filled with killing intent. He used all his strength to continue blocking the boy's attacks. A flash of horror crossed Chen Zi's eyes. Boy, how old did you say you were? Jiang Xian quickly retreated and replied in a low voice, 17. He immediately questioned, you're lying. Jiang Xian's eyes darkened. His body seemed to change as demonic energy continued to rise from his dantian. The two were now moving as fast as the wind. Their surging auras were truly miraculous. Under the moonlight, two dark figures swept past each other. This time will be different. The atmosphere, therefore, became heavy. Chen Zi then curled his lip into a mocking smile. He laughed heartily. That's right, just like that. Thanks to you, boy. A knot in my heart has been untied. I thank you. Across from him, Jiang Xian immediately bowed with his hands clasped respectfully. Thanks to you, sir. I also gained something. Chen Zi replied nonchalantly. I have seen many who prided themselves on being geniuses, but they were all trash. He rubbed his head, embarrassed and flustered. You flatter me, a master is a master after all. Jiang Xian also needs to research the Azure Demon Chi more. Chen Zi immediately shook his head in admiration. No, at your age, such maturity is unheard of. Your martial arts and your combat control skills deserve to be called peerless. Of course, among those is a cooking skill better than any other chef's. Has he found me out? Jiang Xian quipped. No matter how much you praise me, no food is going to appear. Chen Zi then continued awkwardly, but moving around continuously like this does make one hungry. Hearing him say that, he immediately paused. Zhu Xian crossed his arms and replied calmly, Seriously, let's just go back to the inn then. The old man waved his hand, a smirk on his face. No, I can't just bother them and make someone cook for us. Gen Z raised an eyebrow and pointed behind him. I saw a brightly lit tavern from the rooftops. He immediately asked, Are you paying elder? The old man's hand suddenly landed on Zhu Xian's shoulder. Gen Z said heartily, The ancients used to say that friendship knows no age, so from now on, we'll be friends. He smirked to himself, pleased. He was always the one patting others on the shoulder, so being on the receiving end felt strange. Having a late night snack in a good mood and breaking a sweat isn't so bad. The old man happily led the way. Let's go. Zhu Xian followed right behind him. So you're paying right, elder. Scene change. Zhu Xian spoke slowly. Big sister Tri putting it in. Standing before the bubbling wok of oil, Chulan hesitated for a moment. Like this, he quickly replied, Be careful, it's hot. She suddenly froze, her eyes wide with amazement. Zhu Xian said softly, See, when they float in the broth like this, their texture becomes much softer. Chulan smiled in admiration, amazing. I'll remember to incorporate enough air when making meatballs. He thought with a satisfied look, she's improved a lot, hasn't she? A rich aroma filled the air. It was a stewed meatball dish made from seafood cooked into round shapes. Gen Z said expectantly, This is the perfect dish to sober up with. Zhu Xian replied, She made this for practice. The old man smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Chulan gave a flustered, forced smile and said nervously, Don't get your hopes up. Just go ahead and eat. I'll have Yun Ying call Dulan over. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Dulan was covered in sweat, her eyes shining brightly. That looks delicious. She gently placed the dish in front of her. If it's bland, add some salt. Chulan suddenly exclaimed, Yun Ying, be careful. It's really hot, so you'll burn your mouth if you eat it all in one go. Seeing Yun Ying eating so heartily, she let out a sigh. Chulan said cheerfully, Go on and eat, there's plenty more. Zhu Xian slowly savored his food. His tone sounds strange because he was interrupted mid-sentence. His eyes filled with satisfaction. This is delicious, big sister. Hearing that, she lit up with joy, really. Chulan hesitantly asked, But is it really okay for you not to go back to the martial arts hall, Dulan? I feel like I'm holding you back. The girl stopped. Martial arts hall. What martial arts hall business is busy too? If I don't help you, who will? Her eyes were still filled with doubt. Even so, I still feel bad. Dulan smiled brightly. It's fine, what's there to be sorry about? After that, everyone ate with gusto. Zhu Xian's eyes immediately grew wary. They're here. The young man smiled politely. Young Master Zhu, you're a little late today. There is something the head of the Xiao Merchant Guild instructed me to pass on. He then took out a letter. The words were slowly written by Ying Qi. Great hero Zhu, I hope all is well. I'm sending along some seasonal fruits. I hope to see you again soon. The atmosphere in Nanjing has been very chaotic lately, so please be careful. Mu Ying Qi. His voice was low. I don't understand. For what reason? Is this a price list? The man replied respectfully, Yes, it is. Hearing that, Zhu Xian's expression darkened. When more people gather, the number of incidents also increases. He had to be careful. Zhu Xian said coldly, Tell him I've received it. The young man bowed his head slightly. Yes, young master. His eyes showed a hint of confusion. What did he send here? Crates of fresh, juicy fruit were neatly stacked. Why send so much fruit? Who's going to eat all this? What's that? Zhu Xian suddenly paused, a smirk playing on his lips. I'll have to thank him for this. Ying Qi's voice seemed to echo, "This is what my benefactor requested." Zhu Xian spoke with satisfaction. "Is it better this way than if I were to hide it myself?" The sound of the wind rustled by, causing maple leaves to fall. The sound of steady, slow footsteps could be heard. Fragments of memories intertwined. Zhu Jiangxian, hurry up. You're not coming ante a table for four over here. It's been so long. Let's have a drink first. The memory of the conversation that followed was filled with warmth and intimacy. The lingering sunset painted the sky a tranquil orange. The air was turning chilly. A sweet light drink with a pot of perfectly spiced soup. As winter drew near, there was no better combination. The inside of the eatery was bustling with activity. Dulan slowly called out 2 orders of sweet and sour pork and 3 orders of stir-fried vegetables. In the kitchen, Dulan's cheeks were flushed from the heat of the stove. Nearby, Jiang Xian was slowly washing a pile of dishes. Once he was done, he quickly stepped outside. Having a lot of free time due to the limited hours was nice, but the inn would eventually have to go back to normal and bring in more customers. Before that could happen, he still had a lot of work to do. In the middle of an empty lot, Zhen Si was leisurely lying on the green grass. Jiang Xian walked over confused and asked, "What are you doing?" He calmly replied, "I'm watching the little girl." He raised an eyebrow. "Why are you planning to teach her something?" Zhen Si immediately sat up and frowned. "Of course not. I just find it fascinating how people can move like that. That's all there is to it, you understand." Hearing that, Jiang Xian let out a small laugh. Even so, she has improved a little. The old man's expression turned thoughtful. It seems the girl practices whenever she has time, but her progress is incredibly slow. Hearing that, he immediately agreed. That's true. Zhen Si watched Dulan intently and asked, perplexed, "But what's with that girl? Why does she push herself like that?" Jiang Xian said in a low voice, "I don't know." His eyes darkened, filled with killing intent. On second thought, that was just Jiang Xian's own speculation. She had never said anything about it. She immediately gritted her teeth in anger and hissed, "What are you looking at?" Dulan pointed directly at him. "You're drinking again. Stop it. No matter what, you have to stop drinking." Jiang Xian slowly approached, asking confusedly, "What's going on lately? Why are you so harsh with the elder?" She snapped. "What about me?" Dulan turned away coldly. "It's just that he drinks too much. I'm afraid something might happen." His expression was heavy, deep in thought. A heart-wrenching cry echoed Grandpa. Jiang Xian pondered. Come to think of it, her grandfather had passed away suddenly. A loss like that is even greater when you're young. Perhaps she sees her grandfather in Zhen Si. The girl muttered in annoyance, "Geez, what a pain." The moon was high in the sky. I thought she was made of stone, but it turns out she's just not good at showing her feelings. Inside the kitchen was incredibly busy. He seemed to see something and stopped short. "What's that?" A murmur came from the entrance. "This Nanjing is a small place. Why is this girl here?" A young master smirked slyly, causing trouble and running away only to end up working as a waitress in a place like this. The man next to him hissed through his teeth, "Perfect timing, our senior brother has been looking for her." Jiang Xian's eyes darkened, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. What is with today? A murderous aura enveloped him. Those guys from the Sandong Martial Arts Hall that Dulan used to attend are here at the inn, but before my regression, this never happened. Inside the eatery, the customers were chattering amongst themselves. 3 tall, menacing-looking young men were blocking a young girl's path. It was Dulan. One of them threatened, "Well, you got nothing to say for yourself. Scared now?" She frowned and shouted back, "Who's scared?" The 3 of them answered smugly, "You are. You secretly ran away, and now you've run right into us." Hearing this, Dulan could only grit her teeth in anger. The next second, she shoved a hand hard against one of their chests and clarified, "I didn't run away. What do you know, you bastard? I came home to rest and help out with my family's business." As the man growled, "Shut up," one of his companions suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. The other one spoke up, "Don't you know how angry our senior brother is because of you? He could wipe out your entire family." Dulan just glanced away and replied, "What does that have to do with me? That bastard started it first. Are you just going to let someone who insults another person's family get away with it? Are you all degenerates?" With that, she immediately stomped on the man's foot, making him scream in pain. Over here, still in the eatery, Jiang Xian was holding something in his hand and thought to himself, "Oh, so she beat someone up for insulting her family, huh?" The man who got stomped on was furious. He said, "Ridiculous. Die." As he spoke, he raised his fist, intending to hit Dulan. Inside the inn, everyone who was eating couldn't help but notice the commotion, but they didn't pay any attention to Jiang Xian's presence. He moved like a flash of wind. and while Dulan was closing her eyes to brace for the impact, a seemingly invisible blow landed directly on the man's eye. Standing right in front of him, she apparently couldn't see the attack. Dulan was so stunned she was speechless. After getting hit, the man still didn't realize what happened and continued to charge at her. What kind of trick was that? Just as Dulan stood frozen while the man's fist came flying towards her, strangely enough, the guy's rising knee hit himself. An old man nearby suddenly burst out laughing and said sarcastically, "I've lived a long time, but this is the first time I've seen an idiot hit himself like that." It turned out that old man was Jiang Xian in disguise. He figured Jiang Xian would enjoy a prank like this anyway. Then, still in his old man disguise, he suddenly stood up and said, "If that thing on your shoulders isn't just for decoration, why don't you stop?" Hearing that the thugs left, but not before one of them warned that Dulan better show up at the martial arts hall before the inn came crashing down. Elsewhere, Dulan suddenly screamed, then said, "Why isn't it working?" Dulan slammed her fist on the ground in frustration, shouting, "I don't know when those guys from the martial arts hall will be back. I have to get this right before then, no matter what. My stomach is empty." Dulan heard him and turned shouting back, "That's because you were drinking so early in the morning." "Well, there's nothing for it. I can't just wake sleeping people and demand they make me something to eat." She was in a foul mood and didn't feel like talking to anyone. "What's this? I don't know how to cut it, so I just washed it," Dulan said. "Thanks for this." Dulan replied, "Don't think this means you're getting any more." After saying that, she turned away to continue her martial arts training. He watched her with curious eyes and asked, "Why are you so passionate about martial arts hearing?" This Dulan turned and thought for a moment before answering honestly, "My grandfather once told me." An image of her respected grandfather appeared in Dulan's mind. "Compared to your older sister and younger brother, you have the strongest spirit, so you must be the one to protect them." What a commendable child. To be honest, you have no talent for martial arts, but that doesn't mean there isn't a way for you to become stronger. Really? He chuckled. "Well, if you learn this, you won't just be able to scold those guys from earlier, but plenty of other fools too." Hearing this, Dulan immediately knelt down, swallowed her pride, and sincerely begged for his guidance. "I'll do anything you ask." Without hesitation, he instantly threw a powerful punch into the air. The punch seemed to tear through the very air, leaving her completely stunned. "I call this the ice fist. This one simple technique is all you need." After hearing this, she stammered. Before she could react, he continued to explain, "You must repeat this one move hundreds of thousands of times every day. Ironically, only those with no talent can actually do it. What do you say?" Her expression turned serious as she replied, "I can do it." He smiled and nodded. "Then let's begin." And from that day on, Dulan practiced under his guidance every single day. "This is all I will teach you, so it's up to you to stop whenever you want." Just like this fist technique, if you take it one step at a time, you will achieve greatness. After hearing this, Dulan clasped her hands in thanks. "I will never forget this kindness." He then left carrying a basket of fruit and a bottle of wine. Meanwhile, the three thugs from Dulan's place were sitting in a room. One of them said, "That bitch never showed up in the end, did she?" One of them laughed and added, "But she's getting prettier and prettier." Another one yelled, "Damn it, who cares if she's pretty? Her personality is rotten." The last one chimed in, "Still, I don't think it'd be a bad idea to have a taste of her, just once." Suddenly, someone's feet quietly approached. At the back door, Jiang Xian appeared and spoke. "So it was you guys." Hearing a stranger's voice, the thug spun around in shock. Then he screamed in terror, "Oh God, who are you?" Jiang Xian replied, "Is there any need for introductions? Your head is going to be leaving your neck soon anyway." One of them shot back, "What the hell are you talking about, you psycho?" But he didn't say a word. A moment later, Jiang Xian delivered an incredibly painful flick to the man's forehead. The force of the flick sent him tumbling several meters through the air. He clutched his forehead and said, "Who are you? Why did you suddenly—" As he answered, Jiang Xian delivered a grazing kick. "I'm someone who understands scum like you better than anyone else." It seemed the thug was in so much pain, he started to cry, his forehead swelling up like a hornet's sting. He turned and asked, "Do you have any idea who my father is?" But Jiang Xian, with a completely calm face, asked back, "Does your father know who I am?" The thug heard this and replied, stunned, "What?" Before the thug could say another word, Jiang Xian rushed forward and kneed him again, saying, "If your father doesn't know who I am, why the hell should I know who he is, you bastard?" After that, Jiang Xian asked again, "Are you still curious about who I am?" Although the thug was now as docile as a puppy, he still tried to talk tough. "You're clever, but you'll die if you find out who I am." Right after a piercing scream was heard. It was Tong Sha. The next morning, his father was horrified when he saw Tong Xia's miserable state. "Who was it? Tell me Tong Xia." Tong Xia's face seemed almost entirely covered in bandages, and he trembled as he spoke. "His name is the one that starts with I can't." But his father shouted angrily, "Damn it! Who was it? I won't let them get away with it." Elsewhere, a man was standing with his arms crossed. That was Xu Xia. He seemed intrigued upon hearing the news. "Oh ho, has a master appeared." The carefree young man walked under the brilliant golden sunlight. The rustling wind blew through Jiang Xian's hair, and he thought to himself, winter is coming. Back at the inn, when he sat down at the dining table, he was a bit surprised to see the amount of food in front of him. "This seems a bit extravagant, doesn't it?" And Chi's eyes sparkled like stars as he said excitedly, "I prepared it for you, young master." Jiang Xian sighed and patted his shoulder. "You went to all this trouble for nothing, because I'm already full." This made him reply dejectedly, "Yes." He thought to himself, before becoming immune to all poisons, Jiang Xian had to be careful about the food others gave him. He began, "However, I handled it well thanks to the information you gave me." This made An Chi brighten up as if revived, replying, "I'm glad I could be of help to you, young master." Jiang Xian looked at him and asked, "Actually, there's something more important than what you sent in the letter." And Chi nodded seriously and explained, "Yes, not long ago, patrons with plum blossom engravings appeared at another branch." He remembered that purplish-pink flower he had seen before. Jiang Xian guessed that if it's a plum blossom engraving, it must be the Huashan sect. They sat down to talk. An Chi replied, "The merchant guilds in Nanjing meet periodically, but the Wu Long Bang's movements are very suspicious." Jiang Xian asked thoughtfully, "So, in your opinion, what's going on between the Huashan sect and the Wu Long Bang?" He replied with uncertainty, "It's just speculation." Hearing this, Jiang Xian merely smiled faintly. He said meaningfully, "No, I think that's exactly it." Then Jiang Xian gave An Chi a cunning smile. "There's something I want you to do." He thought to himself, as the inn expands, it will get more involved in outside events, so Jiang Xian needs to keep an eye on external trends. An Chi immediately replied happily, "Yes, young master, please speak." He instructed, "Find me a house with the money I gave you somewhere quiet, but not far from here." He nodded and said, "I understand." Jiang Xian stood up from the table and said, "Well then, I'll be taking my leave now." He glanced at An Chi and thought he invited me to ask for a favor, but that's not it, huh? Perhaps An Chi is just a smart person, or maybe he's trying to settle a debt he feels in his heart. Time passed, and the next day, a discussion could be heard in the room. "Maybe we should hire 2 kitchen assistants and 2 waiters. Isn't 2 of each too many?" Jiang Xian explained, "It'll take a lot of time for us to get our working hours back to normal." Hearing that, Chulan's face darkened, and she sighed. "Is that so?" He quickly placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Sister, don't worry, the inn will definitely have more customers than before." Chulan replied, "I know, Jiang Xian." She stood up and said, "That's right. I need to take the empty wine barrels to get more wine." He replied, Jiang Xian thought to himself, sooner or later, little monkey will become a professional brewer. He waited for Chulan for a long time in the quiet room. Jiang Xian was puzzled she was returning later than he thought. So Jiang Xian got up to look for her. Suddenly he heard someone call for Black Monkey. When he got there, he saw Chulan and Yun Ying looking tense up ahead and asked, "What's wrong?" Chulan turned and said, "The empty jars are gone." Yun Ying also said, "And Black Monkey is missing too." Jiang Xian smiled lightly and said, We can just buy new jars and Black Monkey probably just went for a walk." The little boy asked in surprise, "A walk? A monkey?" He bent down, patted the boy's head, and said, "He's a little different, and he knows how to drink." Yun Ying quickly cheered up and replied, "That's right. He also snores loudly when he drinks." Jiang Xian thought later on regarding the Tang clan incident, many masters will be dispatched, but that's still a long way off. He stood up straight and gestured, "Let's go. We still have to prepare for dinner." Chulan replied, But Yun Ying asked again, "What if he doesn't come back?" Jiang Xian calmly reassured the boy, "Then I'll go find him." Suddenly, he sensed something strange behind him and quickly turned around on guard. Sound art. It seems only Jiang Xian could hear it. It must be a master. He quickly stopped and said to the 2 walking ahead, "Wait a moment, sister, I need to go relieve myself for a bit." Just then, the melodious sound of a flute led him away. The sound of the flute led Jiang Xian to a place where a handsome young man was sitting on a window frame. Bathed in moonlight, he was playing a melody on the flute in his hand. The young man spoke first. "You're the one, aren't you? The one who crippled my younger brother." Jiang Xian admitted freely. Yes, that was me. He observed the young man. This kid was one of the two sound art masters who died at his hands in his past life. He remembered him as Shu Xia. Shu Xia spoke. I didn't expect you to admit it so easily. How did you get here? He cut him off. All right, I'll hear your story later. Shu Xia was at a loss for words, but quickly realized this was his only chance to listen. Jiang Xian said calmly, "It doesn't matter, you'll be back here whether you want to or not." Suddenly, a murderous aura hell-bent on revenge surrounded him. He asked, "Why did you do that to Song Xia?" But the boy just said flippantly, "Because he deserved it." Shu Xia pointed his flute right at the boy's face. "Don't you think your methods are too cruel?" He continued, "The physician said he might never be able to practice martial arts again." Jiang Xian pushed the jade flute aside and replied with a smile, "He's lucky it's only that because he really should be dead." Shu Xia nodded coldly. "So that's how it is. Although Song Xia was beaten unrecognizable, it's surprising that his life wasn't in any danger." The boy asked, confused, "Aren't you here for your younger brother?" Shu Xia coldly put away his flute and replied, "That's half the reason, but not the only one. I know all the masters in Nanjing." Jiang Xian cut him off again. "I know, go wait outside." He was suspicious while the boy simply turned to leave. "Shouldn't we have a match first? You wait outside for now, I have work to do." Hearing this, Shu Xia asked in confusion, "Where are you going?" Jiang Xian replied, "The small temple at Bipo Lake." The young man quickly disappeared, leaving only the words, "I understand." The boy glanced at the spot where he had been sitting and thought, good. Right now, Jiang Xian also needed to test the demonic weapon. He went to wash the dishes, calculating in his mind that he couldn't use his power properly last time because Elder Qing's defense was so solid. In the cool, moonlit night, the sorrowful and melodious sound of the young man's flute echoed throughout the temple. Shu Xia stopped playing and looked down below. Just then, Jiang Xian arrived at the meeting spot. He smiled and said, "You're setting the mood for nothing, aren't you?" Under the gentle moonlight, the young man's eyes, like autumn lakes, gazed at Jiang Xian as he used his sonic art to convey his words because the moonlight is too beautiful. The feeling Shu Xia gave off sent shivers down his spine, making him wonder, what the heck is this? Instantly, Jiang Xian leaped onto the roof. He stood at a distance from Shu Xia. The two stood facing each other in the gentle breeze under the tender moonlight. Shu Xia spoke, "You can tell that I practice sonic arts." The boy just replied, "Cut the chatter." He was very obedient, saying nothing more as he placed the jade flute to his lips again, his eyes fixed on the boy. Jiang Xian didn't hesitate, either channeling power into his legs and quickly closing the distance. Demonic Emperor's Dust Devil Steps. At that moment, Shu Xia's eyes widened slightly, but just as quickly he gave a faint smile. He gracefully lifted his body to evade the attack. Shu Xia spun twice in the air before landing safely on the ground. Jiang Xian's eyes, however, were as calm as a bottomless abyss of ice. He quickly followed his opponent's steps and jumped down from the temple roof. When he landed, his body trembled slightly. Before his eyes could even adjust, Shu Xia had already unleashed his Huang Zhong technique. But Jiang Xian adapted just as quickly, dodging the attack like a nimble swallow. His eyes gleamed as he analyzed the situation. This kid's cultivation is still low. As long as it's not a direct hit, I won't be seriously injured. However, when Shu Xia saw him approaching, he immediately retreated. Jiang Xian thought fighting a master of sonic arts is a real pain. His ears were quickly affected by Shu Xia's attack. Jiang Xian analyzed he's channeling sound waves to his opponent's hearing. It directly affects one's spirit, and sound waves can even be used to inflict internal injuries. It can also cause damage, just like this. Shu Xia was quickly growing tired and was almost out of breath. He tried to take a deep breath to continue playing. Shu Xia unleashed a continuous barrage of techniques toward him. Zhong Lu, then Lin Zhong. Jiang Xian was still thinking, so he was quite disoriented at that moment. The storm would be here soon. Jiang Xian only needed to dodge lightly to completely avoid all of Shu Xia's attacks, becoming like a gentle breeze. His movements sent his opponent into a panic. Jiang Xian began to concentrate his power. Then he timed his attack and closed in on his target. Now is the time Demonic Emperor's Dust Devil steps. Shu Xia couldn't react in time as Jiang Xian appeared right in front of him. His face showed clear surprise. He didn't expect that you could predict his melody. Jiang Xian scoffed. "You didn't expect that, did you?" Even so, Shu Xia tried to play his flute, but it was useless. He was quickly struck by one of your moves. Jiang Xian cheerfully launched another attack. Then one move after another was unleashed at a dizzying speed. The demonic energy activated, and as the blow was about to land, Xu Xia quickly retreated to dodge the attack. But Jiang Xian just laughed and said, "You're too slow." Xu Xia was so angry, he gripped the jade flute tightly in his hand. Cornered, he swung the jade flute. You smiled confidently and blocked his attack. Xu Xia quickly fell back to avoid getting hit. Jiang Xian swiftly caught the punch he threw. Xu Xia intended to use that moment to quickly play his flute again, aiming for your opening. You nimbly leaned back to dodge that attack. Jiang Xian's hands also channeled his power. A stream of blue energy was quickly gathered. Xu Xia was like a squirrel jumping between branches, retreating frantically. He was so panicked that he put his hand to his mouth. Jiang Xian launched that fist of power towards Xu Xia. That single move made the young man cough up blood. Seeing this, you approached him and advised, "Just stop." When he didn't say anything, Jiang Xian burst out laughing, still not giving up. "Well then." You leaped high to attack your target. Xu Xia, 2 more to go. He trembled in pain from your assault. He collapsed to his knees, bent over. Seeing this, Jiang Xian just smirked. An evil laugh rang out as you looked at the beautiful young man collapsed on the ground. "What should I do with this little brat?" Jiang Xian sighed, calculating like a wise old man. "Of course, besides killing Xu Xia, I can prevent the Nanjing incident and also protect the Yinglai Inn in the process." Suddenly you turned to look behind you. "Did you come out, old sir?" You smiled as you looked at the old man who had just arrived. Gen Z scratched his head and laughed loudly. "You already knew." Jiang Xian questioned him. "Someone drinking in the inn suddenly disappears. Of course I'd know." The old man laughed and replied, "That's just a misunderstanding. I was just taking a walk and happened to end up here." Hearing that you were too tired to even speak. Of course you would. The sky was strangely peaceful and their conversation continued. "Anyway, you've gotten much stronger. Did you secretly eat something good? You should share some with me." Jiang Xian said, "If I had something like that, I would have given it to all the elders." The old man laughed, "All of them. Even if it's just words, I thank you for the thought." You started sarcastically. "Of course the elders wouldn't let me have any." Gen Z flinched as if you'd hit a sore spot. He pointed at the young man on the ground and said, "Just leave this kid here. I'll take responsibility and make sure that you and your inn won't be harmed." You asked in surprise. "Really?" He replied as he bent down to observe, "Xu Xia, have you ever known me to go back on my word?" You left with the parting words, "Then I'll leave him to you, old man, and while you're at it, ask him how he found me." He replied, "That won't be difficult." Gen Z looked at the person on the ground with a gentle smile. Little brat, get up." Seeing Xu Xia trembling in pain, he continued, "So talented, yet you pass out like this. Why did you come to someone else's inn to cause trouble?" Then Gen Z's tone changed as he shouted, slapping him hard on the back, "Why cause a misunderstanding the moment I step out? Why are you bullying my good boy, you rotten brat?" The next day, people were heard talking as they came and went. "Good work." It was nothing. A servant said to you, "There is one more item that the young master told this humble one to give to you." Jiang Xian looked at the letter before him, a little surprised. He thought it would take a few days. What impressive efficiency. Inside the inn business was as bustling as ever. The clamor of customers urging hurry up with the seafood noodles, and the staff's replies, "Yes, coming right up." Everyone was busy with their own tasks. Jiang Xian glanced back, thinking the inn seems to run just fine without him now. Suddenly, the figure of a man appeared standing on a carriage. It was An Qi. He called out loudly, "You must hurry, sir." At his urging, Jiang Xian also used his Qinggong to depart his mind filled with countless calculations. Now is the time for the next step. Jiang Xian stood under the eaves looking up at the sky. He mumbled to himself, "Everything is in its right place." Suddenly, the door in front of him flew open with the sound of hurried footsteps, and Qi rushed out from inside, calling loudly, "Young master." Jiang Xian turned his head and asked, "What is it?" He bowed his head and said, "For some reason, I had a feeling you would visit today, so this humble one came here and got to see your residence in person." Seeing An Qi kneel and bow to him, he was a bit taken aback, asking bewilderedly, "Aren't you busy?" He answered honestly, "This humble one is not free, but nothing is particularly urgent. Let's go in." Stepping inside the house, An Qi ran his hand over each door, feeling its quality. He smiled in appraisal. "Not bad at all. It doesn't look half bad." This humble one quickly bought what was on urgent sale. Hearing that Jiang Xian repeated blankly, "On urgent sale," An Qi nodded yes. Not long ago, Yi Yunbao owned it and put it up for a quick sale at a rather cheap price. He immediately asked how much. He held out both hands and answered 350 taels of silver. After hearing the price, Jiang Xian's face showed clear bewilderment. He thought to himself, so much for being shrewd in business. That's not a small amount of money, but for a property like this, it's indeed too cheap. Anqi quickly brushed that issue aside, continuing to inspect every corner of the house. This place has been abandoned for years without maintenance, so the renovation work just started last night. Young master, look over there. But he was still distracted, thinking something must have happened to Yi Yunbao. I haven't seen Yi Hua Lian in a long time. Seeing Jiang Xian standing there absent-mindedly, he spoke again. This humble one has something to show you. By the way, what did you buy this place for? Jiang Xian answered, it's a base. After gathering the rumors spreading in Nanjing, I will sort and compile them here. Anqi wondered, are you planning to establish an intelligence organization? This humble one tried that before, but it wasn't profitable, so I gave up quickly. The beggar's sect's Nanjing branch has practically ceased all activity. Facing his doubtful gaze, he appeared extremely confident. Not a problem, because I have a specific plan this will work. After hearing Jiang Xian's plan, Anqi couldn't help but feel impressed. This humble one can't help but admire you, young master. How did you come up with such an idea? So, this is how you plan to use beggars who aren't part of the beggar's sect. He glanced at him and smiled. More than the beggar's sect, the Xiaowu men are the real problem. Hearing this name, Anqi was slightly startled. Jiang Xian continued, that's why I need as much of your help as possible. It must not reek of the martial world, so it won't be needlessly suppressed. He still felt doubtful. Do you mean you'll make it look like it's being run by a merchant guild? He nodded in reply. Even so, it doesn't mean I'll borrow without giving anything back, because everything is mutually beneficial. Seeing Jiang Xian's confident demeanor, Anqi quickly agreed very well. But is it really possible to predict the future with information gathered so haphazardly? He knew he still wasn't fully convinced, so he pondered for a moment before adding, all you have to do is lend me the name of your merchant guild, a few people, and get the job done. Jiang Xian calculated internally predicting the future is of course difficult, but who is he? Isn't he a regressor? However, that doesn't mean he remembers every event that will happen in the future. Here, he can achieve a great deal by gathering information and reviving those memories. Anqi observed Jiang Xian's serious expression. He suddenly smiled. You truly are an unpredictable person, young master. Every move, every word cannot be judged by this humble one's limited understanding. Ah, this humble one has something to give you. He took out an item that was wrapped very carefully. He took it and unwrapped it, his eyes immediately lighting up. You've worked hard. Everything went better than I thought. Anqi just smiled and replied, it was nothing. Putting the item away, Jiang Xian turned to leave. I'll be heading back now. He wanted to see him off for a bit. Are you returning to the inn? Young master, allow this humble one to escort you. But Jiang Xian immediately refused. No, I have a place to stop by on my way out. Hearing that, Anqi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Not long after, inside a shabby alley, the plaintive cries of children could be heard. It's so cold, and I'm hungry. When are Wang Chao and the others coming? Jiang Xian, carrying a food container, sat down near the children. Seeing him, they greeted him obediently. Jiang Xian handed them the container. This is for you. It was filled with steamed buns, causing the starving children to immediately cheer up. Their eyes lit up like lanterns. It's steamed buns. Looking at the children, he smiled happily. I bought a lot, eat as much as you like. They sat surrounding the pile of steamed buns with longing looks, but no one picked one up to eat. Jiang Xian couldn't help but feel confused. Why are you just staring? Why don't you eat? One child quickly answered, we have to eat together. That's our rule. Those words made him suddenly remember his own past. Back then, Jiang Xian was so hungry, he felt dizzy, lying collapsed on the street. He was starving. He never thought he'd miss full meals so much. In that desperate situation, Jiang Xian met a benefactor. She asked with concern, are you all right? Do you want to work at my shop? I can't give you money, but I can provide food and a place to sleep. That hand reaching out before him was like a lifeline that saved him. Even now, Jiang Xian still holds that image in his heart. If she hadn't helped him back, then Jiang Xian doesn't dare to think what would have become of him. While he was lost in his memories, a man's voice suddenly spoke up. Young master, do you have another task for us? Looking at the pathetic state of the man before him, Jiang Xian asked in confusion, what happened to your face? He scratched his head, looking at the children, and answered embarrassedly, they treat me better after I've taken a few hits. Hearing this, his expression turned serious. Why did you become a beggar? The sudden question confused Chunfu. Jiang Xian angrily repeated himself, I'm asking why you have to live like a beggar. The man was at a loss for how to answer. After a few seconds of hesitation, Chun Fu's face was full of avoidance, looking away. Well, I was abandoned by my parents and I don't have any skills. Who would hire a beggar with no connections? But even so, I'm responsible for these children first. Hearing this, the children were stunned, looking at him with emotion, and mumbled the name Wang Chao. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you want to keep living like this?" The man gave a strained laugh. Of course not. Who in this world would want to live like this? After hearing his answer, Jiang Xian immediately turned to leave, leaving only a single sentence behind. "Someone will come in a few days. Get ready to leave this place with the children." His words left Chun Fu frozen for a moment. Only after a while did he react hastily, kowtowing in thanks. "Thank you, young master, for making arrangements for us." As he was walking away, Jiang Xian suddenly remembered something and turned back. "Oh right, what's your name?" He beamed, answering cheerfully, "Chun Fu." Leaving the small alley and blending into the crowd on the street, Jiang Xian felt a familiar aura in the air as if it were beckoning him. He absently followed it until he realized where he was and became bewildered. What is this? Up ahead, a large crowd had gathered. They were looking at Xu Xia with judgmental eyes. Seeing Jiang Xian, he approached while still chewing on some food and said, "I was waiting for you. I need a moment of your time." He crossed his arms confused and thought to himself, is he still a swindler like before? In my past life, the Wulin Bajue were ranked just below the Tianxia Shida Gaosho after all. Memories of Xu Xia from his past life surfaced in Jiang Xian's mind. His face turned cold as he spoke. "As a Taoist priest, you should speak properly." He kept chewing his food as he said, "I think you've misunderstood my position. I apologize, and I'll make sure not to do anything useless again." As soon as Xu Xia finished speaking, Jiang Xian immediately turned to leave. He understood, thinking to himself, "It'll be a pain if this old guy goes crazy again." Seeing Jiang Xian about to leave, he suddenly got angry, swinging the flute in his hand forcefully, his voice filled with frustration. "I thought you were strong, but I never expected you to be this strong. I thought no one my age could defeat me. In the end, I was just a frog in a well." Seeing the pitiful flute being abused by its owner, Jiang Xian felt a surge of compassion. "Stop it." Hearing that, Xu Xia quickly stopped, his attitude changing instantly as he cradled it. "It's too precious. I shouldn't do that." Jiang Xian suddenly felt a little speechless. "All right then." A few seconds later, he pointed at Jiang Xian and said loudly, "That's why I've fought you over and over again, but I can only be amazed. Faced with your overwhelming and excellent combat ability, your pure aura leaves me in awe. Is your master the Yidai Rui Xia, the one known as the Yidai Gaosho, the Fist King Zhu?" He hadn't even finished saying the name when the answer came, "Ah, no." Xu Xia fell silent, then uttered two words, "I see." After a moment of silence, he spoke again. "I want to fight you again next time." Jiang Xian could only sigh helplessly. "We'll see. I don't know if our schedules will line up." Xu Xia's face suddenly fell. "Is that so?" He spoke up. "In any case, if you come as a guest, I can't stop you." Dulan was practicing her martial arts in the courtyard. She was so focused that she didn't notice Jiang Xian's arrival. Accidentally, she ended up punching him in the chest. Seeing Jiang Xian staring at her, Dulan became flustered. She stammered, "Hey, are you okay? What were you doing standing right there? Didn't your ribs shatter?" He replied calmly, "You're overreacting. Don't worry, I'm completely unharmed. Your left leg looks a bit strange though. Pay attention to that side and try again." Hearing what Jiang Xian said, Dulan's mood immediately sank. Suddenly, her body lunged forward uncontrollably. She couldn't control her own body and wondered in shock, what's happening? Just like that, her fist flew towards Jiang Xian. He didn't seem worried at all and stood his ground. Then he effortlessly caught Dulan's powerful punch dot model. "Wow, what was that just now? Did I really do that? Don't tell me you let other people see that." Jiang Xian replied, "It's not like that, I was just watching." Dulan's eyes sparkled as she added, "It seems you have a really good eye. You've always been this way." From a distance, Yun Ying ran over, calling out to them, "Brother, sister. Big sister said it's time to pay our monthly salary." Dulan asked doubtfully, "A real monthly salary?" Jiang Xian thought smugly. She just started and was already complaining about not liking work, but as expected, money is the ultimate motivator. Then the three of them left, leaving the little monkey behind. Dulan stared at Sulan with sparkling eyes, asking excitedly, "So how much is it this month?" Thinking about the pile of money she was about to receive, she asked again, "Is it more than last time?" Suddenly, Jiang Xian noticed the corner of Sulan's sleeve, and he thought to himself, "Her clothes are old and frayed, and they aren't right for this weather." Su Lan took out a few money pouches to hand out. When everyone thanked her, she quickly said, "No, I'm the one who is grateful to all of you." She also pushed a large money pouch to Jiang Xian, saying, "This is yours." Noticing how heavy it was, he asked doubtfully, "This seems like a bit too much." She replied, "Too much. I wish I could apologize for not being able to give you more." Jiang Xian sighed to himself. She originally wanted to raise my pay even more since her inn was saved. I refused without a second thought, saying it was better to invest it back into the inn. Yunying, wanting to speak with him privately, gently touched his arm. The young boy mumbled, gesturing for him to come outside with him. A moment later, Jiang Xian followed Yunying outside. The boy said hurriedly, "Brother, not long ago, I learned that a righteous man should never take gratitude lightly. I just received my monthly salary, didn't I? So please take this as a token of my appreciation." He looked confused, not quite understanding. Then Jiang Xian suddenly burst out laughing, making Yunying blush and stammer, "Why are you laughing?" He explained to Yunying, "I'm very grateful for the thought, but I don't need this. You should use it to take care of your family, especially your sister Su Lan, understand?" The little monkey suddenly jumped onto Yunying's head, chittering. Jiang Xian continued, "Do you want to go somewhere with me? We can look for some gifts to buy for the sisters. You've only been playing with Yunying lately because I've been busy, haven't you?" The boy clenched his fists, his face full of excitement as he shouted, "Yes!" Su Lan wore the new warm set of clothes that Yunying had bought for her. Nearby, Dulan was excitedly admiring her own new outfit. Then she joyfully pulled Yunying into a hug, saying, "You're not bad at all, kid." Jiang Xian watched the happy scene and thought to himself, "Well, then I guess it's time to bring out the gifts I've prepared." With that thought, he took out a bag he had hidden in his clothes. A delicious aroma immediately caught everyone's attention. It was a fragrant golden brown fried chicken. Su Lan said, "I knew I smelled something delicious during the dinner rush earlier, so it was this." He added, "That's right, on payday we have to eat fried chicken." Dulan asked curiously, "Isn't this just a regular fried chicken? I'm so disappointed in your taste, Jiang Xian." He replied with a mysterious smile, "Let's see if you still say that after you've had a bite." Saying that, Jiang Xian tore a leg off the chicken. Seeing that there was something else inside the chicken, she asked in astonishment, "What is this?" Inside the chicken was steaming hot, sticky rice. He scooped up some of the rice and offered it to her, saying, "Here, try this first." Dulan shoved the whole spoonful into her mouth and flinched from the heat. After tasting it, she froze in stunned silence. She mumbled to herself, "This is so good, the rice is tender, but the more you chew, the richer and more savory it becomes." With that, Dulan started eating ravenously. I should have just trusted Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian passed the chicken leg to Su Lan. "You should eat some too, or Dulan is going to eat it all." She smiled brightly at him and replied, "Thank you, Jiang Xian." Yunying sat beside him, looking at him with a complex expression. That night, Gen Si was sleeping soundly, drooling in his sleep. He was talking in his sleep about something spicy yet sweet. "This is the first time I've eaten this chicken dish. Chicken, even the name is strange." In another room, Jiang Xian and the little monkey were also fast asleep. He sensed something and his eyes flew open. Someone at the foot of the bed was gently shaking his leg. In the darkness, Jiang Xian couldn't see the person's face and yelled, "Who is it?" Realizing they were discovered, the person at the foot of the bed quickly ran off. Jiang Xian was suspicious. He couldn't sense any killing intent at all. Not even a Qingzhen temple elder could hide their presence so perfectly. Suddenly, Jiang Xian saw a neatly folded piece of paper at the foot of his bed. Puzzled, he picked it up, wanting to see what was written inside. Jiang Xian recognized who sent the letter and gave a helpless smile. In the letter, Yunying wrote that to him I am no different from his older sisters, that I am his family. As Jiang Xian diligently cooked, he found himself lost in thoughts about the past. Back then, Shan Fu had said, "I will never forget this favor, thank you." He had replied, "Shan Fu, treat your younger brothers well, and don't forget the bonds you have now, because in the end, people are all that matter." He called out after him, saying resolutely, "Yes." Jiang Xian recalled the things he had done in the past. He bowed his head slightly and sighed. The first step has been taken. His pot of soup began to boil, and Jiang Xian thought to himself, the broth should be about right. It was unclear what he was thinking, but he suddenly pressed his lips together. Jiang Xian thought of the men under his command. Perhaps I can meet them again. The time will come to see if we reunite as lord and vassals. It is time to risk our lives to fight. Chu Lan suddenly appeared, tilting her head as she asked him, "Jiang Xian, what are you doing?" He answered her, "I'm making beef noodles. It's a dish from the Hua clan who live in the remote regions." The Hua clan can't eat meat for religious reasons, so they use beef as a substitute. She added, I see. The Hua clan, I've never seen them before. Jiang Xian confidently sprinkled some coriander leaves into the bowl. Inside the bowl was a rich broth with firm, chewy noodles. Chu Lan said curiously, "This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this." He looked up at her and asked, "Would you like to be the first to try it?" Chu Lan tried his dish and exclaimed, "What is this? I can't believe something I've never seen before could be so delicious." Suddenly, Gen Si walked into the kitchen with his hands behind his back saying, "This is the first time I've smelled this aroma in the Northwest." Chu Lan finished the bowl of beef noodles in one go and said cheerfully, "I was sleeping and thought I was going to freeze to death. My whole body feels completely relaxed now." Yun Ying quickly added, "That's right, sister. In my 8 years of life, I've never experienced a winter this cold." Gen Si looked at the boy and teased, "You little rascal, I'm almost 80 years old and I've never seen anything like it either." Jiang Xian said excitedly, "Everyone must be full now. Let's get ready to open for business." In the evening, a long line of people formed in front of the restaurant. A little girl ran into the restaurant, hastily ordering 2 pots of tripe hot pot. Chu Lan's restaurant was packed with everyone eating and drinking enthusiastically. Seeing her happily watching everyone in the restaurant, Jiang Xian asked Sister, "Did something good happen?" She answered him, "Of course I'm happy. Our inn has grown so much. I've hired 4 new waiters in just 10 days. He asked again, "How many there will be even more later?" She replied, "No way, I'm not an idiot." He then said, "Wanna bet if you're an idiot or not?" Chu Lan thought about something and blushed. The corners of her lips unconsciously turned up into a smile. Then Chu Lan gave a warm smile and said, "All right, then you can just consider me an idiot." Her smile was reflected in Jiang Xian's eyes, and he thought to himself, "Until I find Valley Lord Hao Feng, I'll do everything I can to help my sister achieve her dream." A short while later, Chu Lan's restaurant closed for the night. Chu Lan yawned. "Dinner service is over. Time to get some rest." Jiang Xian replied, "You've worked hard. I'll take care of the rest of the cleaning." Suddenly, someone playing a flute walked into the eatery. The one playing that clear, melodious flute was Xu Xia. She turned to him and asked, "Who's that, an acquaintance of his?" He calmly replied, "No, I don't know him." Xu Xia spoke up, "I'll have some fried chicken and a side dish." He then added, "This isn't about buying or selling. Wine, I'm very fond of it." She said to Jiang Xian beside her, "He's just randomly talking about his preferences. What's wrong with him?" Gen Z saw Xu Xia in the eatery and said the amusing young man has arrived. Seeing the old man come out, he respectfully bowed his head. "Elder, you're still here. And this junior believes someone will be looking for you soon, Elder." The old man asked doubtfully, "Looking for me who?" Xu Xia quickly replied, "This junior doesn't know, but perhaps the Taoist master does." Gen Z frowned and continued, "Could it be those kids? I've already made it clear that I won't get involved." After saying what he needed to, he bowed again. "Then this junior will take his leave." Before leaving, Xu Xia deliberately left Jiang Xian with a message, "I'll be waiting at Anzi Lake, come find me." Jiang Xian silently watched his retreating figure. Then he thought, "Well, I'm curious anyway, so this is good. Did he get involved with the demonic cult because he couldn't play the flute?" A short while later, he went to the lake to meet Xu Xia privately. Hearing the tune he was playing on the flute, he asked curiously, "What song is this?" He immediately replied, "You can feel it. It's unstoppable, like a fierce horse galloping across the plains. Fierce as a wild beast with prey right before it, yet gentle as a mother nursing her child." Jiang Xian cut in, "Not at all." Seeing Xu Xia looking dejected, he sighed and added as if to console him, "But it's not bad either." Hearing him say that, his expression immediately changed to one of delight. Xu Xia began, "Do you know about the recent situation in Nanjing? Even though Nanjing already has the Liuhe and Shiki escort agencies, 2 new escort agencies are about to be established." Jiang Xian gritted his teeth and thought it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that person was my only friend, another one of my regrets, along with the Yinglai Inn. Yun Zhilong, around this time, he would have been traveling around working as a porter for the Shiki escort agency. Xu Xia continued, "One of them is a new escort agency opened by a lay disciple of the Huashan sect." Jiang Xian added, "The one opening a branch nearby must be the 5 Dragons gang, right?" The 2 of them stood stunned, looking at each other in thoughtful silence. Regardless of whether they are righteous or unorthodox sects, martial arts schools are often funded by their lay disciples, so they consider the difficulties of their members and offer mutual support. But it's very rare for them to directly clash with the business of another sect's lay disciples like this. This is one of the great dangers that will soon befall this place. Shu Xia spoke. That's outside information, not meaningless gossip. Jiang Xian replied, thank you for telling me. He continued, it's nothing I also owe you from last time. I want to settle the score with you again. His expression darkened. Is that so? When would this match be? This time, will your swollen cheek finally explode? His face went pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Back at the eatery, a group of people were bowing to Gen Z. He felt uncomfortable as they greeted him. Gen Z genuinely didn't understand what was happening. Zhao Yu was the one leading the group. She spoke. This junior thought martial uncle would be in a place famous for its cuisine, so I searched tirelessly. He replied, Zhao Yu, no martial niece. Didn't I make it clear that I wouldn't get involved in complicated matters? She stared into his eyes and made her request, Martial uncle, please come with me. The atmosphere in the Huashan sect is not normal right now. Gen Z cut her off. I'm not interested anymore. The food here suits my palate perfectly. Zhao Yu suddenly slammed her hand on the table. She shouted, Grand Marshal Uncle, are you going to keep acting like this? He calmly replied, my goodness, even if you are the sect leader's disciple and my brother's granddaughter, this is just unbelievable. She stubbornly continued, I guess I'll have to stay here for a few days. Jiang Xian cut her off. We're all out of rooms. Zhao Yu shot a sharp glance his way, thinking, when did he get here? I didn't sense his presence at all. She frowned, staring at him with a murderous glint in her eyes. Are you really out of rooms? With a bright smile still on your face, you nonchalantly replied, but in your head you thought since I've been deliberately hiding my presence for a while now, it's only natural she wouldn't recognize me. She should be able to understand that much, right? A look of contempt flashed in Jiang Xian's eyes. On the other side, Zhao Yu was no less composed than he was. She finally relented, Martial uncle. Perhaps this junior should return another time. It would be best if you didn't move elsewhere, as that would be a great inconvenience. Genzi sighed and said, as expected, you know my heart best, don't you? Thank you. If he's at that age, he should make his own decisions and take action. I have coddled him for too long. Jiang Xian thought, gritting his teeth, if they keep coming and going, they'll take the elder's room. In any case, the safety of the inn is a higher priority. The scene changes to another location. Zhao Yu was biting her lip, trying to endure the pain. She pressed her hand tightly against the wound and leaned on a large rock. She was growing tired, and her vision began to blur. Jiang Xian was passing by and happened to come across Zhao Yu. Seeing her in such a wretched state, he asked in surprise, what are you doing here? You were training, so how did you end up like this? You seemed to be fine during the day. Jiang Xian thought to himself, well, that has nothing to do with me, although I can roughly guess what happened. There's no need for me to interfere and create unnecessary trouble. As he thought this, he quickened his pace, wanting to leave this complicated place. But then, Jiang Xian couldn't help but stop. He thought to himself, she's not just anyone, she's the niece of Qing Jinzi. Moreover, she's a disciple of the Huashan sect's leader. The more he thought about it, the more his head ached. Jiang Xian turned and stared at Zhao Yu, startling her. She was so frightened that she stammered, don't come here. She was severely injured, and even the slightest movement was agonizing. He approached and asked her, if I wanted to kill you, why would I act so openly like this? After hearing his analysis, Zhao Yu nodded in agreement and said, that's true. Jiang Xian observed her wound and said, I advise you not to scream if you don't want to get hurt any further here. He frowned and thought a strange tone, but from the pursuer's position being exposed would be very troublesome. Zhao Yu's face was pale, and she whispered breathlessly, sir, I saw you earlier. A moment later, he had to support her to find a place to bandage her wound. As they walked, Jiang Xian thought, my internal energy isn't strong enough, so I can't completely stop her bleeding. I have to find some medicine. Zhao Yu broke out in a cold sweat and said, how can a mere innkeeper know how to hit pressure points? He answered dismissively, a lot of innkeepers can these days. The little monkey holding a torch in front of them suddenly froze. Seeing its behavior, he whispered to her, someone is approaching. In his mind, he praised this little monkey is truly a spirit animal. Jiang Xian glanced around looking for something to cover his face. He considered tearing his own clothes but couldn't bring himself to do it. I can't tear the clothes my sister made. Then he tore a small piece from Zhao Yu's clothes to cover his face and demanded, let me borrow your sword. The young woman hurriedly said, it's not too late yet. If you are thinking of fighting them, please leave me here and run. If you could act as a witness for my martial uncle, that would be enough, please. Jiang Xian looked at the group of people before them, tightened his grip on the sword, and replied, no, it's too late. A group of men in black had appeared ahead. He gave them a cold look and then instructed the little monkey, "You stay here with this young lady." Xiao Yu quickly explained the situation. They are the Ling Jiao squad of the 5 Dragon Gang if they use their individual killing saber techniques. Jiang Xian cut her off. He stared at them, sizing them up. "You don't need to say anything." The hand holding the sword began to channel power. Xiao Yu still tried to persuade him, but they are the elites of the 5 Dragon Gang, so they are very dangerous. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he asked an unrelated question. Not the claws of a tiger, but of a wolf. The leader of the group retorted angrily, "You madman! Seeing you joke around so casually, you must not be a Taoist." Jiang Xian drew his sword and rushed forward. "You're also joking around so casually, so you must not be a Taoist either. Are you prepared to die?" After he spoke, the whole group rushed in, and they quickly engaged in close combat. Jiang Xian closed in on the first man, a cold murderous glint flashing in his eyes. He used the demonic emperor's true sovereign steps technique, dealing with the first man. They were shocked when they saw his speed. Jiang Xian stood surrounded by them, completely unfazed. One of them rushed toward him, wanting to strike him down. His blade stopped before it could even touch Jiang Xian's head, because he had already dealt with the man before the blade could land. The heartless sword plunged deeper and deeper. Jiang Xian coldly tossed the man aside. Then he glanced at the men in black, who hastily fell back into a defensive stance. Seeing this, Jiang Xian thought to himself, "Are they stalling for their backup?" He quickly leaped high into the air, intending to leave. In midair, Jiang Xian used the Zhongjung Diaohe sword art. The clashing of swords rang out. Jiang Xian used the second technique, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. After that, he turned to look at them coldly. The leader of the men in black plunged his sword straight into the ground. The man began to stammer, "Kid, who are you? You're interfering with the Wu Longbang's business." Jiang Xian charged forward again to attack them. An icy aura surrounded his entire body. The man's face turned pale as the cold blade descended. Jiang Xian spoke again. "Compared to the warning from the head disciple of the Huashan sect, you guys are a bit weak." Xiao Yu stared at him in amazement and asked, "Sir, who are you? How can you do that so easily?" He didn't answer her question, instead saying, "I'll carry you, we need to move. You get over here too." A moment later, Jiang Xian was carrying Xiao Yu back. He walked to a cliff where a boat was floating below. Suddenly, a throwing dagger whizzed past his face. Jiang Xian looked at the dagger on the ground, confused. Xiao Yu recognized them and said, "Zhang the flying dagger assassin, it's the Tai Shang." He turned his head, just a bunch of nobodies yet so full of themselves. Then she bowed her head and said, "It's too scary, I can't look at them." Jiang Xian coldly glanced over them and said, "This isn't good. Members of the Tai Shang have also become elders of great sects, and there are many of them." Tai Shang shouted in annoyance, "Stop with the useless thoughts and put that girl down." More throwing daggers flew toward him. Jiang Xian's eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly fled. He turned and quickly carried Xiao Yu away from there. Tai Shang laughed mockingly. "That fool up ahead running like a cornered rat is an idiot." A throwing dagger shot straight toward Xiao Yu. Then another volley of daggers flew at them. Seeing this, Xiao Yu and Jiang Xian felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. She clutched his clothes tightly, her face pale. As he ran, Jiang Xian thought frantically, "This is getting dangerous." He carried Xiao Yu, trying to shake off Ti Shang's men, but the large group pursued the two of them. Xiao Yu said, "I'm the one they want, just leave me behind and go." He shouted angrily, "You're so noisy." He leapt a long distance while still running, and just like that, he widened the distance between them and the group. Jiang Xian assessed internally, "This is a little harder than I thought. We're almost there." Suddenly, he saw something up ahead and froze. He was aiming for the wooden cart up ahead. Tai Shang's men had caught up to them. Seeing the little monkey so happy, he got annoyed. "How can you be happy in a situation like this? All right, little monkey, you're the best." Xiao Yu couldn't take it anymore. She was in agony, her face turned pale, and her whole body was covered in cold sweat, shivering uncontrollably. Tai Shang stared at the two of them and said to his underlings, "Get them." On the other side, he leaped onto a wooden boat and plunged down the ravine. From behind, a barrage of darts flew towards him. Jiang Xian and Xiao Yu dove into the water. He jumped onto the wooden boat on the water's surface. Jiang Xian helped her onto the boat, steadying her. Then he hurriedly grabbed a pole to row the boat away. Jiang Xian scanned the quiet surface of the water. He quickly rowed the boat, getting Xiao Yu away from there. Tai Shang ran to the edge of the ravine, watching helplessly as they escaped. His face was pale, and he clenched the dart in his hand. Zhao Yu asked curiously, "How about I distract them?" He frowned and replied, "They'll catch up to us right away." He thought to himself, "I've already used up a lot of my internal energy. Now it's just a matter of time." A determined look flashed in Jiang Xian's eyes. He picked up the little monkey and said, "Little monkey, there's someone I need you to bring here." It happily sipped the tea in its hands. Jiang Xian smiled and said, "That's right, there's a winery over there. The smell of wine is so strong you'll know it when you find it." He calmly lifted the little monkey high up. Then he threw it straight up onto the land above. It soared through the air under the bright moonlight above, and finally the little monkey landed gently on the ground. It happily and excitedly jumped up and started hopping around. He mumbled, "Did you learn anything from watching me channel my energy? Don't rely on me for everything." A while later, Jiang Xian was sitting in a training room. Zhao Yu, standing to the side, asked doubtfully, "How come you're not asking any questions?" Sensing something was wrong, he immediately became serious. Outside, Ti Shang kicked the door open and entered. He spoke up, "I never thought a cornered rat would dare to fight back." Jiang Xian curled his lip mockingly. "You're really talented aside from throwing knives." He thought to himself, "I didn't realize I was hit with the Bai Li Xiang back then." Tai Shang continued, "Judging by your expression, it seems you're waiting for someone, aren't you?" He gripped his dagger tightly and rushed forward to attack him. Jiang Xian used the Mo Huang Zhen Junbu technique. Tai Shang tightened his grip on his sword and said, "What a vicious bastard." His speed was like lightning as he closed the distance. His face darkened, his golden pupils staring intently at him as he thought, "How strange. The more exhausted my body gets, the clearer my mind becomes." Jiang Xian immediately thrust his sword forward. He followed up with the first move of the Zhong Zheng Tiao Hei Jian Fa. A moment later, Ti Shang scrambled out of the room shouting, "He's like a monster." One of his subordinates, seeing him like this, asked in shock, "Lord Protector, are you all right?" Jiang Xian's low, murderous voice said, "I won't let this go." The sharp blade stuck firmly into the ground. His face darkened as he sighed and thought, damn, it was the thrust too short to hit him. The entire space around him began to fall silent. Suddenly, a voice echoed, giving Ti Shang and his men a headache. "Who is suppressing my dear friend?" A figure stepped out from the shadows towards Jiang Xian. He let out a long sigh. "Aren't you a bit late?" That person was Gen Si. He laughed heartily and asked him, "Kid, are you all right?" Jiang Xian glanced at Zhao Yu and said, "I'm fine, but the elder's granddaughter is not dot model." She suddenly spat blood as she called out elder. He thought in confusion, is her acting really that good? She's so skilled. Seeing Genzi Ti Shang asked, "And which esteemed master might you be?" He said calmly, "This humble Taoist is Qing Genzi of the Huashan sect. Who are you to surround and torment these young ones?" The man's eyes were bloodshot. "I am Geite Shang, the fifth guardian of the Five Dragons gang. If you're Qing Genzi, you must be that eccentric Taoist from Huashan. There's no way you don't know about the conflict between Huashan and the Five Dragons, so you of all people shouldn't be running your mouth so recklessly." Genzi shouted in frustration, "The clear truth is that the fifth guardian of the Five Dragons gang was bullying my junior." Tai Shang clenched his fist and said, "Bullying? We are rivals after all. There is no understanding between us." He turned and told the boy, "Go hide for a little while." Jiang Xian swung his sword and said, "No way, I have to see how this ends." Genzi stared at him and his sword, then thought, as expected of someone from the Huashan sect, of course he wields a sword. The two stood facing each other, the air thick with tension. Chiol Sang gave no quarter, drawing his sword and lunging forward in an instant. In response, Jin Seo skillfully parried the attack, unleashing the defensive stance of the back current sword style. A broken piece of a sword suddenly flew towards him at incredible speed. Jin Seo saw it coming and moved to dodge. The sharp piece of metal was now closing in on its target. He bent backwards narrowly and spectacularly avoiding it. The sword shard clattered to the ground right in front of Gang Hyun. Jin Seo glanced worriedly at the boy, thinking my chef is still too inexperienced to handle them, so how could he possibly protect the girl too? Suddenly, Chiol Sang was rushing toward him. His voice was chilling, laced with resentment. "You should just accept your fate." Chiol Sang drew his sword and immediately channeled his energy. He unleashed his deadly technique, the Flash Thunder Cannon Roar. Jin Seo began to back away, his footwork quick and nimble. He leaped into the air, slashing in every direction, as if creating a defensive perimeter. Jin Seo and the man were evenly matched in strength. Neither could gain the upper hand, and the fight dragged on. A fierce flame erupted with a sky-shattering explosion. Chiol Sang retracted his energy and landed safely, glaring at his opponent with displeasure. The soldier behind him suddenly cried out a warning to Chiol Sang. "Look out in front of you." Jin Seo suddenly threw a smoke bomb with a decisive move. With a calm expression, he made a seemingly casual slash towards Chiol Sang, who couldn't react in time and looked worried. The energy radiating from Jin Seo was incredibly powerful. Countless sharp swords flew out like a tornado. They all honed in on Chiol Sang and attacked relentlessly. Metal shards buried themselves into every inch of his flesh, causing him to cough up blood. Blood streamed to the ground, showing no sign of stopping. It was a gruesome scene under the beautiful bright moon. After that brutal battle, Gang Hyun began to walk slowly. Jin Seo spoke in a gentle tone. "I think I'll have to leave the inn for a while." Gang Hyun didn't object, so he continued. "Do you want to come with us? That wound looks quite deep." The boy shook his head as if it were nothing, thinking to himself, the war between the Hua San sect and the O Ryong Bang has now officially begun. Hyo Ok seemed a little shy, hesitantly introducing herself. Beside her, Gang Hyun didn't hesitate to give his name as well. Jin Seo let out a soft sigh, thinking, "It's finally happened. I came to Sanshan to avoid all this, but I got swept up in worldly affairs after all." Sometime later, Gang Hyun sighed. "It really does feel empty around here without you." Just then, he jumped as he heard Jin Seo's voice from behind, trying to convince himself it was just his imagination. But it was real. The man's gentle face appeared as he said, "I stopped by because there was something I needed to tell you, but I didn't see you, so I waited." Jin Seo stepped closer to Gang Hyun, his voice soft. "It's nothing special, but if it weren't for you, I would have lost Hyo Ok." The boy smiled as if it was no big deal. Seeing this, the man added, "No, Hyo Ok is my niece. Besides, she is also a disciple of my sect leader. The Hua San sect owes you a great debt of gratitude." When Jin Seo mentioned a sincere token of their gratitude, Gang Hyun couldn't hide his delight. "Does that mean I should be looking forward to it?" He was quite surprised to hear the older man say he was worried about him. Jin Seo said grimly, "No matter how you slice it, the martial art you use is demonic in nature. If you keep using it, your heart will eventually become corrupted." An image of Gang Hyun shrouded in a murderous aura flashed vividly in his mind. The boy stated firmly that something like that would never happen. Jin Seo slammed the wine jug down and continued, "That would be fortunate, but you can't predict the future. Moreover, your martial arts are very likely to be misunderstood by others. I have something I want to show you, so watch carefully." He began to gather his energy, and a crimson flame appeared in his hand. Under the dim moonlight, Jin Seo demonstrated his martial arts with incredible skill. Jiang Xian clearly remembered every one of his fluid movements. Noting that it wasn't a simple sword dance, the idea wasn't limited by martial arts and form. "I never thought martial arts could be performed this way. I can definitely feel that there is a much bigger world out there that I don't know about." Perhaps if Jen Ci were 20 years younger or had an outstanding disciple, then the righteous demonic Great War would not have ended so anticlimactically. He watched intently from beginning to end, not missing a single detail. After performing his work, Jen Ci was satisfied, fortunate to have been able to help someone. Jiang Xian was speechless. Was this reward too great? This wasn't just a few simple moves, it contained the elder's entire life. He squinted his eyes and smiled happily. "It was nothing. I always wanted to talk to you about this. I'm done with my work, so I must be on my way now." From behind, Jiang Xian bowed deeply to see him off, expressing his silent gratitude. "It seems I'll have to treat him to a truly grand meal." The next morning, Dulan looked full of energy, stretching and breathing in the fresh air. She sighed, troubled. "Maybe we won't have many customers today since it's cold." Jiang Xian saw her from a distance, thinking to himself that he shouldn't mention Zhen Qi's departure. He called out, "Where's your sister?" Dulan turned and replied, "I think she's in the kitchen, researching new dishes." In the small kitchen, the early morning sunlight streamed through the window. When Jiang Xian entered, he asked, "What are you doing?" Sister Chulan answered openly, "Xin Shan Tang gave me some black goat meat earlier, so I decided to try cooking it." He looked intrigued, intending to lend a hand. She refused firmly. "I will do this for our starving guests." Hearing this, Jiang Xian could only smile wryly and stand aside to watch Chulan showcase her skills. After a while of cooking, she finally finished her creation and invited him to try it. "Can you taste this for me?" Jiang Xian ate attentively, slowly evaluating its flavor, which made Chulan unable to resist asking, "Well?" His hesitant tone made her a little anxious. Jiang Xian suddenly broke into a bright smile praising Chulan's cooking. Her eyes widened with happiness, then she made a mental note. Add the root to the mulberry bark, I think the dish would be much better if I could get rid of the gamey smell. Suddenly, Chulan's enthusiasm faded, her eyes a little sad. I think the elder would have really liked this dish. Yun Ming appeared out of nowhere holding a cup of wine and seemingly drunk. The boy mumbled, if it were Grandpa, he would definitely do this. Yuanxi Jizun Grandpa would definitely shout like that. Chulan immediately scolded him. Children shouldn't imitate things like that. Monkey Boy was also there, secretly observing Jiang Xian, his chubby cheeks also flushed from the wine. He asked in disbelief, drinking in a hot spring, there's nothing like that here. Night fell, leaving only the peaceful sounds of insects. The moon tonight was full and bright, incredibly romantic. Before Jiang Xian, now was truly a spring with crystal clear water. Monkey Boy was in a very cheerful mood, but then fell silent as if he remembered something. Jiang Xian showered Monkey Boy with praise for finding such a magical place. Behind him were jars of wine exuding a fragrant aroma. Jiang Xian looked at Monkey Boy and thought the barrel of wine that went missing a while ago was this little guy's doing. It turns out he's been secretly brewing wine here. He suddenly let out a sigh. There's a reason they say monkey brewed wine is the best. Fill them up. We're not going home until we're drunk today. In the end, Jiang Xian returned completely drunk. Oh my head, I haven't drunk in a long time. If I do this again, I'll make a fool of myself. Over here, Yun Ming was diligently teaching Monkey Boy. What did I tell you last time? I told you about the gentleman's 9 thoughts. He couldn't believe his eyes seeing a monkey learning to write. Chulan walked over worriedly and handed him a cup of water. Jiang Xian, drink this. He replied wearily, thank you, sister. Yun Ming suddenly posed a riddle. A hesitant tiger is no match for a daring bee or a scorpion. What does that mean? Jiang Xian listened with admiration. After all, teaching others is the best way to learn. That kid is really smart. Jiang Xian lowered his gaze, thinking to himself that Yun Ying had easily eased his worries. He recalled asking the little monkey about the divine head dart that night. Jiang Xian glanced over at Chulan, looking a bit troubled. I need the spirit medicine, but what if I just abandon the inn? Finally, Jiang Xian worked up the nerve to ask, would you like to go on a food tour with me? Chulan was a bit bewildered and slowly asked back, a food tour? Why the sudden suggestion? He grinned widely. A trip is only exciting when it's spontaneous. Besides, we have fewer customers than before, so if we're going to expand the inn, we need to prepare for the future. She quickly agreed, all right, let's go. Jiang Xian had never made a wrong decision before. The scene changes to a capital city, and Qi stammered, looking like he had something difficult to say. I'm sure you know, young master. Winter isn't a good time for logging. If it snows during construction, the results might not be what we expect. Jiang Xian waved his hand confidently and said, it's fine, the budget is as I said. Just take care of the beggars while I'm away. Hearing that, he could only relent very well. But which direction will your food tour be heading, young master? He slowly analyzed, I can't go north in the winter, so I'll travel along the river. Suddenly an idea seemed to strike on Qi and he let out a little gasp. He suggested, young master, would you like to travel with me in 5 days? Isn't the winter itself more fearsome than any general? Jiang Xian gave a sly smile, not refusing An Qi. He thought to himself, he's finally using his head, the caravan needs guards, and I need the convenience his family provides. He was now incredibly grateful, and he made sure to thank Jiang Xian for agreeing. 5 days later, his group was all packed and ready to set off. Jiang Xian was annoyed seeing Yun Ying carrying so many things. We're not moving house, just pack a single travel bag. Their cart finally started moving. The boy shouted, oh no, I forgot something. Jiang Xian didn't even bother paying him any mind. After several long days, they arrived in Shaoxing. The waves lapped gently against the shore. As Jiang Xian's group sailed down the clear blue water, Chulan couldn't help but marvel at the beautiful scenery, while Yun Ying was busy playing with the water. Jiang Xian said cheerfully, you're this excited just to be outside, huh? The boy nodded eagerly. I think I finally understand why adults say seeing something once is better than hearing about it 100 times. The boat was filled with the non-stop chatter and laughter of the group. They all disembarked afterwards and prepared to eat together. Delicious dishes were spread all over the table, the first of which was Shaoxing drunken chicken. Jiang Xian's group focused on enjoying the food. He suddenly said loudly, Yun Ying, eat something else. This dish has wine in it, so kids can't eat it. The boy retorted, it's so cruel not to be able to taste something right in front of me. Jiang Xian replied coldly, then you can go home by yourself. after hearing that Yun Ying could only obey meekly and admit he was wrong. Chu Lan, on the other hand, praised, "This dish is really delicious, but the food our Jiang Xian makes is even better." He sighed in relief, thinking, "Even though I suggested this trip on a whim, everyone seems to be having a good time." By the time they finished eating, it was already dark. A peaceful night fell over the distant mountains. At some point, Yun Ying and Chu Lan had both fallen asleep. Yun Ying was sleeping soundly, dead to the world. Jiang Xian and the little monkey secretly woke up. "Are you sure your master is there?" It quickly confirmed. Then the two of them went off to carry out their secret business. He leapt into the air silently, leaving the inn. Jiang Xian's movements were incredibly swift, and he vanished in an instant. A moment later they arrived, and something caught his attention. Jiang Xian turned to ask the little monkey, "Are there any traps or mechanisms here? Can you move back a little?" After saying that, he looked like he was about to do something. Jiang Xian pointed a tree branch at the ground using his internal energy to mark the current location. The mischievous little monkey picked up some kind of fruit and grinned. He cheerfully praised it. "Monkeys have a good sense of smell too. By the way, what kind of tree is this?" The little monkey then went ahead to lead the way. Jiang Xian wondered, but are we going in the right direction? Under the bright moonlight and with a torch in hand, they ventured deep into the forest. Seeing the little monkey's strange gesture, he immediately asked, "You want me to kick this thing away?" With just one kick, the rock was sent flying far away. It tumbled a few times before stopping in another spot, so the two of them just followed the large rock. Jiang Xian wondered if there really was a trap, but he felt lucky, thinking that if he had stepped on it, he would have been swept away. Suddenly, the little monkey grinned widely, and for some reason, it quickly leaped down from his shoulder. The little monkey nimbly jumped onto a tree branch without any warning. Jiang Xian was surprised. Even for a spirit creature, it shouldn't have been able to detect a mechanical trap. He finally understood its intention and praised it profusely. They were now facing a cliff, with no way for either of them to move forward. He thought for a long time, looking for a way out of this place. High above, he could easily see a house on the cliff face. Jiang Xian gathered his strength for a powerful jump, telling the little monkey to hold on tight. A few seconds later, they were nowhere in sight. It excitedly chattered something to him. An absolute silence enveloped the house. Jiang Xian slowly scanned his surroundings with his dim torch. He ventured into the abandoned house, finding the inside covered in thick cobwebs and dust. Jiang Xian walked over to a book and asked the little monkey about it. The two of them were overjoyed to have found such an interesting item. Jiang Xian was walking when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The little monkey, however, just scurried around the place carefree. An empty room before him gave him pause. Jiang Xian's eyes showed a hint of worry. The items left behind by the former owner were still perfectly intact. His face turned pale. This reminded him of the ghost shadow divine head. At times like these, it was best to leave things untouched. Jiang Xian slowly entered the room, his demeanor extremely cautious. On the book were beautifully penned lines accompanied by special characters. He stared at them intently, trying to decipher the information. But the more he looked, the more confused Jiang Xian became. An unknown amount of time passed, and it was now dawn. Seeing the little monkey's concern, he gently reassured it. "Don't worry, I plan on living a long life regardless." After speaking, Jiang Xian turned away, his expression immediately growing gloomy. Reflected in his eyes was the brilliant light of the dawn. Jiang Xian shot across the rooftops like an arrow, then paused for a moment as if to breathe in the fresh air. Jiang Xian quickly flipped through a few pages searching for what he needed. He recalled the formulas in the book, thinking, "At least I managed to figure some of it out." Jiang Xian stopped thinking, turned on his heel, and moved on to the next place. He pushed open a door that hadn't welcomed a visitor in a very long time. Beams of sunlight streamed in one after another, illuminating the entire room. Jiang Xian ran forward with all his might. He then used the momentum to launch himself into the air. He spotted a rope right in front of him and hesitated for a moment. Then Jiang Xian decisively grabbed hold of it. Immediately, he and the little monkey were pulled upwards. Once they arrived, Jiang Xian gently told the little monkey to wait for him there. He carefully made his way into the tunnel. It wasn't very deep, but he still had to be prepared for surprises. A light from deep within took Jiang Xian by surprise. Before him now was a large stone, and on it rested a mysterious book. Jiang Xian resolutely followed the light, taking long strides. Neither quickly nor slowly, he reached out and touched the sword embedded in the stone. A powerful energy radiated from the blade of the sword. Jiang Xian picked it up to examine it, his thoughts turning to Han Ti. His eyes shifted to the book next to it, which was bound with threads that emitted a white light standing out in the darkness. Jiang Xian stared at the book in awe. Is this manual bound with heavenly silkworm silk? He quickly skimmed through it. This is the Swift Flash Hand, the unique martial art of the mysterious Heaven Divine Thief. I have to take it back to study. A detail in the book made Jiang Xian pause for a few seconds. He was then stunned to realize, so the person called Guang was actually the Ghost Shadow Divine Thief. I should probably head back now. Suddenly a sound made him stop in his tracks. A brightly shining gem suddenly appeared from within the rock wall. Jiang Xian froze for a few seconds. The Great Return Pill, a sacred medicine of Shaolin, so the rumors were true. In the distance there was a peculiar line of text carved onto the stone at some unknown time. He managed to read it all, a look of great surprise on his face. Jiang Xian immediately turned and ran from the cave. I've memorized it, but what does it mean? On his way down the mountain, he felt a little regretful. If I could decipher the code, I could uncover the secrets of the mysterious Heaven Divine Thief. After returning to the inn, Jiang Xian noticed the little monkey looked strange and asked with concern, "Why do you look so sad today, little one?" It just stayed silent in a corner, not responding to him at all. The little monkey started to sob, looking utterly pitiful. Its tears streamed down endlessly. Su Lan went over, picked up the little monkey, and comforted it. "What's wrong, little one? Please don't cry anymore." Meanwhile, Jiang Xian sat pensively at a corner of the table. I need to take care of the remains before it's too late. If I give the Ghost Shadow Divine Thief a proper burial and set up a tombstone, the little monkey might feel a bit better. After crying its heart out, it unknowingly fell asleep. He and Su Lan couldn't help but worry about the little monkey. Suddenly, Jiang Xian grabbed her arm. This startled Su Lan. "Let's go out too." She looked bewildered as he pulled her along. Jiang Xian turned back to look at Su Lan and chuckled. "We're in Su Xiong anyway, we should do some sightseeing." She didn't forget to call for Yun Ying, wanting to invite him along when she heard the two of them making a racket. Over here, they were fighting over a book. Su Lan stepped in to stop them. "What are you two doing? If you keep arguing like this, are you not going sightseeing?" Hearing this, they both stopped arguing and pretended to make up. Jiang Xian watched in silence. Is that a travel journal written by Yun Ying? I'm so curious. Night had fallen, and the inn began to light its lamps, creating a warm scene. Yun Ying slowly wrote stroke by stroke on the page. "So my 2-day trip to Su Xiong has come to an end. It was a really fun time, and I ate a lot of delicious food. Brother Jiang Xian is so smart there isn't a single dish he doesn't know about." The young boy suddenly panicked when he realized he was writing something wrong. Yun Ying wrote down every detail carefully. "He cooked many delicious meals for me and bought books for me to study. He also taught me how to deal with being bullied by my peers." The young boy paused for a moment, unsure of what to write next. Yun Ying giggled after writing, "I really like Brother Jiang Xian. When I grow up, I'll definitely repay his kindness." Before going to sleep, the boy admiringly added one more sentence. "I hope that our happy times together as a family at the Yinglai Inn will last forever." The scene changes to a person with blood-soaked hands holding a weapon. Corpses were scattered all around. The person spoke, "I'd really like to taste that kid's cooking again." Gen Si was standing firm when a loud voice from behind shouted for him to be careful. Gen Si quickly turned to see what was happening. The scene suddenly became shrouded in mist, with no telling what would happen next. The next morning, everyone was shocked by what they saw and called out Jiang Xian's name. Everyone shouted in unison, "Is this really our inn?" Yun Ying was taken aback. "Sister brother Jiang Xian, our inn has been expanded." Shi Lan was overwhelmed with emotion. "This isn't a dream, is it? Will everything go well from now on?" Jiang Xian chuckled. "I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Who knows, we might even get more customers." He looked at her with a reassuring gaze, and Shi Lan replied to Jiang Xian with an affectionate smile. 2 days later, just like any other early morning, Yun Ying bowed to Jiang Xian as he left for his studies. He waved goodbye cheerfully, thinking to himself that the inn would reopen in just 2 more weeks. Before he could finish the thought, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Shu Xia rudely shoved the door open and yelled, "One fried chicken." He immediately choked up when he saw that no one was inside. Shu Xia said miserably, "It's so hard to get a meal in your inn." Jiang Xian calmly cleared a table and replied, "Showing up when you can't even eat here. Now that's a real talent." He immediately put on an innocent look, "But I was traveling so far, I didn't have time to stop by." After hearing this, he just stared at him in silence, not knowing what else to say. Shu Xia desperately hoped that Jiang Xian would ask him where he had been, but he remained silent, his attitude cold and indifferent. He finally spoke up hesitantly. "It seems a lot has happened while I was away from Nanjing. Have you heard of the Jade-Faced Gentleman? That's my new title." Jiang Xian reluctantly forced out some praise. "A handsome nickname. It suits you just great." Shu Xia said with a proud voice, "After recognizing my own shortcomings, I fought against the 5 prodigies of Jiangsu and the famous master of the Feng Tai sect." He recalled the heroic battle scenes on the mountain and the times he played his flute while anxiously watching the battle. He also couldn't forget the lonely moments while wandering the world. Jiang Xian asked with a blank face, "Don't tell me you want to challenge me to a match. Let's go to the temple at Pipa Lake. The loser will grant the winner's wish. How about it?" Shu Xia didn't refuse his proposal, breaking into a wide smile. Elsewhere, he had arrived first and was playing a melody. A moment later, Jiang Xian also arrived, approaching with slow steps. The two faced each other, ready to fight. Shu Xia said arrogantly, "This harsh winter has left a bad impression on me. Do you want to surrender first?" Hearing this, he cut in, "Shall we start with the song called Bing Xin Luo Qin?" His face darkened, and he grew serious upon hearing his opponent's deliberate reminder. Shu Xia calmly began to play the flute in his hand. The sound it produced made one feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Xian stood perfectly still, without a single movement. Seeing this, he immediately taunted him. "I didn't think it would end like this." Just a few seconds later, he was frozen solid. Shu Xia walked closer, tapping the block of ice a few times as if to tease Jiang Xian. Suddenly, the cold block of ice shattered into pieces. He broke free from it easily, smirking contemptuously at him. As Jiang Xian counterattacked, he thought to himself, "This is great. My Mo Zun Qi has surpassed the Shi Dan Gong, and I need to test my fighting strength." He was completely stunned when his opponent fainted before he had even done anything. Jiang Xian was now too disappointed to speak. "I can't believe that Shu Xia fellow was defeated so easily." On his way back, he was too dejected to pay attention to his surroundings. Just then, Zi Long called out warmly, "Jiang Xian, it looks like something good happened." His jaw dropped, not expecting to see him here. Zi Long walked in, looking all around. The inn has changed so much. Shi Lan greeted him. "First long time no see, was your journey a smooth one?" He asked in return, "How have you been lately, sister?" Shi Lan happily boasted, "Don't just stand there, have a seat." What a coincidence, Jiang Xian just said he was going to make a new dish. Zi Long asked in disbelief, "Cooking this kid?" After a long wait, the charcoal-grilled chestnut black bean noodles were finally served. He eagerly dug in. This dish could really save the inn. Dulan replied, "What do you think, brother? Has your sister ever lied to you?" Qi Long said with delight, "Never, there's no one in this world as honest as Sister Chulan." By now it was late, and the moon was brighter than usual. He was stuffed and tipsy, his stomach tight, and he tiredly told Jiang Xian, "It reminds me of something, so I can't bring myself to eat it." Confused, Jiang Xian asked what he was talking about. Qi Long said with a furious tone, "The Qi Biaoju, that bastard third son of theirs." In the middle of his sentence, he abruptly changed the subject, causing Jiang Xian to spit out his drink. "Don't you want to learn martial arts with me? I heard a rumor that there's a place in Guizhou that teaches martial arts for free." He thought cautiously, him suddenly asking me to learn martial arts. Now this kid is going to end up as a human shield for the Gui Mo Gong. Qi Long eagerly promoted it. "They say they'll nurture those who show promise in the Gui Mo Gong." Jiang Xian wondered, "You want to learn martial arts with that body of yours?" He defended himself. "This is all muscle. You know, I'm only 16. Pressed by his relentless comments, Qi Long pitifully promised, "All right, I'll lose weight next year." Jiang Xian poured some wine and said, "Stop joking around. You should be a good son to your father." Hearing those words, he suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Qi Long couldn't hold back his tears. "I had no idea my father was living like that." Jiang Xian was instantly alarmed. What about him? He was completely drunk now, so Jiang Xian decided to let it go. Remembering what Qi Long had said, he made a decision. "I absolutely cannot take this guy to the Gui Mo Gong like this." A hazy image appeared in his mind. Jiang Xian supported him and kept urging sober up. "You have to go back and see your father." Qi Long's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, his mind now only on his father. His forehead was soaked with sweat, and he stared into the distance as if lost in thought. Qi Long immediately stood up to leave, but Jiang Xian stopped him. He took a bag from his side and handed it to him. Jiang Xian said thoughtfully, "I've packed some food for your father. He must be exhausted after his trip, but this should help him recover." He was flustered. "But why are you giving this to me, you crazy idiot?" Jiang Xian replied in bewilderment, "You're cursing me for giving you a gift. Faced with Jiang Xian's kindness, Qi Long couldn't bring himself to refuse and accepted it. He didn't forget to add, "When the inn reopens, bring your father here. There will also be a special performance." Even though he heard this, he didn't understand at all and just stared blankly. The next morning, a huge crowd gathered in front of the inn, and the doors slowly opened to everyone's anticipation. Jiang Xian said cheerfully, "Welcome back to the Tianmo Inn. First, we'll have a performance to celebrate the occasion." Upon hearing this, everyone stirred with excitement, eager to see the performance. Shu Xia appeared slowly walking forward with a flute in her hand, playing a soothing melody. Everyone focused on listening, and the earlier noise immediately vanished. Jiang Xian felt a bit annoyed and spoke up, "Hey, isn't that our inn?" Dulan gave him a judgmental look. "What's with that guy? He's being overly concerned." Someone next to him advised, "Don't worry so much." Shu Xia ignored the words being spoken around her and continued to play her melody. Qi Long had also arrived by this time, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. Jiang Xian suddenly appeared behind him. "You're here. I'm swamped, so come and lend a hand." Qi Long couldn't help but be startled. All around them, guests were waiting for their delicious food. He was extremely pleased with such a successful opening. Qi Long's father chuckled seeing him wolfing down his food. "This kid, slow down. No one's going to steal it from you." A drunken voice rang out, startling him. "What are you all doing here?" Jiang Xian, who was wiping a table, heard this and grew irritated. "You all, are you talking to these gentlemen here like that?" The third young master, staggering on his feet, brazenly pointed at someone and asked, "What are you doing?" Sister Ming was also a little scared and spoke with a gentle voice. "Young master, you're drunk." Qi Long's father replied at that moment, "Well, my son's friend works here, so..." The third young master then shifted his gaze elsewhere. Jiang Xian stared daggers at him. Model. The third young master felt a sense of dread from the killing intent emanating from this boy. "Stay away from me." Qi Long's father, a little confused about what was happening, asked. His face was full of contempt. "I said, stay away. Why should I have to share food with these idiots?" Dulan's blood boiled, and she was about to charge forward, but was stopped by Jiang Hien. Then a loud slam on the table came from Qi Long's side. He loudly protested, "Watch your mouth." "So what if they're my friends?" The third young master looked at Qi Long, smirking as if he was about to eat him alive. Qi Long's father was flustered. "How dare you say that?" "I apologize, young master. My son is still young and foolish." Over here, Min did her best to hold him back. He scolded his son. "Apologize to the young master now." "Why do you speak so thoughtlessly? Apologize to the young master right away." The third young master looked very cunning. "Look into my eyes. It's useless no matter what you do. Today I'll have to slaughter a pig to vent my anger." Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps drew everyone's attention. He saw Jiang Hien and asked irritably, "What do you want?" Jiang Hien replied with a cold attitude, "We strictly prohibit fighting in the inn, sir." The third young master, on the other hand, provoked him. "Are you trying to act tough and order me around?" He tried to suppress his anger, cursing inwardly. "So much damn talking. You want me to crush your head." While he was still being stubborn, he was hit by a powerful palm strike. The third young master fell to the floor, utterly stunned. The old men nearby immediately worried about his condition. The third young master was in too much pain to speak. Jiang Hien smiled amicably, feigning concern. "Are you all right, sir? Do you happen to have a chronic illness?" He suddenly recalled the secret manual on how to strike a target by moving one's hand at the speed of light. "I guess this works in this situation too, huh?" A sharp pain in his ear immediately followed, causing him to tremble. The third young master just lay on the floor motionless. Jiang Hien ran over. "Is he having a seizure? We must get him to a doctor immediately." Min quickly carried him on her back and ran off, making him curious about who that guy really was. Qi Long's father then chided him. "You brat, don't you know who the third young master is?" It's thanks to the people from the minor prefecture that we're even able to survive. His eyes welled up with tears. "I can't be like you, father. I can't bow my head to that vile bastard." Finally, Qi Long bolted out the door, leaving his father's calls behind. Looking down from a high mountain at night, the rows of shops lit up by lanterns were beautiful. Qi Long sat alone in silence, as if pondering what was just said. Jiang Hien, who had followed him at some point, arrived with wine, panting. "This should help you feel better." The two of them drank the finest wine gourds together. They each drained their cups of wine, drinking heartily. Qi Long confessed, "I'm such an idiot. My father and I are just clerks. I respect my father a lot, but I don't want to live like him." "That's right, I have to do it. I'm going to learn martial arts." Jiang Hien gazed into the distance, thinking perhaps he wants to escape this helpless reality. Suddenly, the image of a sad father waiting for his son to return appeared in his mind, along with the first time Jiang Hien met Dolan's group, or the moment he complained about the shirt his mother bought him. His mother's smile was unforgettable, and it made Jiang Hien realize something, that at some point we will all regret the past. The moment you leave someone you love might also be the last time you're with them. Kai suddenly appeared, the sound of rustling footsteps approaching. Jiang Hien seemed aware of his presence and remained calmly seated. Kai handed him a few sheets of paper. So the investigation you requested on the clerk from the security bureau is complete. Jiang Hien took them and read carefully, confirming that what Qi Long said was true. Beside him, Kai opened his mouth as if to say something more. His tone was a bit hesitant, his expression slightly worried. He fell silent when he heard Kai reveal, "It seems that place is involved in human trafficking and drug smuggling." Scene change, Jiang Hien was looking at his reflection in the water with a completely different appearance. A worried expression appeared on his face. Jiang Hien gave a quick assessment, feeling that this disguise wasn't very good. He leaped onto the rooftop, then stopped to observe. Jiang Hien slowly advanced into the main residence before him. He turned to it and said with extreme irritation, "Can you just shut up?" As the creature instantly hid without making another sound, Jiang Xian thought to himself that it would surely come in handy during an emergency. With that thought, he sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. A fierce determination surged in Jiang Xian's eyes. The grounds were completely silent at this hour, as if everything had fallen asleep. A light on the other side that was still on caught his attention. Jiang Xian executed the 9 Demons Phantom Step technique. He had now successfully infiltrated the enemy's base. Hiding by the door, Jiang Xian listened intently as the people inside discussed something about money. He froze when he heard someone say, "Why is it like this? We're already in too deep," and he even said he'd send half a kilo of demonic drugs to use them as a shield. Jiang Xian thought to himself, "I've heard before that someone from the Jiang family was addicted to demonic drugs and gambling. Perhaps that was also caused by the drugs they supplied." The other person continued to ask, "How are the goods?" Jiang Sheng replied calmly, "They're being prepared. I think we can depart in about half an hour. The old man is very particular, so we shouldn't delay." Jiang Xian had countless questions. Where were the money and demonic drugs headed, and what else had they captured? Their discussion finished, they began to move according to their plan. He sat on the roof and heard all the promises they made to each other. The blood moon in the starry sky tonight looked very beautiful. Jiang Sheng then began directing his men to move out into the night. The old man shouted, "Everyone gather around, I will brief you on the plan for this trip." Everyone listened intently, not daring to miss a single detail. Jiang Xian silently moved at top speed to get closer to the enemy. Each cart in Jiang Sheng's convoy was carefully covered with a black cloth. A strong gust of wind blew by, revealing a horrifying sight, within young women lying sprawled everywhere. The creature couldn't hold back and let out a loud cry. That sound immediately alerted Jiang Sheng. Jiang Xian quickly hid it inside the cart, instructing, "Stay quiet here until I come back." The old man flew into a rage, yelling to find out who the intruder was. He walked alone in front of Jiang Sheng, waving a friendly greeting. Immediately, the entire group surrounded Jiang Xian. The sharp swords drew closer and closer to him. Jiang Xian's expression turned cold. They say unwelcome guests never come with good intentions, but in this case, it's the opposite. I'm the good guy, and all of you are just trash. After hearing this, Jiang Sheng sneered, pretending not to know what he was implying. Jiang Xian directly accused a bastard who kidnaps others and sells them off. If that's not trash, then what is? Even at this point, the old man shamelessly denied it. "What are you talking about? That's just mutual assistance." Jiang Sheng's flowery words fell on deaf ears as he was cut off. "Is that a dog barking?" Seeing that compromise was impossible, the old man's face hardened. "I am the ruthless annihilation fist, Jiang Sheng." He cracked his knuckles as if preparing for a fight with Jiang Xian. Unafraid, he asked nonchalantly, "And who might that be?" He also silently wondered if this grand declaration meant Jiang Sheng intended to kill him at all costs. Jiang Sheng clapped his hands hard a few times. It was impossible to guess what he intended to do. The boulder in front of them suddenly exploded, and the old man laughed with delight. "The king of hell in the afterlife will let you know." Jiang Xian raised his hand, and energy immediately enveloped him as he easily sensed someone attacking from behind. Jiang Xian stomped his foot hard on the ground, and the ground seemed to shake slightly. Jiang Sheng's soldiers were immediately thrown far away from him. The old man was furious that his plan had failed. A few seconds later, Jiang Xian landed a powerful punch on Jiang Sheng's face. Caught completely off guard, the old man's face contorted from the direct impact of the punch. It didn't stop there as Jiang Sheng was sent flying several meters away. A few remaining men who still didn't fear death raised their swords to threaten Jiang Xian, but he ordered them to stop. He glanced back, being as careful as possible. Jiang Xian's lightning-fast movements sent a group of soldiers tumbling to the ground. He took them all down quickly with just a few punches and kicks. Jiang Xian could feel his body getting stronger and remarked, "The Da Huan Dan is the best. This is the feeling." A few terrified men stood in the distance watching his every move. Jiang Xian flew past them and put them into a long, deep sleep. The bodies lying all over the ground created a gruesome scene. He went to the carriage where the little monkey was hiding, and it was overjoyed to see him return. He tucked the little monkey back into his clothes. "Stay in here for a bit. Don't come out until I say so." Then Jiang Xian reached out and pulled back the black curtain. Hua Ling, who had woken up at some point, looked at him with a hint of caution. Jiang Xian used his powers to untie her, leaving Hua Ling too surprised to say anything. The woman let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you for saving me. My benefactor, may I ask who you are?" He quickly came up with a random name to tell Hua Ling. Seeing her puzzled by his strange name, Jiang Xian explained, "You probably don't know me because I'm not very famous." Hua Ling apologized shyly. He reassured her, "What's there to apologize for? I happen to witness human trafficking, and as someone who walks the path of justice, I couldn't just look away." The woman suddenly sighed. "This is truly a stroke of luck for me. Actually, for me as well. While I was investigating the Heman clan's activities, I felt something was unusual about the Chu Chi Biao Ju. Hearing the name Heman made him freeze for a few seconds. Hua Ling immediately stepped down, bowed her head, and introduced herself to Jiang Xian. He was a little confused and ventured to ask her, why would a disciple of the Hua Shan sect be kidnapped here? She seemed lost in thought at his question, as if putting the pieces together. The late-night moon was especially bright, illuminating a deep thought. Recently, the Hua Shan sect discovered suspicious dealings between the Wu Long Bang and the Chu Chi Biao Ju. It turned out that as the events were pieced together, they became even stranger. Jiang Xian asked her, "What do you plan to do now?" Hua Ling replied coldly, "First, I must escape this escort agency." He pulled back the curtain. "In that case, you just need to take these women with you. I plan to see if there are any other victims." Hua Ling was very worried. "Will you be all right on your own? It will take some time to move them, but there's no other way." She lowered her eyes, hiding her sadness from him. Jiang Xian said with great conviction, "How can a righteous hero only worry about his own safety?" She gasped and covered her mouth. "That's like killing 4 birds with 1 stone. Minimize the trouble, eliminate the Chu Chi Biao Ju, solve Ji Long's problem, and give a gift to the elder." She then spoke up, "First of all, even if it takes time, we should probably take care of them." The two of them began tapping the women's pressure points. Hua Ling said thoughtfully, "You are truly a magnanimous hero." She bowed deeply. "I wish you luck, great hero He Sha." Jiang Xian sighed to himself. "So tiring, I've never had to talk like this before. I guess I should start doing what I have to do." His figure moved further away from the carriage as he used his lightness skill to leap away. This time he arrived at a place with a roof so high it nearly touched the moon. In the study, Jiang Xian felt frustrated. "It's not here either." The night wind was blowing through Qingju Yuan, the residence of Du Jingzhong. The bamboo leaves rustled. In the moonlight, a cloak was fluttering. Jiang Xian pressed himself against a wall. "I can feel it, the supermaster that Shi Hualing mentioned." Not wanting any trouble, he quickly glanced towards another area. Then Jiang Xian tried to conceal his movements. He moved in front of the little monkey and made a silent gesture. Afterwards, Jiang Xian walked alone down the deserted corridor. He moved carefully to avoid being seen, but unfortunately a man with a blade blocked his path, asking, "Who are you?" Unafraid, he retorted, "If you were me, would you reveal your identity?" The man glanced out the window. "The people outside seem to have all been taken care of. I'm just now noticing how quiet it is." Then his face suddenly darkened as he sensed something strange. Jiang Xian also seemed to feel an immense threat. Heavy footsteps were getting closer. "Who are you?" The old warrior questioned, "Could you be from the Huashan sect?" Jiang Xian didn't hide his intentions. "I came for revenge." Behind him, he was surrounded by the immense pressure of the blade-wielding warrior. Jiang Xian quickly used his energy to protect himself, and in front of him, the old man also gathered his power to prepare. Next, he condensed energy in his palm. Jiang Xian quickly extended both hands, forming the shattering Asura palm. The swordsman slashed at his face, but it was blocked by his spiritual energy. While the old man was still stunned, he had already teleported out into the courtyard. He quickly called out, "Now's the time, little monkey." It entered the room and started fumbling around, searching for something. Then it chose a hidden corner of a cabinet and kicked it. When the compartment opened, it swayed happily. Meanwhile, the old swordsman was in a furious pursuit. He and his accomplice had run out into the courtyard. In the empty space, Jiang Xian calculated to himself, "It's almost time to get out." Right after that, the little monkey quickly ran out. A bit of dark energy suddenly gathered in his other hand. He shot a stream of spiritual energy towards the old man. Oh, this is completely useless. The internal pressure caused the old man to spit out a foul substance. Then his whole body was stuck fast to the wall. Jiang Xian turned back coldly, with no one left to stop him. Upon entering the bamboo forest, he didn't forget to praise the little monkey. Good job. After reading a few lines from the book, Jiang Xian was very surprised. What is this? Over here, the warrior went to help the old man up. "Are you all right, sir?" The old man angrily commanded, "This matter must not get out." The scene changes. Jiang Xian has returned with his spoils. After reading the records, Brother Qi trembled. It turns out they were growing demonic herbs, and in many places too. The master of the Chu Qi escort agency is a truly daring man. Jiang Xian yawned lazily. He's not just some ordinary madman. He was so angry his hands trembled uncontrollably. Even as a martial artist, he should know how strict the nation's laws are. It's just unbelievable. He stated the cruel truth coldly. What do national laws mean in the face of money? With a little bit of cash, even the dead can be brought back to life. Brother Qi looked at the stack of books for a moment and confirmed this must be an illegal transaction. Jiang Xian advised him, "Look at it carefully. It will be useful to you." He replied gloomily, "All this has is a transaction history, but it really means nothing to me. The Chu Qi escort agency will collapse soon anyway." Next, Jiang Xian asked, "So the porters and workers there will lose their jobs, right?" After Brother Qi confirmed, he seemed relieved. "That's a good opportunity. It's time for our merchant group to expand." Jiang Xian's words were like a jolt of electricity through his mind. What would happen if the Chu Qi escort agency collapsed? He seemed to have an epiphany. Other escort agencies will gain the rights to escort goods, and we can hire their experienced guards and porters. He placed a hand gently on his shoulder. "What you gain from this chaos is entirely up to you." Brother Qi responded carefully, "I understand. I will start preparing and seize this opportunity to grow our merchant group." Jiang Xian quickly remembered, "There's a man with the surname Mo who has worked at the Chu Qi escort agency for decades. He has a good reputation internally, so you should hire him. And this is a list of secret assets." Brother Qi was a little curious. "How did you get this, young master?" With a little exaggeration, this could probably buy the imperial palace. Before he could say more, Jiang Xian cut him off. "For now, just try to manage everything yourself. I'm leaving." A strange light shone in his heart. A normal person like him couldn't even see half of the grand picture the young master had painted. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian had already left the room. Petting the little monkey, he thought that turbulent times were ahead for the martial world, and it was best to be prepared. The sunset colors peeked through the clouds. He stared for a long time, lost in thought. The sky was so beautiful. In a faraway place, dozens of people were running. Before them was a vast field of flowers. Their beautiful crimson color stood out against the hills. Suddenly, someone lit a torch. The smell of fire filled the air as the cursed herbs were destroyed, the heat quickly engulfing the plants. By morning, all that remained was a field of withered plants. Hua Ling couldn't help but feel a heaviness in her heart. This was surely the work of the He Sha Xia. A short while later, Hua Ling returned to her room. Xiao Yu wore a deeply sorrowful expression. If this whole affair ended, she thought shyly about Jiang Xian. At the same time, Hua Ling was also thinking about the persona he had taken on. Elsewhere, a man was being dragged by iron chains. Curses rained down from both sides of the street. "Human traffickers, you deserve to die." Of course, they could only grit their teeth and endure it. The old martial artist thought to himself, this is all because of the Hua Shan sect, and that so-called He Sha Xia. Just then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and lost his balance. Seeing the prisoner fall, the crowd erupted into light. Cheers echoed through the streets. "Long live Hua Shan! Long live the great hero He Sha Xia!" In the outskirts of town, a surprised voice called out, "What's the matter? Zilong asked sorrowfully. How could this have happened? The escort agency really collapsed. He was incredibly frustrated. I thought my father would be devastated, but he immediately went out to look for work. Jiang Xian wondered, is that so? Your friend told you that? Zilong's voice grew heavy. When my mother passed away, my father promised her that no matter what, he would raise me properly. Every time my father has to bow his head, I get so frustrated. It's all my fault. He immediately advised him, it's good that you realize that. Now let go of your obsession with martial arts and treat your father well. He hesitated, his words unclear. I don't know about that. But what if I actually have some talent? Jiang Xian was a bit surprised to hear that, but he could only let out a helpless, heavy sigh. After standing up, Jiang Xian asked him, if you fight me and lose, will you give it all up? He just stared back at him blankly. A sense of bewilderment made him hesitate. How could I possibly fight you? I'd knock you down with a single blow. Jiang Xian challenged confidently. Are you afraid you'll lose to me? Those words were enough to anger Zilong. He grabbed him by the collar. Don't mess with me, kid. In that single moment, Zilong realized something was wrong. Why isn't he falling back? Jiang Xian gave him an innocent-looking smile. Zilong saw a splash of blood, and then his vision started to fade. After nightfall, a voice called out to him repeatedly, Hey, how long are you planning on sleeping? Zilong forced his eyes open. He sat up and touched his aching nose. What happened? Jiang Xian answered bluntly. I knocked you out, what else? Zilong was completely crushed, unable to believe it. Sadness flooded his heart. Was he really that weak? Jiang Xian looked at him with a complicated expression. After turning away, he finally spoke. So stop with the useless thoughts and do right by your father while he's still here. I don't even have a father like that. Zilong replied softly. I know now. Dad. The next day, a ball of dough had been prepared. Jiang Xian used both hands to stretch and work it. Then he skillfully twisted the dough. He repeated the masterful movements several times, slapping the strands of dough against the board below. A minute later, he had created noodles as thin and soft as silk. Everyone was utterly amazed by his masterful skills. Yun Ming's eyes widened in admiration. How are your hands so fast? Jiang Xian replied casually, It just takes a lot of practice. Do you want to try? He tossed the dough in front of the boy. The small hand quickly punched down, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Finally, Jiang Xian said, Then let's try making noodles with the dough Yun Ming needed. Their eyes sparkled just like a scene repeating itself. Just then, a shout interrupted them. What are you all doing? Not taking orders? Are you just going to leave it all to me? In another corner of the kitchen, Chulan thought to herself, I wonder if I should try making this again after some time. She poured some clean water into the pot of meat to rinse the blood, preparing something for dinner. Dulan came over and called out, Sis, someone wants to talk to you for a moment. Chulan and Jiang Xian asked in unison talk. Su Fang asked gently, Young lady, are you the owner of this inn? Chulan confirmed very cautiously. Then she smiled and recounted, I've heard many good reviews before, but frankly, it has exceeded my expectations. Jiang Xian was also focused analyzing her words. What I mean is the birthday of the Kuishan town magistrate is coming up, and I would like to ask you to handle the cooking at the magistrate's office. Chulan asked instinctively us. Su Fang explained sheepishly, It seems I was a bit hasty. I am Lu Su Fang, the chief secretary of Kuishan town. A quick calculation was made. The chief secretary is an assistant official to the magistrate, and judging by her managerial demeanor, it seemed to be true. Meanwhile, Su Fang continued, I'm planning to invite the chefs of 3 establishments, one of which is the Ying Lai Inn. Seeing Chulan's expression, she didn't press the matter. It seems the young lady needs some time to think. Then I will send someone over tomorrow. Please make your decision by then. When they were the only ones left in the inn, she said with a tremble, This doesn't feel real at all. Is it a good thing? He honestly remarked. Not really. She became even more dejected. I'm so confused, and I don't know what to do. Jiang Xian wondered, Are you feeling pressured? Sis Chulan timidly admitted, A little. Right after he encouraged her, If you want to do it, then just do it. If you find it troublesome and don't like it, then you don't have to. If you want to, this chef will do as you say. Her eyes widened and filled with tears as Chulan suggested excitedly, Let's accept it. But then he announced, I won't be cooking. Chulan's emotions quickly plummeted. Alone, Chulan kept muttering to herself from the preparation to the cooking process. How can I possibly do it all by myself? Just then, a bowl of noodles was brought to her, and Jiang Xian said softly, Still worried, for now just eat first and think later. She shifted her attention to the dish. What is this? I've never seen it before. The thick brown broth combined with chewy noodles and side toppings created the Tianma noodles. Yun Ming was already drooling. This dish is incredible. Next, the boy quickly lifted the entire bowl and slurped it clean. The rich flavor excited Yun Ming. So delicious, it's amazing. Over here, the delicate noodles were lifted up. Dulan continuously picked up the food like a machine. The noodles are perfect, so chewy. Seeing everyone's constant praise, Chu Lan thought to herself, as expected from a dish made by Jiang Xian. After dinner ended, it was already night. A resolute Chu Lan said, "No, I can do it." Suddenly, she changed her tune. "But I'm not confident at all." A conflict was raging inside her. "I can't give up." Groans echoed continuously from within the room. The next morning, everything had finally quieted down. Jiang Xian pulled the blanket over Chu Lan, who was sound asleep. On the table sat a bowl of broth. He was surprised when he tasted it. Her skills had improved far more than he'd expected. A few days later, she and Jiang Xian arrived at a luxurious provincial capital, and it just so happened to be the magistrate's birthday. Kui Xian spoke with great excitement. "It's just the birthday of this humble servant, yet so many people have come." The crowd cheered in response, "Congratulations." All the guests in attendance were prominent figures in the Jianghu. Sitting at the head table was a woman with a veiled face. However, Jiang Xian's sharp eyes recognized her Yi Hualian. "She disappeared so suddenly that I'd almost forgotten about her. I never expected to run into her here." A moment later, Kui Xian laughed and said, "As you all know, this official is quite serious when it comes to food, so this year I have prepared something special." He quickly gestured with his hand, and the first to appear was from Ba Shan Lu, a chef famous for their stews and soups. I'm sure you have all dined there at least once. And Zhu Xingge, your stir-fried dishes are magnificent. Next is the Yinglai Inn. I hear they make innovative and unique dishes. However, some murmurs of dissent arose. We've never heard of the Yinglai Inn. Then Su Fang announced loudly, "Let's begin with the first course to whet the appetite." Shan Li swiftly displayed their masterful knife skills. Meanwhile, Xing Jue put on a show juggling a flaming wok. Kui Xian was greatly amused. How delightful! On the other hand, it all just made Chu Lan feel dizzy. Tears welled up in her eyes. Are we really allowed to be cooking here? She ran her hands through her hair in frustration. Over there is Ba Shan Lu and Zhu Xingge too. How can we possibly compete with them? Xing Jue looked on with disgust. I don't know where he dredged up such useless amateurs. What an embarrassment. Chu Lan grew even more dejected and returned to her station. At that moment, a hand slowly reached for her from behind. Jiang Xian gently encouraged her. Don't mind them, sister. Just focus on your cooking. He explained simply, we're not here to compete. You're here to make delicious food for people, right? He lifted her hand, which was covered in small wounds. You've been working so hard lately. His voice was like a warm current melting her frozen heart. Those cuts from your knife, those splatters from the oil, they're all proof of your hard work. You can now command a kitchen on your own. You've become a true chef. A chef can't run from pressure. You have to embrace it as your own. Chu Lan repeated unconsciously, embrace it. Her breathing began to steady. Then a fire ignited within her heart. Jiang Xian, let's make the Donglai 8-colored dish. He was overjoyed to see her spirit return, of course. The ingredients were tossed into the air, and with cuts as sharp as a sword, they were perfectly prepared. Jiang Xian and Chu Lan moved in perfect harmony in the kitchen. She mixed the ingredients with the sauce, and everything from vegetables to mushrooms was arranged neatly on the plate. In an instant, they had finished the Donglai 8-colored dish with mustard sauce. Jiang Xian brought out a delicious-smelling dish. It's done. The other two chefs looked on in disbelief. So that's it. Looking at the dish before him, Kui Xian was curious. I've never seen a dish like this before. What is this with the sharp, pungent aroma? He introduced it respectfully, the Donglai 8-colored dish, a specialty of the Yinglai Inn. It's perfect for whetting the appetite before a meal. He picked up the ingredients with his chopsticks. The reaction was immediate the moment he took a bite. Go Hyun was so shocked his voice cracked he thought it was some strange dish, but it turned out to be amazing. The crispiness of the vegetables and chicken went perfectly with the mustard. Go Hyun added that Shan Li and Zhu Xingju were both wonderful. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian was a little worried chicken is acceptable in any religion, but he had to be more careful with the next dish. Just then, Chu Lan told him, I plan to make grilled skewers next. He was very enthusiastic about helping her. In just a moment, a new dish was ready. The second dish from the Yinglai Inn was spicy and sour meat skewers. He called out excitedly, it's sour and spicy. Everyone please try some. The guests began to eat, all except for one person. The monk's face was clearly filled with apprehension. Seeing Jiang Xian offering him a skewer, he refused. Just looking at it with my eyes and smelling it with my nose is enjoyment enough. Hearing that the young man whispered a few words to him, this made the monk incredibly surprised. Seeing him pick up a skewer, everyone was horrified as the master eating meat. After the flavor filled his mouth, he praised it endlessly. This is the first time in my life I've eaten this. It truly would have been a regret not to. The other two chefs were extremely frustrated. No one touched the meat dishes we made. Why is that? Go Hyun also spoke up. I'm so curious, what's in these meat skewers that a monk can eat them? He deliberately dragged out his answer. This is... Chulan gasped and covered her mouth while Jiang Xian was still being evasive. The crowd couldn't help but murmur, how strange, how could you possibly get a monk to eat something like that? Finally, Jiang Xian revealed the truth. This isn't actually meat, it's made from tofu. Go Hyun exclaimed in surprise, how amazing the texture and flavor of tofu. Jiang Xian clapped his hands and announced, everyone please look forward to the next dish. Shan Li and Xing Jue glanced at each other. He's quite an interesting kid. Half an hour later, 2 more dishes were cooking on the stove. Go Hyun couldn't resist walking over. The delicious aroma is driving me wild. What are the names of these dishes? Xing Jue, who was also cooking, felt very jealous. I can't believe his lordship is so interested in another inn. I have to try harder. Then a crisis occurred while they were cooking. I accidentally poured all the sauce in. Noticing the strange atmosphere, he asked, is there a problem? Chulan quickly covered it up. Not at all. He then said cheerfully, I'm looking forward to it. This dish looks very rich since it has soy sauce in it. Although she tried to answer, her face was about to melt from distress. Jiang Xian chose to stand back and watch how she would handle it. Next, she began to skim some of the sauce off the surface. Then Chulan took out a bowl of water. There are many ways to fix a soup ruined by too much salt, but this is the most common one. It just makes all the ingredients less flavorful. But suddenly her hand stopped in midair. An idea flashed through her mind. Don't just add water-used tofu to fix it. Jiang Xian once said that tofu absorbs salt. However, after tasting it, Chulan was still sad. It's still a bit salty, isn't it? He smiled as he watched her flustered state. Next, Chulan seemed to realize something she had overlooked. She took out another seasoning that made him very satisfied. Exactly sugar reduces saltiness. After finishing the adjustments, Chulan tasted it one more time. The moment he saw those 2 dishes, Go Hyun had to shout, this is the best one yet. The spicy and rich seafood noodles were just as expected, and the black bean noodles got their flavor from mushrooms, not meat. Another bowl. Su Fang felt a great sense of comfort. This is the first time he's ever shouted for another bowl. The Ying Lai Inn is as good as they say. Meanwhile, Chulan was feeling very tense. Only the main dishes and dessert are left. It'll be okay, right? He kept reassuring her, be confident you've come this far. What do you think about trying to cook a dish that you created yourself, model? A smile returned to her face. I get it. Let's do this. This time, she gently placed the fish into the sizzling oil. While stirring the wok, she signaled for the vegetables and the seasoning sauce. He quickly brought her everything she needed. Golden drops of sauce flew into the air as Chulan carefully tossed the seasonings in the wok. Shan Li watched cautiously. This woman is no ordinary cook. Jiang Jia was extremely skeptical. This is the first time I've ever seen someone cook a whole fish like that. But whatever a dish like that would be nothing compared to my Kung Fu first wok. Kui Xian also realized, is this a dish you can only learn in Shandong? Jiang Jia confirmed respectfully, yes, that is correct, my lord. He raised his chopsticks and picked up a piece of octopus tentacle, then slowly savored the taste. The flavor delighted Kui Xian. Just as expected of Shandong cuisine, this dish is very spicy. Next, the piping hot Ying Lai fish was served. He used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of pearly white fish, and the flavor immediately hit his tongue. The monk also quickly began to enjoy the dish. Hua Lian tried her best to eat as elegantly as possible. Kui Xian felt like he could turn into a fish. Today has been truly satisfying. I have never even heard the name Ying Lai. Does anyone here know of it? Lady Yi, you know of this place too. I'm quite surprised. They say all of these are original dishes from the Ying Lai Inn. Is that correct? Jiang Xian felt someone's gaze on him. Hua Lian confirmed it to Kui Xian, but her eyes were still fixed on him. Yes. In that moment, a thought suddenly struck him. Was this the reason she ordered such a special dish back then? Kui Xian continued his praise. Among all the dishes today, the black bean noodles and the Ying Lai fish were the most impressive. I am certain the Ying Lai Inn will soon become famous. I was so delighted and impressed, I could even call them the Ying Lai chefs. As Chu Lan laughed, Kui Xian spoke up. I wish to reward you all for allowing me to taste such exquisite dishes. He asked generously, what is it that you desire? In that instant, Chu Lan felt insignificant. Her stammering made Kui Xian chuckle. It seems this is the first time our young chef has ever been in a situation like this. Very well, let me tell you then, the Six Lords' manner. Meanwhile, someone approached Jiang Xian to speak with him privately. The monk spoke calmly. I am very impressed by your kind heart, benefactor. You must have accumulated much merit. He replied with great humility, not at all. The truth is, he had hidden it from everyone. Only we knew that we had prepared food that even a monk could eat. Back at the inn that night, Chu Lan was exhausted. I don't even know how I got through today. Was the food really that good? He comforted her. The Yinglai fish wasn't bad at all. Only then did Chu Lan shyly look up at him. Jiang Xian teased her. You're going to stare a hole through my face. She replied shyly. What's wrong with me looking at my little brother's face? Then she suddenly leaned in close to him. It's amazing. He asked curiously, what is? Chu Lan explained with a bright smile. I think cooking has become fun. He silently gazed at her face. After a few moments, Jiang Xian took out a package, placing it on the table and saying, Go on, open it. Looking at the kitchen knife, Chu Lan immediately realized he had melted down the cold iron he received to forge it. Jiang Xian said hesitantly, It has been a year since you last cooked properly after all. It's also just in time for your birthday. You've worked so hard. Her voice choked with emotion surprised him. Jiang Xian. Tears streamed down Chu Lan's delicate face. I'm so grateful for your kindness. I want to be this happy too. He spoke softly. Why are you crying over something like this? He gently sat down and closed his eyes. He buried some words in his heart. Don't cry anymore. We still have a lot of work to do. The scene changes to a famous restaurant, its main hall already bustling with people coming and going. In front of the inn are 2 lines of text carved into wood. Its content, Zhenhui's #1 inn welcomes you, is recognized by everyone. In the alley behind the restaurant, a meeting is taking place. Su Feng said generously, if any of you need help, just let me know anytime. My position may be low, but I'll do my absolute best. Jiang Xian was very pleased, thinking to himself that this was a good manager. If his inn were to do business here in the future, this might be useful one day. Afterward, Jiang Xian and Yun Ying moved to another location. He suggested with concern, should we rest for a bit? The boy quickly refused. It's okay. I want to meet the little monk that the old master mentioned last time. To become good friends, you have to go through challenges. Yun Ying let out a cry as if in strong agreement. After a while, they saw the master monk. The master was very happy, Patron, you have arrived. After seeing Hua Lian approach, he asked curiously, do you two know each other? He explained, she is a regular at our inn. Next, he rubbed Yun Ying's head. This little guy wants to meet the young monk. He stepped forward and took the small hand. The master monk gently said, I will lead the way for the young patron. You two please enjoy the fresh air. Jiang Xian slowly pulled out a chair. When they were both seated, the atmosphere became very awkward. Finally, Hua Lian had to break the silence. Weren't you the one in charge of cooking at first, sir? Jiang Xian answered honestly. Now she and I take turns in the kitchen. Her skills have improved a lot. She continued sadly, I see it's been a while since I've been there. Jiang Xian also realized you've been quite busy lately, miss. Seeing her hesitate as if wanting to say something, he was slightly surprised. This is unexpected, isn't it? Hua Lian wasn't the type to initiate conversations with others. A calm emotion was clear in his eyes. Hua Lian couldn't help but comment, you've changed so much. He looked at her confused, changed me. She began to recount, before leaving Nanjing, I would occasionally see you, sir. I never forget anyone I've met. In his mind, he suddenly pictured his own strange image from the past. A sense of shame made his face flush red, his dark past. After returning to reality, Jiang Xian was even more dazed. He was observing her from a very close distance, her eyes sparkling as if they held stars with long curved eyelashes and porcelain skin. She was as beautiful as ever. Without realizing it, he spoke, You've changed too. Before he could say more, her maid called out to her miss. Hua Lian announced apologetically, I think it's time for me to go. Jiang Xian didn't try to keep her take care. Hua Lian's departing figure left him with a few thoughts. It seemed this was the first time they had a proper conversation. She wasn't always so cold. Hua Lian kept her gaze straight ahead without looking back. Jiang Xian also just slowly stood up and left. Perhaps they would meet again if fate allowed. That evening in Ying Qi's study, a figure was slowly approaching. He knew exactly who it was, but was signaled to remain silent. Next, Jiang Xian whispered softly, "Someone is hiding. Go outside in half an hour." While giving instructions, he saw the object that Ying Qi was covering. Jiang Xian picked it up and commented, "Easy to use, a good fit and comfortable." Ying Qi made it very carefully. The time was up, and the person on the roof saw Ying Qi come out. The man in black quickly fixed his observant gaze on him. At the same time, Jiang Xian had also appeared, so it was a rat lurking around. The man suddenly used his lightness skill to step onto the roof, and Jiang Xian tried to follow his trail. And that action indirectly helped him confirm that this was indeed no ordinary person. In a hidden corner of the city, a gloomy voice spoke, "Why are you back already?" He said bluntly, "No one came." The other person asked impatiently, "Is no one here? What about young Master Mu?" But the answer was just as disappointing. He already went back to his room. Jiang Xian watched them from a high platform, while one of the men in black asked, "Is it true that the Shanghua Merchant Guild is connected to the Black Fiend Knight?" The other replied, "That is my assumption. They were the first to act when the Shiki escort agency fell." The stubborn man in black asked, "Why on earth are they looking for the Black Fiend Knight?" The answer offered no clues. "I don't know. I'm just following the department head's orders." Hearing this, Jiang Xian became very curious about what they planned to do with the Black Fiend Knight. First, if we interrogate the Wuxia sect, they'll reveal their client's identity. Then the bald man gave an order, "Stop being curious and just do what you have to. Are there any disabled people among Bai Hua Tong's subordinates?" That name reaching his ears greatly surprised Jiang Xian. Bai Hua Tong, the one who caused the Jade Heaven Divine Art incident and who also killed Bitian Shen Tao. And a major event is about to unfold. Will it really happen in just a few months? While he was lost in thought, a figure zipped past his position, which greatly startled Jiang Xian. Her eyes held an unexpected sharpness, and her movements were swift and graceful. His heart stirred when he identified her Yi Hualian. Before he could greet her, she had already leaped to another spot, so he had no choice but to conceal himself and move as well. He lifted his feet with incredible lightness. Yi Hualian followed her instincts and glanced back at the empty space behind her. He felt a thrill of excitement. Can it be that even one of the 10 great masters can't sense my presence? Just then, a cat appeared. Yi Hualian gently told it, "Please be quiet for a little while." Her adorable expression caught him by surprise. "I've been seeing a lot of new things lately." While he was distracted, the two strangers were heading somewhere. He thoughtfully followed them. In the end, the men in black confused him. "This is ridiculous." They went in a full circle and returned to their starting point. Down below, one of them spoke up, "Nothing unusual today. Keep watch as usual." Another agreed, "That old man is so unlucky. He had a demon pill before his key deviation, and even that got stolen." Yi Hualian's face filled with sadness. Just from their simple conversation, she gathered that the old man must have spent a fortune on spiritual medicine, so his loss must have been significant. Jiang Xian thought to himself, "I've benefited greatly from this unexpected favor, so I can't just let this go." He decided to leave his safe spot. A sudden voice rang in Yi Hualian's ear, "You should go back while I'm still asking nicely." She turned her head but saw no one there. Even so, Yi Hualian replied, "I don't want to. I need to know who they are. If you interfere with me, I won't let you get away with it." Jiang Xian then leaned close to her ear. "You really are stubborn until the very end." The moment she heard the sound, she attacked without hesitation. Her arm slashed through the air like a sword. But with a single step back, he safely dodged it. Then Jiang Xian rushed in front of her. The nerves in Yi Hualian's mind suddenly skipped a beat. After her whole body went limp, he gently caught her. "I can't just leave her here." He carried Yi Hualian to a hidden patch of grass, far from danger. In her hand was a small piece of paper. The surveillance mission paused there. The next morning, the little monkey was happily hugging a medicine jar. Dulan was trying to hide inside. That lady is ordering more food again. Yi Hualian angrily slammed the table. "Why did I have to run into such an expert out of nowhere?" She stuffed meat into her mouth and chewed, unconcerned with her image. At the same time, Jiang Xian was also drinking wine. It was because he felt extremely conflicted. The Black Fiend Knight Bai Hua Tong Yi Hualian, a storm will be brewing soon. While drunk, he heard a melodious sound. Shu Xia appeared, frowning as he looked down at him. Then he spoke. "You're back already." This new piece was inspired by the warm breath of spring. Jiang Xian replied with disgust. "Warm perhaps, but if you don't shut your mouth, this duel is off." Next, the two men quickly went out to an empty garden. Shu Xia couldn't wait and grabbed his weapon. In contrast, Jiang Xian just stood calmly in the wind. He warned with great confidence, "It won't be like last time, you'd better be careful." He gave a lazy yawn, "I know. Instead, don't forget the price you'll pay for bothering me if you lose." There was no more banter because he had already charged forward. A dark red liquid suddenly shot up like a geyser. As a result, the inn's guests were treated to music today. The sound of the flute seemed to create a spiritual energy that helped the guests enjoy their food more. Xu Xia tried not to get angry at the guests' praises, which felt like daggers to his heart. On the other side, Jiang Xian clapped his hands in satisfaction. Very good. A moment later, Ru Lan approached Xu Xia. "You've worked hard, master musician." He replied melancholically, "I'm not a musician." From afar, a demonic energy whispered in his ear, "You are a musician." Although Xu Xia felt wronged, he had to correct himself. "I am a musician." Ru Lan invited him to eat because she was very worried he's a genius when it comes to music, but he's also unwell, so I must treat him well. A bowl of noodles full of eggs and meat was prepared. "You've worked hard." Xu Xia ate so voraciously that the noodle bowl hit his face. After cleaning out the bowl, he finally spoke. "Do you know something?" Recently, Nanjing has been showing signs of becoming restless again. Certain information began to weigh heavily on Jiang Xian's shoulders. It said that the stockpiled medicinal herbs have been cleaned out, and the clinics have all closed down at once. Warriors from the Long Bang sect are patrolling every street. This one saw no sign of the Long Manor's master passing by the casino. Xu Xia recounted someone said that a person attacked the sect leader and the one who used a blade won. "I don't know why, but I have a feeling that things are just getting started." Jiang Xian racked his brain. "Used a blade, could it be that kid?" The scene from the past came flooding back. At that time, he was standing shoulder to shoulder with a comrade in arms. A person in white shoes appeared. Huang Mo laughed sarcastically. "Impressive indeed. I heard your martial arts live up to the rumors, but you still look clumsy." He questioned angrily, "Does this look clumsy in your eyes?" She asked nonchalantly, "Your limbs are flailing all over the place. If that's not clumsy, what is?" Anger made his voice deepen. They really can't be trusted, a bunch of swindlers who would sell out their own parents. It's hard to even try to forgive them. The old friend behind him trembled, making him feel sad. "Are you scared?" But on the contrary, Wen Qi smiled brightly. He asked casually, "Have you ever seen me back down in a situation like this, my lord? I just find it interesting. Aren't you the one who scared my lord?" Jiang Xian got a little angry. "Have you ever seen me scared of things like this? I'm just thinking about how painfully I should kill them," he said sarcastically. "That's true. My lord is only afraid of spices." He got so angry he shouted, "Shut up." Next, Jiang Xian said seriously, "Listen here, don't die. If you're going to fall, you have to kill at least 50 of them first." Wen Qi heard his words and replied, "As you command." Jiang Xian shouted, "What are you waiting for? Charge." At the same time, the enemies rushed in like a storm, and Jiang Xian began to slaughter them coldly. But he quickly noticed something unusual. "What are you doing?" "Swing your blade." 2 large slashes flashed quickly. "I'm doing it." His bloodlust satisfied, he felt ecstatic. "This is really interesting, my lord." A soft skirt glided across the bloody battlefield. She spoke with a gentle voice. "Impressive indeed. I especially want to have you if you become one of my people." An indignant shout rang out, "So it's an old hag." His muscles began to bulge, even if this body is torn apart. Jiang Xian quickly realized something was wrong. Spiritual energy was rapidly gathering in Wen Qi. "I will never betray my lord. You must live. I'm sorry I can't walk with you until the very end. If you achieve great things in the future, please pour me a jar of wine." Wen Qi's entire scorching body charged into the crowd. The memory of the past was suppressed by his current thoughts. Bai Hua Tong is looking for the black ape, so I have to hide it, which means the bait I've been setting is about to be revealed. Jiang Xian lay on his back, letting the moonlight shine on him when someone approached. Wen Qi waved a piece of paper in his hand. "You're the one who sent this, right, brother?" Seeing someone approach, Jiang Xian sat up. Just then, he asked again, "So that brother is really that He Sha fellow and the one who stole the divine jade heavenly art, right?" Jiang Xian looked bewildered. He Sha is correct, but what was that second part? Wen Qi flared up and then declared, "We'll know once we test it." He's making me curious. I'll just have to test it out. It seems there's something special about the Jade Heaven divine art. In the next instant, Wen Qi's large frame tore through the air while Jiang Xian calmly waited. To be honest, I'm a little unsure how I should deal with this kid. The blade was less than a hand's breadth from the top of his head. Wen Qi smirked and asked, "Brother, don't you have a weapon?" He held out his hand. "Are you blind?" He then withdrew his blade. "If I can't control my power properly, it'll all be for nothing. I have to be careful. Jiang Xian echoed him. That's right, you have to be careful. Watching him made me sigh. He talks about being careful, but he's just as arrogant now as he was back then. Then he channeled his energy, kicking up a whirlwind, but I still refused to make the first move. Jiang Xian was waiting for one thing. The moment his opponent let his guard down, he would seize the opportunity. The slash was clearly on target, but it only cut through empty air. Wen Qi's brows furrowed tightly. He swung his blade wildly, not caring if anyone was there or not. Just then, he felt a sudden impact. A fist had materialized from thin air and struck his arm. The blade reacted instantly, searching for its foe. The flash of the blade swept by like a red ribbon, but Jiang Xian effortlessly dodged the attack. Then he stood upright again while Wen Qi struggled to pursue him. He gave a sinister laugh. Not bad, you got me once. He didn't mind taunting him. Carelessness is a fatal taboo. Did they not teach you that? Realizing his opponent's arm was now empty, he laughed. Scared, are we? Wen Qi roared in fury. Shut your mouth! A dense stream of energy was about to engulf him. He created a flash of light, using the Ku Huan saber technique. Jiang Xian was no stranger to that technique. It was the martial art that made the 10 great masters and the Saber King famous. It's been a while. He clenched his fists in excitement. Immediately after, the two auras of spiritual energy clashed. But in just a few moments, his mind was thrown into chaos. Jiang Xian changed his attack to a horizontal strike. Wen Qi had no choice but to try and block with his weapon. But soon enough, his blade found an opening. Wen Qi spun around and appeared behind him, thrusting his blade to block Jiang Xian's path. Once he had a stable footing, he muttered, I'm sure you're the thief, but I'm not so sure anymore. I'll capture you first and let the elders deal with you. Jiang Xian put on an aggrieved expression. You can't do that. I'm a very busy man. He coldly dismissed him. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? What followed was another continuous exchange of blows between the two. Each clash of their internal energy left flashes of light in the air. Just then, Jiang Xian noticed his opponent's calf. So that's where he's bracing himself. His gaze suddenly darkened. Next, Jiang Xian leaped behind him. Seeing this, Wen Qi gave chase. Where do you think you're going? In front of Jiang Xian was a river dock with a single boat. He decided not to flee in the conventional way. Before Wen Qi could even react, he somersaulted in midair, repositioning himself behind his opponent. Wen Qi immediately drew his blade, but still couldn't land a hit on him. He was determined to force Jiang Xian into using the heaven-shattering Asura Palm. Swirling currents of dark energy gathered before him. A faint smile flickered across his face. How irritating. But soon after, the tables turned. His feet didn't sink into the water's surface. Instead, Wen Qi used the lake's surface as a foothold to leap up. Hatred flashed in his eyes like lightning, but his tricky opponent had vanished once again. Jiang Xian still loved to silently move behind him. In the blink of an eye, he threw a punch downwards. Wen Qi's feet pivoted lightly. He wasn't slow at all once he located his opponent. Jiang Xian quickly dropped lower his leg, sweeping just above the lake's surface. Wen Qi had to continue his descent, following him down. Another lightning-fast chase began. He roared in frustration. Stop, you madman! While on the move, he was almost hit. His arrogant expression had completely twisted into hatred. Next, streams of spiritual energy slowly shot out from the Jinzui. The water suddenly surged, obscuring his vision. Jiang Xian was sitting calmly on a boat. The current continuously shot up, as if he was propelling it. He furiously slashed through the water stream. You're dead for sure now. All by himself, Wen Qi used the water to form a shui long. Then Jiang Xian kicked off and retreated. He slashed at the boat and shouted again, Who are you? Jiang Xian observed. He's still the same as ever. True to his personality, his saber techniques are unrestrained, but because of that, they lack refinement. It might be better if I point that out. Then a light emanated from his ki. The scene was like a return to Bai Hua Dong. The unique martial art of the demonic cult leader shot out like a flash. He continued to combine it with other demonic arts. He resolved to do it. Let's recreate his form. After all, he and I are both of the darkness. The morning light shone down on the peaceful scene. Wen Qi's eyes slowly took in his surroundings. His body was floating on the lake's surface. After sitting up, he was still furious. What's that bastard's real identity, and what was that martial art? He stepped ashore and picked up his things. Only now was he fully awake. I have to get to Bai Hua Dong first. As he returned, Wen Qi gritted his teeth. Just you wait. It won't be long before I find you. The letter has been delivered. I figured you'd want to know about this, so I took the initiative. He took it and replied, Well done. I'll be counting on you from now on. As I said, you can also manage things your own way." He was truly pleased. What a useful person. While pouring wine, Qi asked, "Who were those people anyway?" The answer made him a little wary. It's unclear, they just suddenly disappeared. Next, he brought up another matter. "Have you heard that Qi Dian Lao Jun has also set out for Nanjing?" Qi immediately explained, among the top masters of the Zuo Pai, known as the Wu Nei Shi Yi Sha Qi, Dian Lao Jun is the foremost. He is also the leader of the Wu Long Bang. He even brings courtesans with him to battle. I don't know if that's confidence or arrogance. Jiang Xian wondered, is that information reliable? He recounted. He even summoned the managers separately to talk. This rumor has spread throughout the pleasure quarters he frequents. Jiang Xian recalled from his past life, Qi Dian Lao Jun didn't go to Nanjing but to the Jiachao. Because the Wu Long Bang's source of funds, the Shiki escort agency, had already collapsed. But why would the Wu Long Bang establish an escort agency in Hua Shan's territory? Something was very wrong, leaving him deep in thought. After a moment, Jiang Xian said, "This is not a matter I should interfere with." And Qi was a little confused, so he quickly denied it. "It's nothing." Thoughts swirled in his mind. The lady at the inn had once advised him that if he wanted to protect his life, he should never get involved in the struggles between sects. The moonlight guided his way. Jiang Xian quickly gave an order, hire someone to quietly inform Hua Shan that Qi Mian Lao Jun is on his way to Nanjing. An Qi replied respectfully, "Understood." As he returned to the kitchen to cook, he told himself, "I'll only step in when I have to." A storm is truly brewing. The people of Hua Shan are gathering at Yuhua Terrace. Suddenly, Little Monkey and Yun Ming appeared. The boy's eyes sparkled as he looked at him. "I'm curious what Big Brother is cooking today." He took the opportunity to tease him, "Careful, or you might dislocate your jaw. Are the preparations outside finished?" Yun Ming replied obediently, "All done." Meanwhile, Chu Lan and Du Lan were getting ready in the courtyard. Yun Ming said excitedly, "This is my first time at a banquet like this. I'm so excited." Jiang Xian reminded him, "You'll probably get sick of them eventually." Next, Du Lan picked up a utensil and asked, "Are we grilling the meat with this?" He quickly grabbed the tongs, watched closely. The fresh, delicious pork belly sizzled as it was placed on the grill. All three of them were completely amazed. Both Yun Ming and Du Lan were eager to eat, but he stopped them. "It's not cooked yet. This has to be cooked thoroughly before you can eat it." The boy kept asking impatiently, slightly annoying Jiang Xian, "Do you want to go hungry?" Right after that, Yun Ming could only sulk and step back. It seems the reward is greater after a long wait. Just a few minutes later, the rich, fatty pieces of meat were cooked. The divinely fragrant sauce was ladled out and the glistening pieces of meat were dipped into it. Other ingredients were placed on a leaf with the meat. Jiang Xian demonstrated and explained, "Just do it like this and eat." All three of them opened their mouths at the same time. Du Lan waved her hands joyfully. "This is delicious." Little Monkey was so entranced he just lay on the spot. Then Jiang Xian was surprised to see Chu Lan's sister. "Why are you drinking today?" She gave a brilliant smile and asked Jiang Xian, "Aren't you having any?" He quickly explained, "I've already had some." The atmosphere of the barbecue was incredibly lively. After that, other guests also arrived. Jiang Xian was extremely satisfied. This is the life-enjoying time laughing with good friends. An old friend was absent, but still remembered. Little Monkey unconsciously called out for Yuanxi Tianzun. Jiang Xian also sighed wistfully. If the old master were here, it would surely be even more fun. Meanwhile, someone came to see him. "Greetings, young master. I am here to deliver a letter from my young master." Jiang Xian quickly took the piece of paper. Reading just a few lines was enough to darken his mood. That evening, he quietly went up to the attic. He slowly took out a wooden box. Jiang Xian put on a disguise and thought the Hua Shan masters were slaughtered. "I must go to Yuhua Terrace myself to investigate." Jiang Xian then went to a crowded place. Many visitors were there because it was the famous Yuhua Terrace. Sitting inside, he had to admit the weather was beautiful as expected of a land famous for its plum blossoms. Jiang Xian took a sip of tea and looked around. "Who would have thought I'd have to come here myself? I wish I had a reliable informant." His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by someone. "Excuse me, sir. May I ask what brings you here?" Jiang Xian calmly replied, "I've come to enjoy some tea." Li Liang asked grimly, "Forgive me, but could you tell me your name?" The sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Hua Ling shouted excitedly, "Great hero." He was startled, someone he knew. She said frankly, "This is him." Li Liang quickly introduced himself. "I have heard of your great reputation for a long time. I am Li Liang of Huashan." Hua Ling said reproachfully, "Brother, I've told you over and over, how could you not recognize him? Anyone could feel the heroic and righteous aura radiating from the great hero." She shyly changed the subject. "I misspoke, what brings you here?" This time Jiang Xian answered truthfully, "I heard that Hua Shan was in trouble, so I came to see if I could be of assistance." He was disgusted with his own flowery words, but Hua Ling was full of admiration, as expected of the great hero Heisha. After calming down, she began her analysis. Besides old Master Redface, the Wulong, Bang also brought other masters. All three of our teams were defeated, and among them was a man using a yellow spear. One person immediately came to mind among the masters who used that type of spear. I remember Haecilian. Later someone said, "The elders of our sect have sent you an invitation." He was stunned by the high praise. "Great hero, please come with us. You will be hailed as the benefactor of our sect. You are more than worthy of such a reception." Jiang Xian replied coldly, "I understand," but inwardly he was thrilled. Good, now I can figure out Haecilian's intentions and see Qing Jinsi again. After walking for a few minutes, the three of them arrived at Shihua City. He announced respectfully, "This is Li Liang, the great hero. Heisha has accepted our invitation and has come." A voice from inside called out, "Come in!" Three people with solemn expressions were already waiting inside. A cold, mysterious gaze fell upon him. Jiang Xian recognized Yun Xiaoyu. "It's been a long time, but why isn't Qing Jinsi here?" Qing Zhu spoke with a bright smile. "We are so grateful for your help, great hero. This old Taoist is Qing Zhu." As he bowed, he sneered inwardly. "Come to think of it, it has been a long time before returning to the past. I killed my fair share of Taoists." Bai Ling then introduced himself. "This old Taoist is Bai Ling of the Amorous Sword. What is your purpose for coming here?" He answered respectfully, "I was worried for Hua Shan and wished to offer my meager strength. His nickname might be Amorous, but he really isn't," he thought. Bai Ling suddenly became intimidating. "Are you suggesting that you can help Hua Shan?" When he recounted hearing that the sect was in trouble, Qing Zhu became even more furious. "It's an undeniable truth. Nothing like this has happened for decades." Then Jiang Xian revealed the true nature of this incident probably isn't related to Yuhua Terrace. Bai Ling slammed the table in fury. "You mean we've been wasting our time here? I can't listen to another word of this." Despite the attempts to calm him, he remained hostile. "Is this really the person who gave you the ledger? Are you all really going to trust the word of some wet-behind-the-ears third-rate disciple?" Hua Ling quickly interjected, "Fourth master, it was clearly him." Bai Ling cut her off. "When we cooperated with the government to strike the Shiki escort agency, there was an extremely powerful martial artist there. And you're telling me this man defeated him and took the ledger?" Jiang Xian spoke calmly. "There seems to be a misunderstanding, but could I trouble you for another pot of tea and a cup? I would like to pour this tea myself." Hua Ling immediately volunteered, "I'll bring it." With the items in hand, he calmly picked up the pot. Hot water slowly streamed into the cup. Jiang Xian used his internal energy to lift the teacup into the air. "Please have some." Then the flow of internal energy gently placed the cup down in front of the man. Bai Ling was filled with apprehension, and Qing Zhu was nearly frozen in shock. To control one's internal energy to such a degree, his skill level must be at least on par with Fourth Master Qing Jinsi. Zhao Yu was startled for a moment and glanced over. Following her gaze, only a blurry figure could be seen flashing past. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xian was beside him. "It seems I poured a little too much, nearly breaking the etiquette of the tea ceremony." After that, Qing Zhu spoke up gravely. "You are not only a great martial artist, but a kind person as well. You even managed to calm Bai Ling down. I thank you on his behalf." Even though Bai Ling was still trying to pick a fight, Qing Zhu ignored him. "Let's return to our earlier conversation. You said the real issue has nothing to do with the Yuhua Dahai." Jiang Xian calmly explained, "That's right. The master using the Huang Shang who appeared at the Wu Long Bang was sent by the leader of the Si He Lian." Zhao Yu couldn't help but interject, "Is that really true? Do any of you know anything about this Huang Shang master?" Jiang Xian began to explain, "The Huang Shang is made from huigong wood, a tree native to Yunnan, which requires a complex process to craft. The only person who uses it is vice leader Hu Gongjia. This means the Wu Long Bang isn't ready to end this war because they still haven't gotten what they want." He racked his brain. What could they possibly want? There's no way they want anything from me. Then he asked, "With the war dragging on for so long, has there been any activity at Huashan?" Zhao Yu replied in a low voice, "Our elite disciples have gathered here, but for the Si He Lian to attack our main sect directly is like declaring a full-scale war between the righteous and demonic sects. It's just too reckless. Jiang Xian probed for information. Could there be something at your sect that the Sihe Lian is connected to? She immediately denied it. There's no way. But a moment later, a chill ran down Zhao Yu's own spine. Wait a minute. Bai Ling blurted out, could it be the person imprisoned in our sect's dungeon? He felt a bit confused. I thought they were after some legendary artifact, not a person. Still, he affirmed, it's a good thing I was able to help you. After the conversation, Jiang Xian left alone. Hua Ling rushed out after him. Great hero, thank you so much. He replied humbly, you don't have to. But she insisted, how could I not? If it weren't for you, we would have fallen for the enemy's trap. Besides, you were so cool. She awkwardly changed the subject. About that business with the tea. I was also upset with Siba, but I couldn't bear to see you get humiliated like that. Jiang Xian instructed her, if a special situation arises, you can find me on the 3rd floor of the training tower in the south of Zhenhui town. Remember to hang a red silk ribbon. Hua Ling was deeply touched and replied, okay. As he walked away, he wondered, have I always been this kind of person? Am I changing? The memory of pouring the tea came back to him. Jiang Xian's expression grew heavy. That familiar aura, could it be? The scene shifts to the training tower where Jiang Xian is temporarily staying. A red ribbon is tied to the railing outside. Jiang Xian sees it from a distance. Recalling his instructions, he immediately realizes that Hua Shan is in danger. The night rain fell harder, casting a gloomy shadow over the Hua Shan sect. Bai Ling's voice was grim. Formation, then he signaled, we have to fall back now. Faced with a difficult choice, he finally relented. All right. The 3 of them then retreated from the main courtyard. Meanwhile, a group of cloaked figures pursued them, a sinister voice counting down. 98, 99, 100. Just then a blade flashed. Bai Ling roared furiously. Do you have any idea where you are? How dare you speak so recklessly? Hu Gongjia retorted, my Ghost King's soul has already devoured these disciples of Hua Shan. Today my body count will reach 3 digits. The steps behind him were now soaked in fresh blood. Bai Ling tried to calm himself. I can't panic. The young ones are right behind me. Hu Gongjia suddenly leaped forward. Fear is a perfectly natural response. You don't have to worry about a thing. He couldn't hold it in any longer and charged forward. You bastard! His opponent kicked the weapon up into the air. Then he caught it and easily blocked the slash. Bai Ling was shocked. Such an effortless block. I just have to hold on until Siba Qing Zhen gets here. He was met with the deadly gaze of his enemy. Hua Ling could only pray in silence. The great hero will surely come and save us. Back in the fight, Bai Ling leaped backward. He unleashed the Plum Blossom 24 forms to create some distance. His opponent simply lifted his weapon. The assassin's gaze tracked his every movement. Then a surge of internal energy erupted from him. It created an oppressive aura that pushed back the surrounding air. Hu Gongjia charged forward, meeting Bai Ling's sword technique head-on. The spear tip pierced through the sword's aura with ease. Having his attack suddenly broken didn't even make him pause. He charged forward and struck him with a precise blow. The pain in his internal organs made him cough up blood on the spot. After landing the successful strike, Hu Gong pulled his spear back. From behind, another person quickly drew their sword. Hua Ling rushed forward, her face etched with boundless fury. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Hua Ling unleashed a powerful sharp slash with her sword. However, he was completely unharmed, and it was Hua Ling who was pushed back. Hu Gong looked at her with contempt. Then he was surprised to feel his skin starting to itch. But while Hu Gong was distracted, someone targeted the tip of his spear. Bai Ling grabbed his weapon and shouted, "Get back, you're no match for him." She was terrified, but Jiang Xian's voice echoed in her mind. As a righteous warrior, how can I only worry about my own safety? With that thought, her grip on the sword tightened. Hua Ling declared resolutely, even if the plum blossoms wither, the green of Mount Hua will last forever. Li Liang, watching from behind, was agitated. My junior sister can fight like this, so what does that make me? On the other side, Hu Gong had regained his grip on his weapon. He decisively yanked his weapon back, even though it would injure the old man. In that instant, both Li Liang and Hua Ling steeled their resolve. A brutal killing intent immediately spurred her to fight. Seeing the slash approaching, he quickly blocked it with his spear. After waiting for the right moment, Hu Gong pulled back. Successive waves of energy left wounds on her body. Then, to her surprise, the spear was hastily withdrawn. Hua Ling continued her assault. However, Hu Gong didn't yield and kicked her in the stomach. Her frail body was sent flying by the force of the blow. Li Liang screamed, "Stop!" The deadly gaze immediately shifted, and just making eye contact drained Li Liang of all his strength. Then Hu Gong turned back to his original prey. Hua Ling was so exhausted she could barely stand. He clicked his tongue and sneered, "It's a real shame I have to kill you." She was so furious she wanted to shut him up. However, Hu Gong didn't want to drag it out any longer. "You're a skilled martial artist, but this is the end for you. Just think of it as bad luck." Just then he heard a strange sound. Across from him, Hua Ling was still charging forward. But suspiciously, someone else was also appearing in a very dramatic fashion. The familiar figure dissolved her hatred, and all her pent-up resentment quickly turned into tears. Jiang Xian spoke gently. "I'm a little late, give me the sword." Hua Ling sobbed in reply, "Great warrior." She slowly handed him the weapon. "Please help our fellow sect members." Hu Gong interrupted smugly. "It's useless, the Five Dragons Pavilion is guarding that area." Bai Ling said in anguish, "Why has Mount Hua fallen into such a tragic state?" Meanwhile, the little monkey leaped over to her with his instructions. "Give this medicine to everyone and then hide yourselves well." Hua Ling reminded him anxiously, "Please be careful, that man is very strong." Jiang Xian replied calmly, "Not to me." Meanwhile, Hu Gong was furiously brandishing his spear. He speculated, "Are you a disciple of Mount Hua? You seem pretty strong." Jiang Xian quickly shook his head in denial. He grew even more curious. "Then why did you interfere?" He replied, "Because I have my reasons." The enemy before him suddenly lunged forward. He gritted his teeth in defiance. "Make this interesting for me. That's your job." The sharp spearhead began to thrust toward the point of impact between them. The glint of Jiang Xian's sword flashed. A stream of spiritual energy coiled around the blade, followed by the countless sounds of clashing steel. He pulled back his other hand and gathered a black orb of energy. On the other side, the illusion of a python bared its two venomous fangs, looking at him. "Try this on for size." The light from his true chi reflected on his face, and just as his opponent was about to bite down, he leaped away. This time it was Jiang Xian's turn to release his internal energy. That light inexplicably made them feel at ease. The giant body of the python charged into his stream of spiritual power. Hu Gong took the opportunity to move from his position. He spoke mockingly, "The 100th Imperial grade of Huang Kui suits you well." Jiang Xian taunted him, "And where are the others who fought before?" Hu Gong retorted, "I decide the order." He was utterly disdainful of that attitude, always doing as he pleases. After Jiang Xian waved his hand, the air was rapidly pushed towards him. It precisely struck the shaft of the spear. He heavily slammed his weapon into the ground. The immense force pierced through the ground. Broken pieces of rock were continuously swept away. Jiang Xian coldly praised, "Not bad." He silently observed through the cracks. The black cloak suddenly flew up. Hu Gong felt something touch his face. He furiously thrust his weapon in that direction. However, he just gently used his sword to deflect the attack. A heavy force was pressing down on the spear. He insulted him in the most humiliating way. "I've seen right through you, haven't I?" After saying that, Jiang Xian began to apply force. Hu Gong was horrified to realize he couldn't push him over. Helplessness quickly turned into a furious rage. He retrieved his weapon simultaneously, throwing his opponent off. Jiang Xian felt a slight regret his internal energy was weaker than Hu Gong's. Then he gradually regained his confidence. "So you have a special technique, do you? This is getting more and more interesting." Hu Gong's eyes looked up full of defiance. Jiang Xian had to admit that Hu Gong was truly a master and superior to him in many ways. The reptilian bodies were surrounding him, the mouths of the pack of snakes gaping with ravenous hunger. In that situation, Jiang Xian laughed, but there's always a taller mountain. I was the one who stood at the peak of the martial world. Before returning, how could I not overcome this? The way of upright harmony. Then he pierced through the chunks of the python and struck down at him. Hu Gong instinctively swept his spearhead to create a lightning shield. His vision was being blinded by the stream of light. Next, lightning flashed in the sky, and finally Jiang Xian was right next to him. Hu Gong heard him whisper, "Go in peace." As he pulled out his sword, the red from the center of his chest erupted. After the fierce battle, Hua Ling rushed over. "Great hero, are you injured?" "You've lost so much blood," he quickly explained. "It's not my blood. If everything's fine, let's head east." The situation over here was also extremely tense, with only a single person surrounded by a group of assassins. One of them licked his lips. "I don't know about the others, but I'll definitely keep you alive because I need you." Just then, Jiang Xian suddenly blocked their path. The crowd immediately dared not advance. He gave a cold command, "Stand back a little." Zhao Yu subconsciously called out, "Hei Sha Da Xia." Hearing this, the man sneered. Hey, Sha Da Shea, you say? I thought you were from the Gai Bang. He felt a bit awkward and checked his clothes. The assassin seized the opportunity and rushed forward. It's foolish to let your guard down in front of an enemy. However, Jiang Xian's silver-blue sword light flashed first. The arrogant foe was defeated for good. Then someone else spoke up. I've felt that your aura, great hero. Feels very familiar. Jiang Xian grew very nervous as she figured out who I am. He quickly said, well, I cultivate a Taoist mental art, but this doesn't seem like the right time for that, does it? Hua Ling was startled, realizing what he meant. Then Jiang Xian said, the most important thing is to get out of this place first. She gloomily announced, we still can't escape. The person meditating in the distance is Zhen Si. He realized he no longer bears any resemblance to the man I once knew. Being indifferent to the deaths of his disciples isn't something Zhen Si would do, perhaps the reason is. While he was lost in thought, Fang Zhou arrived. The old man quickly leaped off the roof. The place he wanted to go was where Zhen Si was meditating. He and Zhao Yu decided to wait and see. After arriving, Fang Zhou asked, are you the Taoist Zhen Si? He drew a line with his sword, challenging his opponent. As a martial artist, he quickly stood up to the situation. Fang Zhou's expression was incredibly confident before the fight. The two of them quickly transformed into two streaks of light. Then the lights continuously chased each other. One used Manhwa Long Ying, while the other executed Po Huai Tao Jue. Terrifying streams of spiritual energy continuously created explosions in the area. Zhao Yu was terrified, big brother. I'm completely out of my league here. Over here, the faces of the two fighters were very close. Next, Fang Zhou started to run. He shouted excitedly, get Huang Shang. Zhen Si hurriedly thrust his sword at the old man's defensive barrier. Fang Zhou's amused laughter rang out. Mixed with it was the shrill sound of blades clashing against each other. Jiang Xian felt a bit emotional. Someone born with such natural talent, comprehension, and perception is truly worthy of being called a genius. It's because of that influence that I've been able to hold on this long. He unconsciously muttered, Yuan Shi Tianzun. Back to the fight, Huang Shang was cutting through layers of the night wind. Fang Zhou yelled as the cut was about to reach its peak. But the spiritual energy was like a soft flower petal. It turned into a graceful stream and flew away. Zhen Si's movements were divinely unpredictable in a single strike. Fang Zhou painfully spat out fresh blood. Zhen Si silently pointed his weapon at the old man. When the white plum blossoms wither, the red ones will bloom. The red plum blossoms are just like the blood shed by the disciples of Hua Shan. For a moment, he wanted to finish Fang Zhou off. Therefore, his eyes radiated killing intent without hesitation. But despite his injuries, the old man still tried to swing his blade to block. However, Zhen Si had more than enough strength to strike multiple times in succession. The corners of the old man's mouth clearly showed fear. Then a chill ran down Fang Zhou's entire body, and before him, the sword suddenly fell. The one collapsing was none other than Zhen Si, his life's journey finally at its end. Zhao Yu cried out in anguish, master. Fang Zhou, on the other hand, was incredibly smug. Thankfully, I poisoned the tea just in case something went wrong. Zhen Si wondered to himself to die like this in the end. Is this the price for being indifferent to my disciple's death? Meanwhile, Jiang Xian knew it was time for him to act. An assassin decided to block his path. However, he paid the man no mind. Get lost. Following that, a violent wind swept through the land as he used the Tian Zun Wan Lei Xing. Jiang Xian turned himself into a projectile shooting past. Fang Zhou sensed the imminent danger. His reflexes told him to raise the Huang Shang. A ruthless slice ended a life. This cleared his line of sight to his new opponent. Fang Zhou spun his spear to build momentum, then launched himself along the same path toward him. But by then, Jiang Xian was already gone. He had quickly moved to Zhen Si's side. Are you all right, sir? Then he pressed the vital points in his meridians. The poison is spreading. It's dangerous. Enraged at being ignored, Fang Zhou shouted, Who are you? I'll kill you when I'm ready. No need to rush me. Jiang Xian picked up the sword next to Zhen Si, the Yun Yue Sao. This is the sword meant to protect the disciples of the Huashan sect. Zhao Yu was completely stunned. How does he know that? In that moment, his voice rang out. I am not a disciple of Huashan, so I cannot perform the plum blossom technique, but... He swung the sword toward the ground. As the tip rose, his entire body seemed to glow. I will show you a sky full of blooming red plum blossoms. Fang Zhou found this laughable. Is that all you've got, brat? At that moment, the raindrops seemed to hang in the air. A decisive clash in his life was about to unfold. Fang Zhou decided to leap into the air, creating a blinding slash. Deep in his eyes was the desire to destroy his opponent. Then he swung his spear again. When they both clashed, an immense pressure radiated from between them. The surrounding rainwater was thrown into chaos by the force. It quickly gathered into the shape of plum blossoms. Jiang Xian lowered his body and slid forward. He successfully moved behind him. Countless raindrops splashed up from under his feet. Seizing the opportunity, he slashed. The glint of metal flashed at his ankle. Fang Zhou spun around in a fury. Knowing exactly what he intended, Jiang Xian quickly ducked. A powerful strike hit nothing but air. In turn, his low stance allowed him to land another slash. The air swirled continuously around him. Then Jiang Xian once again leaped behind him. The blade flashed with a deathly light. It precisely carved another stream of fresh red down his back. Being wounded made Fang Zhou even more frantic. The unexpected attack left him no time to dodge. A layer of his disguise peeled off. Fang Zhou was startled to see this. Just then, it was Jiang Xian's turn to strike with dozens of sword thrusts. His smile was no different from the Grim Reaper's. Then he was lucky enough to catch the sword right at his forehead. Biao Yu seemed to sense a bad omen. He gripped Jiang Xian's sword tightly. "I can't die alone." As soon as he said that, Fang Zhou's body suddenly began to swell. The old man's hand quickly grabbed his face. A source of fiery energy was gathering in the old man's throat. The heat emanating from his body grew stronger and stronger. His arm holding the sword tensed up as well. Finally, Jiang Xian unleashed a massive attack. The stream of energy quickly pushed Fang Zhou away. He was knocked into the air suspended. In his final moments, he mumbled Hong Mei. Finally, Fang Zhou fell to the ground. His muscular body was now lifeless. Jiang Xian thought to himself, if that old man hadn't struck first, I would have been in serious trouble. But it wasn't over, as his subordinates charged forward clan leader. He quickly regained his composure. That's right. Today, let's all enjoy a good sword fight. Jiang Xian was in a ready stance. With a single swing of his sword, an immense pressure struck the assassins. Zhao Yu was terrified by the screams all around. Meanwhile, not even the downpour could stop Hua Ling from rushing over. But all she could see was a gruesome mountain of corpses. She cautiously approached him. "Are you all right, sir? Really, if you hadn't been here, great hero." She took out a handkerchief embroidered with red plum blossoms. He felt a strange emotion. "Is she worried about me?" Jiang Xian hastily reached out to touch her. He announced coldly, "It's fine now. I've done what I came to do, so it's time to leave." Someone stopped him, stunning him for a moment. "I almost forgot these righteous sect people value their honor more than a favor, so they won't hesitate to be hypocritical." Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out from their hands. All the disciples of the Manhwa sect were present, with Zhao Yu at the lead saluting him. At that, Jiang Xian changed his mind. "This isn't so bad. I should return the salute, but I don't even have the strength to lift a spoon right now." And so the hero departed alone. Meanwhile, Qing Ju was organizing the disciples to collect the bodies and honor the souls of their fallen comrades. "Go, those of you who are injured, get treated immediately." On his way back, Jiang Xian felt worse and worse. "I'm so sleepy, I'm exhausted." The next morning, the place had already started to get noisy. "Have you heard the news? I heard the Genzi of Huashan took down the leader of the Wulong Bang and destroyed the Wulong Bang itself." More and more people were telling the story, and some were reporting different news. "But I heard that the He Sha Da Xia helped Huashan." "Oh, really?" Then a question was raised, who exactly is the He Sha Da Xia? Dulan grumbled to herself, "It's unbearably hot. Do we really have to eat this?" Yun Ming cheerfully explained, "It's about fighting fire with fire." "Eat slowly, big sister." But Dulan stubbornly replied, "I don't want to." Jiang Xian was a little curious. "I told her to cook for herself while I was gone, so she didn't do it after all." At the dinner table, Yun Ming was still crying. "Black Monkey, you're just sitting there while little big sister eats everything so quickly. That's not right." Finally, the boy was rewarded with a plate of meat. Yun Ming happily exclaimed, "Thank you, big brother." Gen Si suddenly appeared with a bright smile. "Have you all been well?" He even gave Jiang Xian a wink. A guilty feeling made him freeze. "Have I been found out?" Right after that, they had a chance to sit down together. "Old master, where have you been all this time?" Gen Si lied without batting an eye. "I just got back from a trip." Yun Ming exclaimed with delight, "That's great. I also just went on a food tour with my family." He affectionately patted the boy's head. "Oh, is that so?" Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. The little monkey had fallen asleep on the dining table that day. Gen Si was lying on the roof when he was spotted. "What are you doing up there?" He answered slowly, "I'm watching the moon." "Aren't you going to ask anything?" Jiang Xian said honestly. "I'm not that curious." Zhen Si grumbled in frustration. "So cold, why would Zhao Yu insist on coming to see you? You know, the nature of Huashan is generosity, but this resting place for cultivators has changed a lot." Zhen Si's voice grew heavier as he spoke. "So much blood has been spilled, but fortunately, a hero still managed to save the remaining disciples." Jiang Xian pretended not to know and replied, "Is that so?" He began to hint, "They say he's a master with extremely powerful martial arts, and while his internal energy is purer than any Taoist or Buddhist, the killing intent he emits makes him seem like a god of slaughter reborn." With that, Jiang Xian had to change the subject, care for a drink. An old man and a young man raising their wine jugs in perfect harmony. The next morning, there was a visitor at the inn's gate. Long time no see Zhao Yu stepped gracefully into the hall. He asked in a daze, "Hasn't the old master gone for a walk?" But inside, he felt quite terrified. Why is this girl here again? Zhao Yu smiled and replied, "I have some business with you, young master." From the kitchen, another female voice called out, "Who is it?" So beautiful. He immediately replied, "She's the old master's granddaughter." Chu Lan's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. "But why is she looking for you and not the old master?" Jiang Xian said coldly. "I don't know. She said she had something to talk about." Chu Lan immediately started teasing. "Our Jiang Xian is all grown up now." He instantly got a bit flustered. "What are you talking about?" she chided. "I can tell just by looking. Why are you still pretending?" He got too embarrassed and warned her, "Stop talking in that weird way." Chu Lan smiled and gestured. "She seems to have come from far away. You should go talk to her. Just leave the kitchen matters to your big sister, because I am the chef of this inn." Jiang Xian also looked at her with satisfaction. "It's truly your calling, to be this obsessed with cooking. Only then can you become the owner of the world's #1 inn in the future." He quickly moved over to Zhao Yu. She said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me." Jiang Xian felt a pang of guilt about the other day saving you, so Zhao Yu quickly added, "Last winter." Hearing that, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I was wondering what you meant. That was nothing." Next, she pushed a wooden box towards him. "This is a gift from my master." After inspecting it, Jiang Xian was very pleased. "Thanks a lot, this is great." After that, Zhao Yu continued to stare at him. "If you take this to Lao Lin's forge, you will be well rewarded." Jiang Xian picked it up and commented, "This doesn't seem like an ordinary iron tablet. I'll make good use of it." Just then, Zhao Yu suddenly remembered. "Where did the monkey go?" Jiang Xian said casually, "Probably taking a nap somewhere." The atmosphere quickly turned grim. Because of the bloody battle at Yuhua Terrace, many things have changed: the Five Dragons Gang, the Wulin Alliance, and even the Four Black Lotus. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Damn this butterfly effect. Before the Wulin Alliance and the Four Black Lotus enter Nanjing, I have to get to Baihuadu. As soon as he saw Zhao Yu preparing to leave, he asked, "Aren't you going to wait for the old master?" Even though she was offered a meal, she still refused. "Maybe some other time. I'll be staying at Yuhua Terrace for a while to officially re-establish the escort agency." Jiang Xian also felt relieved. That's good. She took that opportunity to gaze at his face for a long time. Thinking something was wrong, he asked, "What is it?" Zhao Yu mumbled very softly, "It's nothing. I'm just so glad." She was really confusing Jiang Xian. "What was that? You're saying strange things again." In the end, he just remarked, "What a hassle." A moment later, Yun Ying's scream echoed, "What is this?" Jiang Xian set down a bowl of cold noodles. "Summer is coming, so I used the donglai base to make this refreshing noodle dish." Chu Lan quickly slurped down the chewy, delicious noodles, while Du Lan naturally got to savor the delicacy too. Yun Ying happily picked up a big mouthful, while the little monkey playfully snatched some for itself. He pulled the monkey away and asked, "How is it, sister?" Chu Lan offered a genuine smile. "It's delicious, but it would be better with less wasabi and a little more sweetness. The spice is so strong, it's making my eyes water." Jiang Xian patted her head. "We can go down the mountain now. Selling it as a limited item is sure to be a hit." Then he deliberately whispered to her sister, "There's something I need to tell you." Time passed peacefully at the inn. A few days later, while Yun Ying was learning about farming, he suddenly cried out in panic, "Black monkey, you can't eat that!" The two kids were becoming closer by the day. Meanwhile, Du Lan focused on her training. The force from her punches sent ripples through the air. Yet she felt dejected. "I'm the only one not making any progress. I have to get stronger to protect my family." Immediately after, she spurred herself on, "Get a grip." Jiang Xian watched her in silence as Du Lan went back to repeating her forms. When the little monkey appeared, he said to it, Even without me, the family at the inn will be just fine for a while." As he jumped off the wall with the little monkey on his back, Chulan and Jen Ci suddenly walked over. The situation grew awkward, and Jiang Xian spoke up quietly. "What are you two doing here?" Chulan suddenly spoke. "Take this. I've packed some vegetables, beef jerky, and a few other things." A rare youthful smile returned to his face. "So this is why you ordered so much beef, thank you very much," she asked sadly. "But do you have to go?" Jen Ci then remarked. "It's truly a good thing to have a family. But why leave on a journey all of a sudden? Enjoying your food is one of my greatest pleasures." He quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, sister has been working hard learning new recipes for you to enjoy." He also remembered to add, "I hope you'll teach Dulan well, she is your disciple after all." Upon hearing that, Jen Ci was taken aback. "What disciple?" He called him out. "You've already taught Dulan the Bing Quan or something like it. So doesn't that make her your disciple? Besides, I'm giving this to you." Finally, he said gently, "I'm off, I won't be long." Chulan and Jen Ci waved goodbye nonstop, and Jiang Xian himself felt his heart stir. Ahead lay the bustling city center. He gazed at the view for a long time before speaking. "Let's go. And there won't be any wine for a while." The little monkey was stunned to hear this. In the end, it sulked the entire way, and just like that, one man and one monkey set off to start their new journey.